next August 2017. Now, I'd like to open this workshop by sharing with you the magic of total solar eclipses, when the sun unveils its incredible beauty, and the magic also of scientific discovery. The magic never fails at every eclipse, as the sun's full glory, or corona, is different each time. And for those curious to understand the secrets of the sun, each eclipse never fails to offer new chances for discoveries. So it all starts when the sun finds itself suddenly getting obscured by a new moon. A shadow several hundred miles wide darkens the landscape in midday. A feeling of suspense and awe, sometimes fear, electrifies the air. An hour later, the darkness is total, and the cheers begin as we experience a spectacle beyond compare. The sun's beauty is suddenly revealed. Now, red flames protrude beyond the edge of the moon, swaying elegantly and mysteriously. Several centuries ago, people named them prominences. Now, beyond the prominences, you see a crown of white light that appears. It shimmers as it fills the space, with streamers wishing outwards and any which way. Cameras snap with hopes to capture the sight they behold. Alas, when the photos are produced, the eyewitness beauty is subdued. However, some clever folks like Fred Espenat, Serge Kuchmin, Miloslav Drukwyler, and Hugh Morgan figured out a way to restore the beauty the eye had witnessed. They came up with image processing techniques that revealed far more than the eye could see. Now, an even more beautiful corona is revealed. You have rays upon rays everywhere, streaming, merging, and diverging, curling in fiery beauty. They move across arches of all sizes, reaching out into the infinity of space. We now know that they are tracers of the complex magnetic field lines that emerge from the sun. Every eclipse is a different magical surprise, revealing the intriguing beauty of coronal features. In this total solar eclipse of 2010, we found an elongated or captured an elongated twisted sheet that emerged from the snapping of a prominence. In 2013, it was a double jeopardy. Totality captured the instantaneous state of two prominences that had snapped away. I don't know if this is working. So you can see here, I'll just, if you notice the two red boxes, the top one and this one, and what's running in on the right is a movie taken from space, and I'll go back and you can see how actually you see the formation of this bubble in the space, and we happened to capture it during the total solar eclipse. Now, not only are bright rays and streamers ubiquitous in all processed eclipse images, there are some faint bubbles. So if you look closely, you can see the bubbles at the top like turbulent smoke rings. And some of them are tiny, others are huge, and they expand outwards to the edge of the images. Where do they come from? Do they continue their voyage into space unscathed? Then indeed a close-up of a view of PROMIS. Sorry. So this is a close-up view of one of the eclipse images. You can see that the PROMIS stretches, sometimes they can stretch away from the solar surface, and they become intricately intertwined with the filamentary structure of the corona, as you see here. So everything that's reddish is actually the PROMIS material. And the mystery of this pinkish color came about with the invention of the spectrograph. And it was found that this was none other than hydrogen, which is an element essential for life. But in this case, it's at a temperature of 10,000 degrees. Now, the invention of the spectrograph also led two people, Young and Harness, in 1869, to discover a new bright line not seen on Earth. So if this is a spectrum of the sun taken, the corona taken during a total solar eclipse. And they really didn't know what this green line was, and they called it coronium for corona. And it took 70 years for Edlin and Grotrian to establish that this was the element of iron, or the atom of iron, that was stripped of 13 of its 26 electrons. So basically it lost half of its electrons. So it's highly charged. And this cannot happen under normal circumstances. So the temperature of the environment has to be at least at 1 million degrees for this to happen. So the big question is, how does it happen that the surface of the sun is at about 6,000 degrees, and then you get into a corona that's at 1 million degrees or more? So this mystery is still facing us. Now, at this high temperature, the corona can no longer stay confined to the sun, but it's swept into space, and we call it, actually it was Parker who came up with the term solar wind, and the speeds can range anywhere from 300 to 800 kilometers per second, which is equivalent to a maximum of 500 miles per second. And it's through this wind's voyage that the sun's fickle magnets tease the Earth's magnets and produce its own show. So in the deep, clear winters of the Arctic nights, you can see drapes of yellow, red, and green rays that can suddenly adorn the sky. And those are what is known as the aurora borealis or australis if you're in the southern hemisphere. And they result from the interaction of the particles from the sun with the particles in the Earth's atmosphere. There's another manifestation of the solar wind, which is in the form of comet tails. And these, so what they show, and you have two tails, you have a gas tail and a dust trail, and they are always pointed away from the sun. And Biermann actually came up with the idea first that this ionized gas trail was an indication that there were charged particles escaping from the sun. So all these are manifestations, because the wind, I mean, how could you see the wind? It's just going by. It's not like you can see it sail in interplanetary space, but you can see it through the manifestations of either comets or aurorae. Now you would, the discovery that the corona was actually so hot meant that it could emit in X-rays and ultraviolet and extreme ultraviolet. So this actually paved the way for space exploration, since this radiation cannot reach the ground. And the inset here is from the Solar Dynamic Observatory. It's one of the telescopes that observes the sun in the extreme ultraviolet. And you can see, unlike eclipses where you have to wait for the sun to block the very bright solar disk, here you see the intricate details on the solar disk as well as expanding away from the sun. So the corona is seen everywhere. However, there is a limitation, and as you see from this composite taken at the same time as the eclipse of 2010, the emission doesn't extend very far from the sun. So you really still need an eclipse to be able to see how these very intricate details that are on the solar surface, how they expand into interplanetary space. Now there's another discovery that was came about from using spectrographs with total solar eclipse observations. And that's the discovery that we didn't just have the iron that was charged, ionized so many times, but there were different charge states of iron. So for example, you can find iron that's lost 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 electrons. And each one of these states of electron loss corresponds to a different temperature of the medium. So if you observe the sun using special filters that only choose these special colors from these ions, then you can more or less map the temperature of the corona. And this is an example from 2008, where the green shows you the emission from iron that I told you earlier, the coronium line, and the red is from iron that had lost 10 of its electrons. Now the iron 11 corresponds to a temperature of 1 million degrees, whereas the iron 14 corresponds to a temperature of 2 million degrees. So here for the first time we have a map of the distribution of the temperature in the corona through these very simple observations of just using the right filter in front of your cameras during a total solar eclipse. Now another mystery emerged with these observations is that if you look in this particular example, there was a huge prominence here at the northwest of the sun, and the prominences are known to be, I told you earlier, they're at 10,000 degrees, and now I'm telling you the corona is at several million degrees. And it just so happened that the prominences were called always with the hottest material around them. It's like you have a nut or a pit inside a fruit, and the outside is all very, very hot, and the inside is very cold. And they always appear together wherever you look at the sun and you see a prominence. So this is still a mystery that we haven't solved. Another interesting aspect of eclipse observations is every single eclipse observation, the corona is different. So we know that the corona is changing. And here in this rendition of different images taken from different eclipses throughout time, you can see that, and here in the inset is the change in number of sunspots on the sun. And this is an example of a sun with some of its black spots. And we know that the sunspots correspond to areas on the solar surface where the magnetism is very highly concentrated. And here you see that this concentration, somehow the changes of the distribution of these sunspots produces corresponding changes in the solar corona, or at least we think it is. They go in tandem. So for example, when you have a large number of sunspots, you can see the corona has streamers all around the circumference of the sun. Whereas when the number is very small, these streamers, they kind of go down to more equatorial regions. So we still don't understand this relationship. Now recently we looked at the distribution of temperature together with the change of the shape of the corona. So these are images where, again, the red is from iron 11, which is the 1 million degrees, and the green is from 2 million degrees. And we compiled these images from 2006 to 2015. Unfortunately, 2012 and 2013, we were rained out and stormed out, so we only had white light images. And we saw that actually the distribution of the temperature changed also. It wasn't just the shape of the corona. So the big question is, what is causing the change in the temperature? Is it the sunspot, as I mentioned earlier, or is it now the fact that you have these prominences that seem to have a much more important role in defining the structure of the corona than originally anticipated? And I will come to almost the end of my talk with the latest discovery from an eclipse observation, and this was last year when we observed from Svalbard. So I'll explain what this picture is. The background is a white light picture taken from during totality. And then we had a spectrograph. And with the spectrograph, the slit was very long. It more or less goes from top to bottom in this field of view. And we allowed the slit to drift through the field of view. So it drifted from central meridian all the way to, this was the last edge. And what we found is, along the slit, we found evidence for parcels of gas moving away from the observer, starting at speeds, ranging in speeds from 100 kilometers per second to 1500 kilometers per second. So these colors here correspond to these speeds. And you can see how the distribution seems to be random. The other very interesting thing was, in some of these parcels, there was cool material like the material you see in prominences together with the hot material. So all these rectangles that are encircled with red have a red boundary. For example, here and this one, they had cool material associated again with the hot material. So clearly the prominences that you're seeing at the sun, when they are erupting, they are actually combined or glued to the magnetic fields that are around them and that are very hot, and they escape together into interplanetary space. So this was we could map these motions. It was by sheer luck that we captured them. But all of these motions were going into the board. So it wasn't like in the plane of the sky. So it's more material that's going away from us. And it's most likely like these plasmoids that I had showed you the picture of, except this time it was going in another direction. So now you wonder, well, we have all these terrific space observations and we have eclipses every year or year and a half. We are under the mercy of weather. Why do we keep on doing eclipse observations? Well, this slide is an additional reason why we do this. Because what I will show here are the different fields of view of the different, or the extent of the different observatories or instruments, both in space and on the ground. So this is the solar disk obscured by the moon, and you can see some of the details of the moon. This one here is the field of view of the largest solar telescope that's being built on Haleakala, the summit on Maui. And it's called the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope. But you see the field of view is extremely small. It will have tremendous resolution, so it's like a microscope looking at the sun. But then you lose where you're looking. You see that you can see the fine details, but you really don't have a context. You move to the EUV, which is this white boundary, and if you just look inside it, okay, you have great details, but you lose all the extension. And then the coronagraphs that are basically man-made occulters, or like moons that are operating in space or from the ground, they start, well, the one in space blocks the whole sun out to 2, and then it starts to see things. So you can imagine that if you block all this view, you really don't know where all these streamers came from. The red here shows you the extent of what we can see from the ground in these special filters or the iron lines. So clearly, if you want to understand how everything starts at the solar surface and expands into interplanetary space, at the moment there's nothing else other than eclipses. So this is why we keep on trying to do the best and to maximize our chances to get eclipse observations. So with this, I will end by saying, as with every total solar eclipse, the evening after at dusk, there's a sliver from the new moon that smiles mischievously at us. It seems to be proud to have put on a magnificent show. It lingers, asking for attention and thankfulness. In the day after, all will be forgotten, but not for the moon, who knows that it can repeat its trick, even if it has to wait a year or so. So on August 21st, 2017, while some of us will struggle to get our instruments ready in time to extract one more secret from the sun, the rest of you should go out there and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadia. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming again. And my name is Charles Fulco. I'm a former teacher in New York. I'm now a science consultant working for BOCES, which is a cooperative educational New York State system of teaching teachers professional development. And it's been a wonderful year of being away from the classroom, although I do miss my students tremendously. It's been a fantastic year. I could have never imagined the experiences I've encountered in my travels across the U.S. doing eclipse educational public outreach. I've met fantastic people, have had amazing times at science conferences and just an incredible chain of events leading up to here today. And this is my third time in Carbondale. Thanks to Bob for having me again. And this is not for the people I usually hang out with. This is for people who may be experiencing an eclipse for the very first time. So I'm kind of preaching to the choir for a good number of people here, but for those who have never had the wonderful experience of seeing an eclipse, especially a total eclipse, this is for all of you. So a quick question, how many people have actually, who have actually seen a total solar eclipse? Clouds included, okay. How many people have never seen one? Wow, okay, you out, okay. So just a quick warning, whatever you see here, whether it's a photograph or video, is absolutely nothing compared to what you'll see in a little over a year, from whether you view it from here or from any other part of the path that runs through 12 states through the U.S. It's a very, very exciting event, and a partial eclipse or something less than this wouldn't cause all of us to gather here and to travel many thousands of, tens of thousands of miles around the globe like we do. So again, whatever you see here, just I can't even begin to tell you how much more of a magnitude it actually will be. So let me start off with thanks to Michael Zeiler for his wonderful graphics with GreatAmericanEclipse.com. And yes, lucky you, all you Carbondalites, because you have not only the opportunity to see a total eclipse in 2017, but again in 2024. You've really beat the odds. How many teachers do we have in the audience? Okay, good. Very good. Anybody want to take a guess if you were just at any randomly selected place on Earth, how long you'd have to wait to see from one total eclipse to the next in years? Anybody want to guess? How much? Yeah, just about 350. So to have one repeat in 7 years is really tremendous. There's actually 437 days to go, but I took a shot of this 7 days ago. Again, this is from Michael's site. And the countdown truly has begun, and every day brings us a little closer to August 21st of next year. I'm not going to open these, we don't have much time, so I'm not going to open these websites, but just I'll also have this available for any teachers or anybody who wants to have my presentation, so you could actually peruse these at your leisure. But this is a wonderful site that I use constantly in my talks and my travels. It shows you the path through 12 states, and it shows you also the magnitude of the eclipse if you are either north of the north of the path of the Umbra or south of the path of the Umbra. A lot of my lesson plans that I'm designing are geared for teachers out of the path of the Umbra, because that's where most people will see the eclipse. And even those who do see a total eclipse, they will also see a partial before and a partial after. Okay, Javier Juillet is also the creator of this wonderful site with Google Earth Eclipses. And again, take a chance, take a while to just sit down for a long time and have fun with this, because this is a wonderful site. If your teachers also, if you're familiar with Google Earth, you'll have no problem manipulating this, and it's a wonderful addition to any earth science program or astronomy program. Any earth science teachers or astronomy teachers out here? Good, okay, make sure this becomes part of your, it is good. Okay, has everyone seen the video that's gone viral from Alaska Airlines? You ever seen it? Okay, I don't have to play it then, okay. Okay, okay. Well, a lot of places where I've been, they actually haven't seen it. Actually, some people haven't seen it, so I was saving it for them. But you guys have, I'm sure, all seen it. But it's a terrific, terrific way to show people that, like I said, don't watch the video so much as listen to it. It's a wonderful resource, because, you know, again, the video cannot possibly convey what the human eye can capture, from the exposure range to the you know, the colors and everything. So what I tell people and students to do is listen to what the people are saying and screaming and doing, and it's like you look back and like, did I really say that? And yes, you really did, because your mind goes into overload. You say things, it's just incredible. So if you get a chance also, if you haven't seen it, take a look at that. I just have to show this one now. This is a video that was shot at the eclipse I went to see in Patagonia, and let's see if, I'll forget it. I was connected. I don't know what happened. All right, we'll, again, if you want to access my, my presentation, you can see it for yourself. The bottom link, though, was a group of people that did not travel to an elevation we did in Patagonia. We were about 1,000 meters. These people were half of that, and a little thing called the Andes got in the way just as the sun hit second contact. And the strange thing is, they didn't seem too concerned about it. I would have killed the tour guide. There would have been a homicide in Patagonia that day. But for some reason, they were cool with it. But again, if you haven't seen it, you don't know what you're missing. So that was a perfect example of that. Okay, Eclipses 101, very, very basic here. And again, I apologize to those who learned this, a million years ago. You need the sun, the earth, and the moon to have an eclipse. And they always occur at new moon because that's the only point in the Earth's orbit where the moon comes between the sun and the earth, at which point the shadow, if we're lucky, about every 18 months or so, the darkest part of the moon's shadow will fall at some place on the earth. It doesn't have to be total. It could be a partial. And in fact, there has to be two eclipses of the sun every year. They could both be partial. One could be total. And the cool thing is, here's the weird thing, and it just flips me out every time I go to an eclipse, is the fact that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but the sun is also 400 times farther away. It's like closing one eye, looking at your thumb, and then making the thumb the same size as the sun in the sky. And it's one of the most amazing coincidences in nature. And if the moon were any smaller, we wouldn't have total eclipses. If it were any larger, you wouldn't see all the beauty of the inner corona at an eclipse. So that's one thing that always gets me. Here's just a quick visual showing you what happens at new moon sometimes. And another Michael Zeiler graphic, which I love. It's very three-dimensional. It's very hard to convey a three-dimensional event on a two-dimensional screen or in a textbook. This kind of comes close, actually. It really kind of gives you an idea of what's happening. And the moon does move across the country, our country, next year as it does from west to east, beginning at sunrise in the Pacific Ocean and ending at sunset in the Atlantic Ocean, touching no other point of land besides the U.S. So this is truly a great American eclipse. And as I said about total eclipses, they're not rare. They happen every year, except the Earth is 75% water, ocean. So a lot of times the shadow does fall across the ocean, making it rather inaccessible. Or it might go to a place like Svalbard, which is quite inaccessible, or Patagonia, but the hardy souls like us get there. This is a shot I took, very low quality, unfortunately, but it's just a fun shot. I like it. That's diamond ring effect, which we're going to talk about. Some of the phenomena that you see at total eclipses, which is why we all travel to see them, are what Shadia just mentioned, the solar corona. The solar corona is like a fingerprint. No two eclipses ever have the same shape corona or even the same brightness of the corona. I saw an eclipse in 1999 from Salzburg, Austria, and it reminded me of a sunflower. And the corona I saw from Patagonia was golden colored, and the one from 91 was very ethereal and very, very tenuous. It was very, very nice. Bailey's beads, named after Sir Francis Bailey, they are caused by peaks and valleys in the lunar limb, and the last bit of sunlight before the moon completely covers the sun leaves those valleys to let in a little bit of light. And as the moon finishes covering the sun, that last valley produces what's called the diamond ring effect. And again, the camera can never really capture it. Photos that like Fred Espenak's taken, Jay Pasikoff, Shadi, there's fantastic photographers down the list, and they come very, very close. Those are some amazing pictures. If you haven't seen their photos, just please go on and access them, because the diamond ring to me is one of the most phenomenal aspects of a total eclipse. And because it's so cool, you get to see it twice. You get to see it just before totality begins and just as totality ends. And there's the diamond ring effect right there. And shadow bands, I've never seen them. I know they exist because people have told me about them. They're almost akin to like the bottom of a pool when you have sunlight shining through and you get the ripples on the bottom of a pool. I usually spend my time looking at from the horizon on up, and I haven't seen those yet, but that's something that other people pay attention to. Prominences are also kind of interesting because they're like a fingerprint too. That's why the beauty of an eclipse is, besides of its inherent gorgeousness, you never get the same exact eclipse twice. In my first eclipse in 1991, we had two beautiful prominences, which are gases of hydrogen above the solar surface, and some of them just seem to be detached, others are attached and can form a loop, but they all have different shapes. And we had a seahorse prominence, looked exactly like a seahorse, and then we had a lazy S prominence. So that was a real treat too. Chromosphere is a very, very beautiful thing to look at. It's very fleeting. It doesn't last very long. The outer surface of the sun, it's I guess a magenta, electric pink, neon pink. Again, it's one of those colors that you don't see walking down the street in nature. It's something that I've only seen this color during a total eclipse. And again, I'm being very basic here for people who haven't seen an eclipse, just another idea of what to look for. Another cool thing, which is neat, is the 360-degree twilight around the horizon. It's an eclipse is never dark like a regular night. There's a little. It's like twilighty, but it's not quite. You'll see next year for yourself if it's clear. But make sure you take time to look around too. I know there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, so you don't want to spend your time looking at things too long. But definitely do one spin around like I do and kind of catch what the horizon looks like. And in Patagonia, we were the last people to see the moon's shadow before it lifted off the surface of the Earth. So at that point, it became very elliptical, like a cigar shape. And we actually saw the umbra lifting off the surface of the Earth. That was something I didn't expect to see. It was very dramatic. Quickly, for people who like teachers who like math, this is something cool you could do with your students. You can calculate, actually, when the next eclipse in a family will occur. There's a cycle called the Saros cycle that is 18 years and 11 1/3 days, at which point an eclipse will repeat itself in roughly the same pattern, duration, except what happens, teachers only, what happens to the Earth in 8 hours? What does it do in 8 hours? Very good. It rotates a third of the way around, about 120 degrees. So if I saw this eclipse in 1999, which I did on August 11th, 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours later, it won't be over Austria again. It'll be over us. So that's due to the Earth's rotation. But discovering this cycle allowed for fairly accurate predictions of future eclipses and also going back into the past. When did an eclipse occur in the past? Why view a total solar eclipse? There's just so many things, and again, these are just some ideas for you to look at, especially those of you who are first-timers. And again, I feel like a first-timer every time because I never quite know what to expect, and you get the chills, and you get the what should I look at now, and I only have 2 minutes and 40 seconds this time. So, but real quickly, sometimes you might catch the shadow coming at you silently, but very scarily coming at you at a very high rate of speed until it sweeps over you, at which point totality begins. Venus, if it's above the horizon, will show itself before totality, and bright stars. The coolest thing in 1991 was seeing the constellation Orion and Gemini, the twins, at least Castor and Pollux, in the daytime. So you're seeing winter constellations on July 11th, which completely blew my mind. And it really does show you that the sun was moving into the constellation of Gemini at the time. It was very, very amazing. The corona again, and things I mentioned before. A cool thing to do is also have a thermometer with you. Measure the temperature change every 5 or 10 minutes, especially as totality approaches. Watch for animals. Pigs, where I was in Mexico, they went back to their little den area. Birds go kind of crazy because they don't know really why is it getting dark at 10:30 in the morning in that case. And humans, always look for humans to see what they're doing. I love looking around and people watching during an eclipse, and you can really tell who the veterans are and who aren't because of just the different reactions. It's kind of neat. How do you view a total solar eclipse, or a partial eclipse for that matter? There are safe ways, contrary to what you may hear, and I've been talking to superintendents and principals and teachers and mayors and everybody who has some say in what goes on at a school and a community, that there are safe ways to view an eclipse. And you could do projection, which is a pinhole viewer. I have instructions, by the way, on this also, for those of you who want to learn how to make a quick, out of a FedEx shipping tube, you can make a quick viewer. Telescope binocular projection could show a large crowd of people in eclipse at the same time, which is always nice. I stand under the leaves of a tree, or in my case in Mexico, under a thatched roof, which really caught me by surprise. I went in to get something from the thatched hut we were near, and all of a sudden there was crescents all over the place. It was beautiful. Being Italian, I like to use pasta colanders. Get rid of the pasta for a day, and then use them to have the sunlight go through the small holes and project them onto a piece of light-colored paper. And I actually one time looked into a body of water to watch a partial eclipse because I didn't have anything else with me, and I filled up a little thing with a hose and watched it in the water. Directly, and this is where it gets very dicey, you have to go through a reputable company to get a proper filter. You can use, I know Mark Margolis is back there with Rainbow Symphony. There's other companies too that make properly filtered optical instruments for optical instruments. I have a personal solar telescope, which I love. That seems to get a lot of good reactions from people because it kind of gives a depth to the view. And of course, solar glasses, eclipse shades. I call them partial eclipse shades because there have been cases of people keeping their eclipse glasses on during totality, in which case they saw nothing but darkness, which is a shame. So you don't want that to happen. Here's a FedEx shipping tube that was made in about 15 minutes, and it shows a little image of the sun. It's tiny, but it's bright, and you could definitely see an eclipse taking place through this. I've been running into a lot of bad science in my travels around the country, unfortunately. I'm not surprised, but I guess I'm surprised at the persistence of bad science into the 21st century. People actually believe that the sun produces different rays during eclipses that are blinding, even if you look at reflected light. That's why the principals always tell, a lot of times will tell the teachers to draw the shades, lock the doors, handcuff the students to the desks, anything to get them from going outside. And everybody believes that students will stare directly at the sun for an indefinite period of time, which I actually tried doing that one time, and you can't do it. It just hurts. So what I've been doing is going around the country and showing proper ways to view the eclipse without fear of lawsuits, because that's what superintendents are afraid of. They're afraid of lawsuits. That's all it comes down to. They don't want to get sued by angry parents who think their kids are going to get blinded. So that's been one of my toughest roads, is getting the awareness level for that going. But again, I give them lots of wonderful information, and I show them pictures I've taken of everywhere from pre-K to my 105-year-old aunt who just passed away last week. One of my last pictures of her was looking at the sun with the shades on. So if she could do it, I tell her, come on, guys, let's I've been doing it for years, and I'm fine. So, of course, watching on television is perfectly safe, but it's the most boring way to watch one. My biggest fear is that people along the path of totality from Oregon to South Carolina will sit at their desks during lunch, even while the total eclipse is taking place above them outside, and they'll watch it on their computers or on a television because the media told them to do so. I even had people call me asking if a lunar eclipse is dangerous to look at. And I said, only if you're standing on tiptoes at the edge of the Grand Canyon or something. But location, location, location. Here's what I choose for location. First of all, I kind of cheat. I watch where everybody else wants to go, and then I kind of pick from there. But the climate of a given locale. Climate's very important because climate, again, though, as I was proven in Patagonia, climate's what you expect and weather is what you get. I had probably very little chance of seeing the eclipse in 2010 because of the weather system in Patagonia, but it actually was one of the best days in 10 years, the locals told me. So, but you still give a lot of clout to the climate aspect. And then be on the lookout for short-term weather projections as eclipse day approaches, and be mobile. Get an RV. Be aware of your highway systems. Here's Jay Anderson provided a cloud cover, average cloud cover for August 21st. And again, you can see out by Oregon, the light blue parts into Wyoming, Idaho, much better weather prospects than, say, in the southeast. So just be aware of that. U.S. parks are a wonderful place to watch an eclipse, but be careful because once you're there, I have a feeling you're going to be there just due to the traffic, and it becomes an issue. Again, there's long stretches in Wyoming, Nebraska, and Missouri of highways that actually either stay within the path of totality or they actually parallel it. So be aware of your highway system. The interstate highway system was built for a reason, for mobility, and take advantage of that. Again, suggestions for total solar eclipse virgins. Those of you who have never seen one, note the time when you could first see the moon. That's called first contact. Look for the umbra. Watch, again, this is all here, and please make sure that you get your way to this presentation so you can prepare yourself with a year to go for what to look at. But again, as I approach the end, again, whatever I tell you might all go to nothing because my first eclipse, I became like a blathering idiot, and I dropped film. my camera got stuck, and finally I said, you know what, I'm just going to watch this thing. And that's what you do, just watch the thing. There's going to be plenty of people taking good pictures. You can always access those later on the net. Citizen Kate experiment, which Bob's going to talk about, that does use media. And those of you who teach, the kids are all about social media. You're going to find that very interesting because as a teacher also, I would love to see kids use technology that they're familiar with and apply it to good use. There's many, many Eclipse links. Again, I could put 10 pages of Eclipse links, but go to a search engine, type in Total Solar Eclipse 2017, and just watch what comes up. But these are some ones that I use all the time, and they're quite good. And again, don't worry about giving these now. You can get them off my presentation. So I want to thank everybody for being a great audience, and hope you got something out of this. Thank you.
All right, you can all hear me, I assume, and hopefully see me. So unlike many of the presenters here today, I am not a scientist. I'm a writer, and I guess I would say that I'm here to inject, if this is all right, I'll have to use it. I'm here to inject a little bit of the humanities into these proceedings. Because while next year's eclipse is certainly a teachable moment for science, it's also a teachable moment for history. And I hope that teachers, schools, museums, libraries will take advantage of next year's eclipse to help connect the present with the past. And that's what I've spent the last 4 years doing, working on this book, which I'll tell you more about in a few minutes. The book is about an eclipse that occurred 140 years ago that crossed the United States, that helped change this country and helped change the lives of some remarkable individuals. But first, before I talk about the book, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. I have been fascinated with eclipses for much of my life. I've seen 5 total eclipses in my adulthood, but my first eclipse was when I was a kid. It was March 7th of 1970. The moon's shadow that day raced up the eastern seaboard. Now, unfortunately, I was outside of the path of totality. I was in Philadelphia. But I remember that day vividly. I was 5 years old, and I remember the excitement of the day. I remember using a pinhole camera to watch the shrinking crescent sun. I remember being so afraid that I would go blind that I spent the entire day looking at the ground. But for me, this eclipse, and more so the total eclipses I've seen as an adult, and here I am in Australia in 2012, these eclipses for me, they're milestones in my life. They're sort of like birthdays or anniversaries, but even more powerful. Whenever I stand in the moon's shadow, I think back on previous times that I've done that and who I was back then and what was going on in my life. And I would argue that what's true for me as an individual is true for this country as well. That whenever the moon's shadow crosses the U.S., it's a time to reflect back on how we've evolved as a country and what our country was like the last time or 5 times ago when the moon's shadow visited these shores. July 20th of 1963, which I hadn't realized until I just saw Charles's slide. I guess that was the same Saros as 2017. Is that right? Someone could do the math. But so in 1963, totality crossed Alaska and Maine in terms of the U.S. John F. Kennedy was in the White House. The Beatles were new on the radio. June 8th of 1918, the moon's shadow traversed the country diagonally from Washington State to Florida. Whoops, there we go. Woodrow Wilson was president. World War I was nearing its end. There were no radio stations at that time, but Americans enjoyed the music of Irving Berlin and Al Jolson. May 28th of 1900, that was the age of ragtime. The moon's shadow ran up from Louisiana to Virginia. President McKinley enjoyed totality at 8:53 in the morning. He was on a boat off of Newport News. Alexander Graham Bell was there that day, too. Well, suffice it to say, Americans have been fascinated with eclipses as long as America has existed. And each of these historical eclipses, this one is from August of 1869, each of these eclipses presents an opportunity for education, for class projects and museum exhibits, especially for communities that are in the path of totality next year. It's a chance to ask, what was life like 50 or 100 or 200 years ago for the people who were there then, and how did they experience totality? For instance, if we take the 1869 eclipse, you'll see the path of totality crossed Illinois. Actually, I think St. Louis, there's St. Louis. It didn't cross Carbondale. Carbondale was outside of the path of totality in 1869, but it did cross central Illinois. And so if you want to know, well, what did people experience then? Well, it's very easy these days to do historical research, at least basic historical research, because a lot of old newspapers have been digitized. They're available online. So just a few days ago, I clicked over to the Illinois Digital Newspaper collections, and I just searched in the search box on eclipse for August of 1869, and several things popped up, including this article from the Cairo Evening Bulletin describing what totality was like in 1869. And let me just read you a few excerpts from that article. And these are some actual images from the eclipse that year. Cameras weren't as good as they are today. A special reporter for the Bulletin arrived at Effingham, Illinois in ample time to witness the great marvel of the age, which at that city lasted for 2 minutes and 34 seconds. An old gentleman over 70 years of age and one of the earliest pioneers of Illinois insisted that there would be no eclipse because he said it was impossible for any person to foretell such things. There's a vast difference between a partial eclipse and the totality itself. It's almost as different as day from night, and the previous witnessing of a partial eclipse utterly fails to prepare the mind for the grandeur of the scene. It requires no stretch of the imagination to believe the world and all it contained stood silent and abashed before the Almighty, who had thus blotted the sun from our vision. Now, if you read accounts from the 19th century, a lot of them have religious aspects to the experience of totality. And one of the most famous accounts from that era came from the pen of this man, James Fenimore Cooper, most famous for his novel Last of the Mohicans. He experienced totality in 1806 in his hometown of Cooperstown, New York. He was 17 years old, and many years later, he wrote up his memories of that day. Women stood in the open street near me with streaming eyes and clasped hands, he wrote, and sobs were audible in different directions. Never have I beheld any spectacle which so plainly manifested the majesty of the Creator or so forcibly taught the lesson of humility to man as a total eclipse of the sun. Now, I dare say that every total eclipse has good stories to tell, and America has seen about 24 of them, 24 total eclipses since 1776. Now, the one that's been my obsession for the last few years, and unfortunately I think the battery's running low, but this one here with the hashed line, that's the eclipse that I write about in my book. And here it is again. There's the path of totality. The date was July 29th, 1878, and the path of totality ran right down the American frontier, Montana to Texas. Now, this was a fascinating time in American history. The Transcontinental Railroad had been completed just a decade earlier, opening up the region to settlement and sparking brutal conflict between settlers and the native inhabitants. And just 2 years before the eclipse, the United States had celebrated its 100th birthday. We were an adolescent country. We were just starting to mature. Now, at that time, Europe was the clear center of Western civilization. That's where respectable literature and music and art came from. And Europe led the world in science. In fact, Europe led the world in chasing eclipses. This period, the mid to late 19th century, has been called the golden age of eclipse expeditions, because it was a time when astronomers were just starting to unravel the mysteries of the sun, and there were certain studies that they could do only during a totality. So whenever an eclipse path was plotted out somewhere on the Earth, such as this one, which crossed India in 1871, astronomers took their equipment and they headed off to sit in the path of totality. They would hope that clouds didn't show up, and they would then frantically conduct their observations in those 2 or 3 minutes of midday darkness. This is a British team in India in 1871. Now, the United States was involved in this. The U.S. did launch eclipse expeditions too, but the Europeans were the clear leaders. Until, that is, 1878, when totality was set to visit our own backyard. And here was America's chance to shine, or it was an opportunity for us to slip up and embarrass ourselves on the world stage. But if all went well, it would be a chance for us to show what we were capable of as a scientific nation. And so the eclipse was a big national undertaking. The U.S. government printed up instructions for observing the eclipse, how to view it safely, and how to collect information that could help astronomers. It was an early form, essentially, of crowdsourcing, getting the citizen scientists involved. Federal scientists asked people who were artistically inclined to sketch the corona and submit their observations, their drawings, to Washington. So the instructions included a template you could use, and then it had an example of what a useful drawing would look like. You could trace out the inner and outer corona. Meanwhile, professional astronomers were dispatched to the frontier to meet the moon's shadow. This was an eclipse camp in Wyoming, and you can see these telescopes sticking out of a temporary structure that's been built up there. This is right next to the Transcontinental Railway. South of there in Colorado, another naval observatory team set up its telescopes on the roof of a hotel in a gold mining town in the Rockies. And Denver was also in the path, and that's where a team from Princeton set up camp for a month in preparing for the eclipse. There was another notable group of academic astronomers who were in Denver. This is the Vassar College eclipse party. It was the only all-female eclipse expedition, and it was headed by America's most famous female scientist of the era, this woman here. Her name was Maria Mitchell. Now, Maria Mitchell is worth a book all by herself, and in fact, there are several books about her, and I write extensively about her in my book. She was not only a respected astronomer, but she was a staunch advocate for women's rights and opening up science to women. And for her, the Vassar College Eclipse Expedition was not only a science expedition, it was also a kind of political theater. It was a chance to show the public, a skeptical public, that women could be scientists. And she did help open doors to future generations of women getting involved. There were a lot of other fascinating characters who were out on the frontier in 1878. A bunch of them observed the eclipse north of Denver in Rawlins, Wyoming, a rough-and-tumble railroad town right next to the Transcontinental Railway. And let me just mention a few of these esteemed individuals here. If we'll zoom in here on the right. Now, far on the right, can someone bring up another laser pointer? Mine is dying. I think Bob had one. But if we look far on the right, the gentleman there, that's Norman Lockyer. He was a British astronomer who actually, thank you very much. Middle button, all right. Perfect. So Norman Lockyer is the man who discovered helium. He discovered helium in the sun before it was ever found on Earth. On the far left, that large gentleman there, his name is James Craig Watson. He was an esteemed planet hunter. He was especially good at finding asteroids, and back then asteroids were considered minor planets. Well, he came to Wyoming searching for a major planet. He came looking for a hypothetical world called Vulcan, which was believed to circle very close to the sun. And because it was so close to the sun, you'd never see it at night. It would never be up in the sky at night. The only time, pretty much, that you would ever be able to see it would be during a total solar eclipse. So he came out here specifically looking for Vulcan. But the most famous person of all is the second person from the right. Now, some of you probably know who it is. Anybody recognize that man? Thomas Edison. That is a young Thomas Edison, 31 years old, but he was already a worldwide celebrity due to a recent invention, the phonograph. And now this was a period when Edison was ridiculously productive and creative. He was dreaming up strange and wonderful inventions. A recent one was the aerophone, an enormous loudspeaker that he suggested could be installed in lighthouses to shout warnings to ships. There was the phonomotor, which used the power of the voice to turn a wheel. And there was this called the thermometer. It was an extremely sensitive electric thermometer that Edison claimed could measure changes in temperature as small as 1/1,000,000th of a degree Fahrenheit. Well, astronomers were keen to get their hands on one of these and to use it during the eclipse to point it at the solar corona, which at that time was a great mystery. And scientists wanted to see if it didn't just give off light, but it also gave off some heat. Well, Edison decided he would come along to the eclipse himself and do the experiment as a way to show that he wasn't just some tinkerer, he wasn't just an inventor, but he was a serious scientist. Well, these were not the most serious of surroundings, however. This was the Wild West, and Edison, the best he could do, he set up his equipment in this shed here. I'll zoom in. You can see this is a telescope that Edison had connected his thermometer to, and Edison was in here for the eclipse. That's a hen house that he retrofitted to be his observatory. Well, as the big day approached, public excitement about the eclipse grew across the country. Here's the Chicago Tribune from a week before, offering a map of the path of totality, some diagrams. There's even a star chart showing what you will see in the sky at totality. Chicago was not in the path of totality, but just like today, there were eclipse tours you could take. Go off to Colorado, see the eclipse and the mountains. And a lot of eclipse tourists found their way to Denver. And this should be a lesson for Carbondale. Denver was just overrun with tourists. The hotels ran out of rooms, so guests were left to sleep on cots in hotel parlors and dining rooms. One gentleman supposedly ended up sleeping on a billiard table. The public procured eclipse glasses. Now, there were no mass-produced glasses with Mylar lenses back then, but newsboys took shards of glass and smoked them over open flames, or they took colored glass, here's some blue glass, and the kinds of cries you could hear on the streets. Here's your colored glass for seeing the eclipse. And this is verbatim from a news report. Genuine French imported Mazarine blue, London smoke and bottle green, 3 kinds, 3 cents each or 2 for $5. Well, I don't have time to tell you the whole rest of the story, but suffice it to say it has a happy ending. Eclipse Day was gloriously clear all along the path of totality. The corona that year was spectacular. People drew in the corona. This is actually a drawing by Wyoming's territorial governor of what he saw that day. And I love this watercolor that was done by a mathematician who was part of one of the eclipse teams. The headlines were great results, most important observations ever made. It was a grand day for America. We really did show that we could take on those Europeans in observing eclipses. Now, there's a lot more I could say about the eclipse of 1878, but I don't have time. How did things work out for the women of Vassar? Did Professor Watson find the planet Vulcan? Whatever happened to the thermometer that Edison had? And I should note, the very day after Edison returned to New Jersey from the eclipse, he started work on a new project. But if you want to know how the eclipse helped inspire Edison's light bulb, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until my book is out. So, with that, I will leave it there. But feel free to tap me on the shoulder or send me an email. If anyone's interested in doing something historical and I can help point you toward resources, let me know. And thank you to the gentleman who,
Thanks. Thanks, David. That was really nice. Any questions for David? We have time for one. Okay. Rick.
What specifically inspired you to write about this eclipse? How had you come to understand that it was a worthwhile subject?
Charles, I'll need that.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
The question was, how did I get interested in this eclipse? Well, briefly, I've been wanting to write a book on the eclipse of... a book about an eclipse to come out next year for 20 years. Since I've started chasing eclipses, I figured I want to write a book to get people excited about eclipses in time for the 2017 eclipse. And I just started looking at all the ones in U.S. history. And frankly, when I learned that Thomas Edison was in the Wild West right before he invented the light bulb to see a total eclipse, I was sold. And the more research I did, and I've spent days and days at the National Archives and Library of Congress going through all of the documentation that still exists from that eclipse, original telegrams and letters. It was a real trove of historical information that had never been mined. So I think it's a fascinating story, and I hope other people will too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay. I wanted to thank Mike Kay for inviting me to participate. I also wanted to thank Shadia and Bob for making this whole event happen. And I'm known in some circles as an astronomical cartoonist. I contributed this feature to Sky and Telescope for a 5-year period from 1997 until 2001. And I want to thank Rick Feinberg. And I would also like to thank the memory of Leif Robinson for making this happen. I did 54 of these over a 5-year period. And the whole purpose of my work, I think a lot of people don't understand what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to employ a visual medium for visual explanations of visual phenomena, and astronomy being a very visual subject. I find that most of the literature that's out there is real wordy and real heavy on verbal descriptions to try to paint a visual picture, and I'm just trying to use the premise that a picture is worth 1,000 words. The eclipse of 1970. I am also, like those of you in the audience who have not seen a total solar eclipse, I'm one of you. I'm not a member of the eclipse chaser community, at least not as yet. And I have been chasing an eclipse since this day in 1970. I just haven't caught one yet. And I'd like to clarify this point. I am an eclipse rookie. I am not an eclipse virgin. If anybody would like my rationale on how I arrive at that, please talk to me afterwards. It might not be appropriate for this presentation. I was 8 years old on that day, and I was standing. My mom made a little shoebox camera for me, and I didn't know how to work it, and she didn't know how to work it. So I'm standing out in the sun that day, a rare sunny day in March in Cleveland, Ohio, in 1970, and I'm holding the shoebox thinking that somehow I was supposed to look into it and somehow see something. I wasn't clear on the idea you had to point the thing at the sun. My mom didn't know. She didn't know anything about it. So I was really disappointed that day, and I went to... I was watching the news that night, and the news reporters that day said, if you miss today's eclipse, you'll have another chance. In the year 2017, ha 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 ha. So I can't describe to you what it's like to be a crestfallen little boy who missed the partial eclipse, right? And to be told I did the arithmetic then, and I discovered I would be 56 years old. Folks, I have literally been waiting my entire life. Just to paint a picture for you, this is the world, this is America of 1970, okay? I mean, the Jackson 5 had just released ABC at the time. The Brady Bunch was on. The eclipse was on a Saturday. The Brady Bunch was on the night before, on Friday night. The Beatles will break up in a couple of weeks, and within the next month would be Apollo 13 and Earth Day, and then a couple days after that into May was the Kent State shootings. So this is the world that we were living in, and in those days our perception of the 21st century was like this. Rick was very kind to let me do this. This was a little off topic for the January 2000 Skywise, but we were looking forward to space cities and flying cars and the lunar colonies and all of this sort of thing. Going to Mars was a given, and we would have long since done that. Anyway, the whole idea of the 21st century in 2017 was just so remote. And I've been counting them down ever since. So the subject of, I'd like to just, if I could just preach to the choir for a minute on the subject of eclipse cluelessness, okay? And I'd also like to talk about some other things. As we all know, people have no idea what's coming. I mean, I talk to friends, family, total strangers. I was talking to the GoDaddy tech support person in Iowa, She has an 8-year-old son. No clue, no idea this is coming. There is just a complete vacuum of eclipse awareness at this point. A lot of you know Joe Rayo. He's a New York City weatherman and a well-known eclipse chaser. And he just posted something on our email loop this week where he's expecting that in the short weeks leading up to the 2017 eclipse, everybody's going to hear about it. It's going to be on par with the Apollo 11 moon landing. And he says, no question that on August 21st, 2017, virtually every American will suddenly become eclipse conscious. Well, in the meantime, I'm trying to tell people about it, and I'm getting nowhere. It's frustrating to me, and I'm trying to get across the idea that this is significant, this is meaningful, this is important, and this is kind of what I'm running into. I have a website called AmericanEclipseUSA.com, and I have an accompanying Facebook page. And if all of you click like on my page, you'll probably double the number of likes on my page. So feel free to do so. But I try to cash in on social media and use some of the snarky memes that are out there to try to get across the idea. Let me just say that my recollection of 1970 is it was well enough promoted. I knew about it ahead of time. It seemed like everybody in 1970 understood the significance of the eclipse. They knew it was a big deal whether they were traveling or not. The freeways weren't mostly built in those days, so travel was harder than it is today. It was the Apollo era, and everybody was aware of such things. In 1991, I remember clearly, I was 30 at the time. The story had broken big. I was new in amateur astronomy at that point. My cousin was a Marine at Camp Pendleton in San Diego, and he says, hey, why don't you catch a flight and we'll cross the border and go down and see the eclipse. He called me back to say that the news was that the Mexican authorities were prohibiting anybody from crossing the border who did not have previous arrangements, reservations. So I missed that. I missed the big one, and I really didn't know at the time, I didn't appreciate that really was a big one, and I was never going to get to see another one like that for the rest of my life. And I was like, I wish I would have known more about this. These are my frustrations, folks, because I'm just a member of the American public who happened to stumble into astronomy. I don't have any pre-existing involvement, at least not prior to that time. 1979. Was there an eclipse in 1979? Because I didn't hear about it. I was watching TV all the time. I was looking up, that was the era of Mork and Mindy and WKRP. I watched those shows every week. I watched the evening news every night, and maybe I missed it on February 26th, but I did not hear anything about an eclipse in 79. And until I was over 30 years old, I was under the impression from that day when I was 8 that you would go from 1970 to 2017. So this is a really, really bad problem. The next year after that eclipse was Carl Sagan's Cosmos. That was well promoted, well in advance. And I knew all about that, and I was anxiously looking forward to that. There was more promotion for Cosmos than there was for the eclipse. And frankly, I think that's pretty pathetic. I would have liked to have known. So anyway, this is my answer to that. I know some of you are in the media, and I know most people have told me, now don't worry, Jay, just calm down, we'll get to it. Well, okay, it'd be nice if we could get some kind of advanced publicity. I'm hoping that maybe TV weather, meteorologists could maybe just say a countdown, take the last 5 seconds of their broadcast when they usually banter with the anchor person and just say, hey, yeah, there's going to be an eclipse coming in 440 days. If you give it 5 seconds, then people will at least hear eclipse. It'll be out there. How about an eclipse miniseries? We just saw David's awesome presentation, and we saw Charles before that. There's a lot to say. I think you could get a 6-part miniseries out of an eclipse, and I think this current season that we're in would be ideal, except I'm not under the impression that anybody's producing such a caption or such an event. So anyway, inspiration. I'm told from all of you folks who've all seen them that it's this great, wonderful, life-changing, epiphany that you have when you see an eclipse and suddenly you understand and, the veil is lifted. Well, I want everybody to have that experience. I was blessed with the good fortune of having some inspiration in my life. As a child in the 1960s, I was totally excited about the Apollo program. And the highlight of my childhood was when I took a Florida vacation with my grandmother in July of 1969, and I wanted to get the Seaquarium and all that out of the way so that we could get to Cape Kennedy, which is what it was at the time. Here's my Grandma Florence and me, and at this point we were in Kentucky. We were heading to Florida. We went to the John F. Kennedy Space Center, and I could do a whole talk just on this one experience. It was the highlight of my childhood. This is the VAB, and this was my recollection of it, that it was in the middle of a dry, dusty plain. When I went back there and I saw there's this whole complex built up around it, it blew my mind. You can see that in the open doors, there is a gantry for Apollo 12, which was currently under construction. If you can see the little slit, if if I can get my pointer. This little slit right here, this is like a 10-story building or something. I mean, it's unbelievable. They let us all, you figure it's the height of the Cold War, right? We're in the space race. We're trying to beat the Russians to the moon. And they just let us walk right on in. And what we saw in there, what I saw with my own eyes, but they would not let us photograph, was this is Apollo 13. This is an Apollo 13 NASA photo. I'm assuming that this section here is where Apollo 12 had sat, but the two of them were side by side. And they told us it was Apollos 12 and 13, which, hadn't happened yet. And I was just blown away, and I pondered later that my eyes actually beheld the actual craft that exploded en route to the moon. Here's me standing in front of one of the crawlers. I'm spreading my arms to try to get across the idea that this thing is really big, because it was really big. I assume this was the pad that launched Apollo 13. This moment was the highlight of my childhood, because I didn't take any other vacations as a kid. This is Apollo 11 on the pad. Not a great picture of Apollo 11, but not everybody has family photos of Apollo 11, so I'm grateful for that. I believe that the 2017 eclipse can do the same for today's kids. And I would just like to, I know a lot of folks here are with NASA, and I would just like to just comment, if I can, briefly. I've seen very little, speaking strictly as a member of the public, outside of the eclipse community, I've seen very little from NASA about this eclipse. I've seen Ernie Wright's awesome videos, and they are truly excellent. I've had friends at Glenn Research Center at Cleveland, Ohio, who have told me that, well, you see, Jay, that's not NASA's mission. We're not here to talk about eclipses. We're here to do scientific research. But I'm thinking, there's all of these programs for STEM, promoting STEM education with kids and all this citizen science. I know they have these programs. I know I didn't make this up. So my answer would be, if not NASA, then who? Who's supposed to be talking about this eclipse? We keep hearing about Mars. Mars is all in the media. I mean, Mars has been in the perennial subject in the media since Apollo. I can remember the days when they said, in the future, we will put a man on the moon by 1983. Well, that didn't work out. The date keeps, it's almost like fusion, It's always 20 years in the future from any given time. I've heard that Director Ron Howard is working with NASA to produce a 6-part miniseries about the mission to Mars with National Geographic. And hey, why not get Hollywood clout behind this eclipse, Then all of a sudden we'll have instant awareness. Pam Wickham, this was just this week. I was just changing my presentation at the last minute. She's a VP with Raytheon, and she says the U.S. is failing when it comes to inspiring and preparing our teenagers to take on STEM careers, that we rank 25th in math among industrialized nations. Well, how are we supposed to go to Mars if that's where it's at? I mean, we're going to have to outsource our space program at that point if that's the case. I really believe this, and I would just like to entreat and encourage NASA, please, and I understand you're on the program. I'm looking forward to hearing some more later. But I think it would be concurrent with NASA's mission to really get behind this eclipse at the highest levels of NASA and just really promote this thing and just let's get young people, especially I have a real vision for kids in the inner city. They're never going to travel the globe to see a total eclipse. This might be, their one chance to see an eclipse. So we can't just, kick the can down the road and say, well, wait till 24. We got to do it now. Anyway, I'm personally indebted to NASA, especially those of the Right Stuff era, and I'm looking forward to NASA doing something to inspire the 8-year-olds of 2017. This is my daughter, Florence. She's named after my grandmother, who took me to Florida, and I have fancied her as being a member of Generation Eclipse. There was a group of little kids coming into the center when we were walking in today, and I'm thinking, these kids are going to see 5 eclipses over the next 35 years, when I have seen 0 over the last 47, and they're going to be right here at home. And not only that, if they keep living, my daughter can hope to be a mom with kids of her own in 44 and 45 when those come, and she can hope to be a grandmother in 2078. And if she lives long enough, my daughter might live into the 22nd century, which boggles my mind. But she might, she might have a prospect of seeing the 2099 eclipse, which will happen very close to home for us. So, we almost out of time? Okay. Well, let me just move quickly. These are all of the eclipses. This is one thing that I'm doing. I'm doing these comic strips to try to just raise awareness. I got 3 of them in the can right now. I'm hoping to do 20 of them. I have copies on the table. Come see my booth afterwards. Let me just quickly move. Let's see how quick I can move through this subject. The moon's nodes. Okay, the moon's orbit is slightly tilted. The nodes are where it crosses the plane of the ecliptic, which is the plane of the Earth's orbit. Sometimes the new moon misses the sun by a wide amount and there is no eclipse, but other times it crosses the node, and that's when you have an eclipse. Here's a side view of the same thing. There are eclipse limits, and this is something that's not well known. A certain angular size away from the edges of the node, you will have an eclipse. And basically, when the moon is north of the ecliptic, you have eclipses which are visible in the north, and likewise south of the ecliptic, eclipses which are visible in the south. Eclipse seasons, there are times of the year when the moon is aligned with when the moon's nodes are aligned with the sun, and you have an eclipse, and then other times when you do not. Now, there is the regression of the nodes. The nodes move backwards. I have to move quick here, folks, but basically the moon's nodes move to the west, backwards through the ecliptic in an opposite direction to the sun's apparent motion. And it's almost 20 degrees a year. And over a period of time, starting from the bottom and moving up, we can see that the position of the nodes moves, a little less than 20 degrees every year. Okay, meanwhile, lunations, these are lunar months. From new moon to new moon, each new moon is about 29 degrees to the east from the previous new moon. There is an 11-day shortfall, however, because a lunar year is not the same as a solar year, and that's about 11 days. So the new moon at the end of a lunar year is almost 11 degrees to the west of the previous one. Okay, well, this shortfall accumulates over time. You can see that the new moons move less than 10 degrees, they move only about 10 degrees per year. Well, when you put them all together, you have 10 degrees to the west per year for the position of the new moon, but the nodes are moving almost twice as fast. So what happens is that the nodes will begin to overtake the position of the new moon. At the beginning of a particular cycle, you have a partial eclipse which would be visible in the Antarctic. The next year, the relative difference between the two means that the new moon is closer to the node, so that you have a central eclipse over the southern hemisphere. And then likewise, the next year it moves past the node to the northern hemisphere, and then another partial at the end. When you get to the end of that cycle, the next eclipse in that series will have then missed the ecliptic limits, and you will then it'll catch up with the previous new moon. So you will have it'll be even. The eclipse will occur even further to the east and even earlier on the calendar than it did the previous year. Well, you end up with this kind of thing. You end up with this stepwise progression of. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm out of time. So I can talk about this more later if anybody would like to talk. So thank you very much.
Okay. Is it possible to bring the lights down a little bit? Because I'd rather you saw what was on the screen rather than me. Well, my topic is glorious totality. It's difficult to try to express what viewing a total solar eclipse is like to someone who hasn't seen one. But I continuously try to do that very thing. But the goal here is to try to give you a little bit of an inkling of what it's like to see a total eclipse through both images and some video, and especially the audio in some of the clips. But totality. We throw that word around. What exactly is totality? Well, it's a quality of state of being total or complete. And in the case of eclipses, it's the phase of an eclipse during which it is total. That is, the moon completely blocks the surface of the sun. And wonderful things happen during that period of time. Of course, all solar eclipses can only occur during the new moon phase, when the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. And at that time, the moon's two shadows can sweep across the Earth's surface. The penumbral shadow is a partial shadow. If you're located any place in that partial zone, which is quite large, it's a continent size in dimensions, you'll see some phase of a partial eclipse. But the total eclipse can only be seen from the inner umbral shadow, the dark complete shadow. And that's typically quite small, on average around 100 miles in diameter. And as the moon orbits the Earth during the eclipse, that shadow sweeps across the Earth's surface and carves out what we call the path of totality. You've got to be in that narrow path to see the total phase of the eclipse. And here's a little cartoon, very schematic, of the 2017 eclipse, just to give you an idea of what's going on. So the umbral shadow is quite large, but the umbral shadow is just this small little black spot crossing the U.S., only about 70 miles wide during the 2017 eclipse. This is sort of a time lapse of an eclipse in 1999, starting off with the partial phases. Totality begins with the diamond ring. You see the corona for only a few brief minutes, and then the partial phases. So a typical eclipse may last 2.5 hours, but only 1 or 2 or 3 minutes of that is the total phase, totality. So it's only a very small segment of the entire eclipse. And of course, during that period, that's when we see the sun's outer atmosphere, this glorious halo of superheated plasmas that have this twisted appearance due to the magnetic fields of the sun, warping this gas into these delicate streamers and helmets, constantly changing from eclipse to eclipse. It's unlike, in spite of all the photographs you see, nothing compares to seeing it with your own eyes, whether you're using the naked eye or a pair of binoculars or a spotting scope. It is just incredible. Well, we don't have an eclipse every new moon because the moon's orbit is tilted to the plane of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So during most new moons, the moon shadow passes above the plane of the Earth and misses us, or it passes below the plane of the Earth and misses us. But at least twice a year, some portion of the moon shadow strikes the Earth, most typically the penumbral shadow, giving us a partial eclipse in some location. But every 12 to 24 months, the moon's umbral shadow hits the Earth, and we get a total eclipse. Now, there's a third type of an eclipse I need to mention, and that's the annular eclipse. In that case, the moon's umbral shadow isn't long enough to reach the surface of the Earth, and we get this sort of inverted shadow here called the antumbra. And as that sweeps across the Earth's surface, it carves out a similar path, but this time it's called the path of annularity. What does an annular eclipse look like? It leaves a ring of sunlight around the edge of the moon. And this is through a very heavily filtered telescope. An annular eclipse is much more similar to a partial eclipse than it is a total eclipse, because you don't see the corona, you don't get the dramatic fall in light levels or any of the other phenomena that occur during a total eclipse. So annular eclipses are much less interesting from that sense. This is one of the most recent annular eclipses that took place, visible through the U.S. This was from New Mexico, and this is right after the annular phase as the sun is about to set in the west in New Mexico. And annulars are interesting, but they're not spectacular. I like to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, a partial eclipse in terms of drama and spectacle and interest, a partial eclipse is maybe a 3, an annular is about a 7, and a total eclipse is 10 million. It is so far off a scale of 1 to 10, you cannot compare it. Now, why do we have annulars and total eclipses? It's because the moon's orbit is elliptical, so its apparent distance from the Earth changes as it orbits around our planet. And if you happen to get an eclipse during a new moon when the moon is near the apogee part of its path, its most distant part of its path around the Earth, then you end up with an annular eclipse because the moon appears a little smaller than the sun. On the other hand, if the eclipse happens to occur during the part of the orbit near perigee, its closest point to the Earth, then the moon appears larger than the sun, and you get a total eclipse. The Earth's orbit is also elliptical around the sun, so that plays a smaller part in it, whether you're closer or further away. But the dominant thing here is the moon's orbit, how close it is to the Earth, as to whether it appears larger or smaller than the sun to produce either a total or an annular eclipse. If we look at 5,000 years of eclipses from 2000 BCE to 3000 AD, how often do these different types of eclipses take place? Well, about 35% of all solar eclipses are partial eclipses. About 33% are annular, and just a little over a quarter of them are total eclipses. And then there's a little leftover chunk of about 5% that's an odd character called a hybrid eclipse. And hybrid eclipses happen to be combinations of total and annular. As you follow that path of totality across the Earth, parts of that path are annular and parts of it are total, simply due to the fact that different points on the Earth's surface are further away from the sun or closer to the sun, bringing it through the vertex of that shadow. So you're either in the umbral shadow or the antumbral shadow, depending on where you are along that eclipse path. But totality is what we're talking about. Totality is what we want when you get that opportunity to see the sun's spectacular corona. Now, it wasn't very long ago that astronomers had no idea about the corona's existence. We only have to go back into the first half of the 19th century in the 1800s when astronomers had no clue about what a total eclipse was all about. There hadn't been a total eclipse in Europe since a century earlier, in the early 1700s. And there were some cryptic writings about it, but nothing in very much detail about what the experience of totality was like. One example, this is the path of the 1842 eclipse, which really changed eclipses and put them on the map. The path went through Spain, northern Italy, and into Russia. So a number of astronomers of the day thought, let's go and make observations of this eclipse, find out what we can learn, in particular about the moon's orbit at that time. But there's one astronomer I want to highlight, Francis Baily, who was actually a stockbroker and actuary. Back in the early 19th century, astronomy was done primarily by white men of privilege. If you had the money to dabble in these things as a hobby outside your general practice or career, that's how science was done back then. There weren't no professional astronomers or professional scientists for the most part. But Baily traveled to northern Italy to observe this eclipse, and I think some of his observations are important to keep in mind as we think about going to see an eclipse. I'd like to read a transcript of some of the things he said about that eclipse. He was set up by himself watching the eclipse in a quartered-off area of a university that he was visiting. And when totality began, he says, "When I was astonished by a tremendous burst of applause from the streets below, and at the same moment was electrified at the sight of one of the most brilliant and splendid phenomena that can well be imagined. For at that instant, the dark body of the moon was suddenly surrounded by a corona, a kind of bright glory, similar in shape and relative magnitude to that which painters draw around the heads of saints. When the total obscuration took place, which was instantaneous, there was a universal shout from every observer. I had indeed anticipated the appearance of a luminous circle around the moon during the time of total obscurity, but I did not expect from any of the accounts preceding eclipses that I had read to witness so magnificent an exhibition as to which took place. It riveted my attention so effectively that I quite lost sight of the string of beads, which, however, were not completely closed when this phenomena first appeared. Splendid and astonishing, however, as this remarkable phenomenon really was, and although it could not fail to catch forth the admiration and applause of every beholder, yet I must confess that there was at the same time something in its singular and wonderful appearance that was appalling. I can readily imagine that uncivilized nations may occasionally have become alarmed and terrified at such an object, more especially in times when the true cause and occurrence may not have been faintly understood, and the appearance and phenomena itself wholly unexpected." So this took Baily completely by surprise. the spectacular corona. A French astronomer, Francois Arago, traveled to the south of France to observe the eclipse himself, and again was taken by surprise at the event. And he said, when the sun, being reduced to a narrow filament, began to throw only a faint light on our horizon, a sort of uneasiness took possession of every breast. Each person felt an urgent desire to communicate his emotions to those around him. Then, following a hollow moan resembling that of a distant sea after a storm, which increased as the slender crescent diminished, at last the crescent disappeared. Darkness instantly followed, and this phase of the eclipse was marked by absolute silence. The magnificence of the phenomena had triumphed over the petulance of youth, over the levity affected by some of the spectators as indicative of mental superiority, over the noisy indifference usually professed by soldiers. A profound calm reigned over the air. The birds had ceased to sing. After a solemn expectation of 2 minutes, transports of joy, frenzied applauses, spontaneous, unanimously saluted the return of the solar rays. The sadness produced by feelings of an indifferent nature was now succeeded by a lively satisfaction which no one attempted to moderate or conceal. For the majesty of the public, the phenomena had come to a close. The remaining phases of the eclipse had no longer any attentive spectators beyond those devoted to the study of astronomy. So that's true today. After totality is over, you will forget about the partial phases that follow afterwards. You will be so elevated by seeing totality itself. Let me walk you through the stages of a total eclipse. All total eclipses begin with the partial phases that slowly progress over the course of typically an hour or an hour and 15 minutes. And during most of this time, without using any type of a telescope or filters, you would be unaware that any eclipse is taking place. That is until about 90% of the sun is covered by the moon. At that time, you start to notice a darkening of the sky. If you happen to be near any shade trees and you look at the dappled patches of sunlight passing through the fine apertures of the leaves, you see these crescents mimicking the eclipse projected all over the walls. The tree acts as a pinhole camera. If you're wearing a straw hat, even if you take your fingers and interlace them together and look at the shadows on the sidewalk, you see the same phenomena of this pinhole camera. And then in the last few seconds, the corona is revealed as the sky darkens in the celestial diamond ring effect. And even as the diamond ring shrinks, it breaks up into a series of bright beads of sunlight shining through the deepest valleys along the moon. Bailey's beads, Francis Bailey first described them in the 19th century. And the last bead winks out, and you're in totality. I'm going to show a sequence of 3 photographs here taken during the last about 20 seconds of an eclipse back in 2006 to illustrate how quickly the sky changes. This is about 20 seconds before totality. I'm pulling some filters off some cameras. This is just as totality, just a second or two before totality begins, and this is about 5 seconds later. It is very dramatic, very fast. You're plunged into this eerie twilight. It's not as dark as night, even though very often the media will describe it as that day turning into night. It's much more like the sky appears perhaps about 30 minutes after sunset, when you can first start picking out the brightest stars and the bright planets. But you are plunged into this twilight in 30 seconds, from bright sunlight to this twilight. So experientially, it's much more dramatic. And of course, staring up you in the sky is what some people have called the eye of God, this black disk of the moon surrounded by the sun's spectacular corona. This was an eclipse in China in 2008, where the sun was quite low in the sky, so it gave us a chance to shoot some eclipse selfies. We were shooting selfies with eclipses before we even knew that they were selfies. This is a time lapse where you can see the shadow of the moon moving from the right-hand side of the screen across the left. I'll show that just one more time. Again, it gives you an idea of how quickly the lighting changes during totality. Now, I think one of the greatest ways to share what seeing an eclipse is like is through video. Not so much the images themselves, but the soundtrack.
50 seconds. Shadow to the northwest.
See how dark it is now? Get ready to take a whole
30 seconds. 25. Corona.
Now there's Venus.
Venus.
Woo! Wow, I see the corona.
Bailey's beads. Totality.
Look to your camera, Jeff. There's a prominence at 3 o'clock. You might be able to see it if your eyes are better than mine, but I can't see it without my camera. You see it? The little pink thing? See Mercury?
30 seconds.
Look at the horizon. Look at the horizon.
25 seconds. Oh, look how bright it's getting. Look at the shape of the shadow cone.
Do you see it? See it? See that V over there?
15 seconds. Chromosphere. 10 seconds.
Oh, chromosphere. 5 o'clock. See that, Jeff? Oh my God! Here it comes.
Here it comes.
Here
Beads.
comes.
Bailey's beads.
Take pictures. Take pictures. Woohoo!
Woo!
A lot of excitement. And it's just about at this point that everybody there is saying, when's the next eclipse? Where are we going? The most recent eclipse I've been to was just a few months ago in Indonesia. This time, instead of camping out in a tent in the middle of the desert, I decided to ride on a cruise ship. Quite a nice way to watch an eclipse. But I wanted to share this video, again, to give you an experience of how quickly the sky darkens during totality.
Ombra's coming to the west.
Look how dark. Not gonna rain. Just the shadow of the moon.
Filters off.
Notice the horizon. You're getting that sunrise effect around the horizon.
To the prominence on the left. Prominence.
You get that effect because you're actually looking at the edge of the moon shadow to areas where it's not total.
What a prominence.
See the prominence?
Yeah. Mercury.
Yeah, got Mercury.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mercury too.
That's a killer prominence.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try. Oh, there's Mercury or Venus. Yeah.
I see something. Oh, it's a bright prominence.
We got more prominence.
Oh, more prominences.
It's coming out.
Coming out.
Now, my first eclipse experience was in 1963. I was 11 years old at the time, and I was in Long Island, New York, and there was a total eclipse that passed through Maine and Canada, and I managed to watch the partial phases. I was already an amateur astronomer in those days, and it sparked my interest in eclipses. I had a little golden book of stars, and I looked in there, and there was a map that showed me there was a total eclipse that was going to pass through the United States, through the east coast of the U.S. in 1970. So even at that point, I had that on my calendar because I thought, this is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience to see a total eclipse. I saw a partial, going to see the total in 1970, and I can check that off my list. So 1970, just got my driver's license, convinced my parents to let me drive 600 miles to get into the path of totality. I'd read Sky and Telescope, books on the eclipses. I was prepared. Get down to North Carolina, beautiful clear sky, even managed to get some photographs of the eclipse. But 2.5 minutes after of totality, when the eclipse ended, I said, this cannot be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I've got to see another one. There's one in Canada in 2 years. Going to go up to there. Was clouded out for that eclipse. And since then, I've traveled all over the world for eclipses, including Antarctica, and because very rarely do they come close home. You have to be able to travel to see these events, even though they occur every 1 to 2 years. They rarely come any place to home, except now we've got the Great America Eclipse of 2017 crossing 12 states from coast to coast, touching no other nation. And in fact, here in Carbondale, you have the luxury of having a second eclipse just 7 years later. Let's see, Carbondale is right over there. In fact, you're right near the point of greatest duration. And in 2024, a second total eclipse. This is really unusual and really rare. And in fact, the last total eclipse that occurred in the land of Lincoln was in 1869. The next one is in 2153. So to have two back-to-back within 7 years is remarkable. So you're in the right spot. I usually joke to the audience, if you're looking for some nice retirement property, buy some land in Carbondale. You don't have to travel anyplace. You get 2 eclipses for one. Anyway, I want to end my story with another quote. Mabel Loomis Todd was a famous eclipse chaser of the 18th century. Before the term eclipse chaser was even coined, her husband was a professional astronomer for the U.S. Naval Observatory, and they were some of the first people to travel around the globe in search of the path of totality to make observations during the eclipse. And Mabel, although she wasn't a professional astronomer, she was a gifted author. She wrote a wonderful popular book called Total Eclipses of the Sun. And she has a great quote. She says, "I doubt if the effect of witnessing a total eclipse ever quite passes away. The impression is singularly vivid and quieting for days and can never wholly last, is never wholly lost. A startling nearness of the gigantic forces of nature and their inconceivable operation seems to have been established. Personalities in towns, cities, and hates and jealousies, even mundane hopes, grow very small and very far away." I wish you all the clearest of skies on August 21st, 2017. Thank you.
My name is Michael Zeiler, and like Charles said, I operate the website greatamericaneclipse.com. I am, by profession, a cartographer. I work for the leading geographic information systems software company. And so by profession, I've been creating maps, and I actually write books about creating maps. That's my day job. My passion, my personal passion, of course, is chasing eclipses. And I've been chasing eclipses since 1991. About 7 years ago, I was planning on an expedition to the 2009 total solar eclipse. And at the time, I was traveling on a ship, and the existing maps didn't indicate the lines of latitude and longitude that I wanted to use with my GPS receiver so that I could position myself. So I decided to combine my professional skills with my interest and start making eclipse maps. I made a map for the cruise that I was on. I got an amazing reaction from this map. So I was encouraged by many people to continue making eclipse maps, and so I've been busy producing these maps ever since on two websites, actually. One is eclipse-maps.com and greatamericανeclipse.com. You can visit both sites. By the way, I get a lot of requests from people if they can use some of my maps from their websites for their educational outreach. So I'd like to grant everyone in this room blanket permission if you'd like to use a map for an educational purpose, for a non-commercial educational purpose. You have my permission to do so. Thank you. Okay, now I'm sure that every person who has seen a total solar eclipse got goosebumps when you watched Fred's and videos, because we relived the exciting moments of totality. It truly is an amazing phenomena to see, and it'll affect every part of your body. It truly is a peak life experience, and it's very difficult to take adequate photographs of the eclipse. In fact, no photograph can possibly capture the full majesty of the eclipse, but these images by Miloslav Druckmüller and also by Konstantinos Emanuelidis, I'm not sure if I pronounced that. These images are amazing because although they don't quite show exactly what you see, they pull out a lot of details. So it's a real treasure to see something like this in your life. And what do you need to find treasure? A treasure map. So eclipse maps are treasure maps. They're maps that guide you to the golden path of totality. What's interesting about this map is that you will see that not only does the partial phase of the eclipse span all of North America, but the partial phase of the eclipse touches 5 continents. It touches East Asia, North America, the northern part of South America, a bit of Africa, and a bit of Europe. So that's 5 continents. So the partial phase spans quite a wide range. But even though so many will see the partial phases, as Fred said, to see the 10 million instead of the 7 or the 3, you need to get inside that yellow path. So here is a detail of the eclipse path across America. And why are so many people calling this the Great American Eclipse? And why was I so lucky to snag the URL? Because the Great American Eclipse is accessible to so many Americans. It's not a particularly long eclipse. It's actually a bit on the short side, But the wonderful thing about this eclipse is so many people can reach it reasonably. It's the first total solar eclipse that's exclusive to the United States since the nation's founding in 1776. That's an interesting fact in itself. There was an eclipse nearly a century ago in 1918 that had a similar path across the country from the Pacific to the Atlantic, but it didn't have the distinction of being unique to the United States because it also passed over the Bahamas. It's the first coast-to-coast eclipse since 1918. These days, Americans have far more freedom to travel. It's far easier for us, for people to reach the path of totality. And I think, and I will be talking a little bit about this towards the end of the day, it's the first total eclipse in the social media era. And I think social media is going to be a huge driver of interest in this eclipse. I'll talk about that later at the end of the day. So I'm going to take you on a quick tour through the nation for both the 2017 and 2024 eclipse. First up is Oregon. Totality first visits the United States at a place called Yaquina Head at about 10:15 in the morning. After it touches the United States, it passes over the Willamette Valley. Many people are targeting this area. In the Willamette area, although many accommodations will be sold out in the Willamette Valley, people can stage themselves either in Portland, Oregon, or Eugene and easily access the eclipse path in time for the eclipse that morning. And inland from the Willamette Valley is Madras, Oregon. Madras, by the estimation of famed eclipse meteorologist Jay Anderson, has just about the very best weather prospects in the nation. A unique feature for observers in both the Willamette Valley and in Madras is that you will be in view of a prominent mountain called Mount Jefferson. And so an interesting sight from the Willamette Valley would be to see the Mount Jefferson enveloped in darkness shortly after the eclipse passes over you, or conversely, if you're in Madras, to see the eclipse darken the mountain right before it reaches you. Although if I were in either location, I would probably set up a time-lapse camera to really capture that, because in the excitement of the moment, your eyes are going to be drawn towards the eclipse itself. And the eclipse also passes through a scenic area in Central Oregon, John Day National Monument, very colorful sandstone layers. The only problem with John Day is that there's limited parking there. There's going to be a lot of people going there, but it's going to be congested. And then it crosses over the interstate northwest of Boise, Idaho. Boise similarly will be a good place to stage for the eclipse. Next up, the eclipse passes over Sun Valley, Idaho, and the Snake River Valley, which is an agricultural area around Idaho Falls and Rexburg. This is a fine location for eclipse travelers because there are many good local roads in this area. Also from the Snake River Valley, you will see the western side of the Grand Tetons. Similarly, you can see the spectacle of them darkening after the eclipse passes over you. The eclipse also touches the far southwest corner of Yellowstone, but I wouldn't expect to go there because there are no roads and there's many grizzly bears in the area. So the most scenic the most scenic spot along the entire eclipse path is clearly the Grand Tetons National Park. I myself seriously considered that as a venue, but there's a couple of issues with that spot, mainly that you have limited east-west mobility, which is very important for an eclipse chaser because it's such an exciting spectacle that if there's clouds in your local area, you want to hop in your car and either go east or west because you just have to see this event. So you're kind of trapped in the valley if you're in Jackson Hole. Next up is central and eastern Wyoming and the Nebraska Sandhills. This is a sweet spot for many eclipse chasers because it has a reasonably good duration. It has that good east-west mobility that eclipse chasers are looking for. So many people are targeting this area, so this will be a very popular area. Now, after passing through the American West, the eclipse starts reaching the Midwest. As you can see on the map, it grazes Kansas City. The northern half of Kansas City will be enveloped in totality, although the people in Kansas City would be wise to drive 30 miles or so north of the town to maximize their duration. It passes over Columbia, Missouri. Some friends will be there in Columbia. I know Angela is organizing a big observing party there. And here we come to Illinois. Obviously, it passes over Carbondale and Hopkinsville. I'll talk about significance because there's a little bit of a rivalry between Hopkinsville and Carbondale as far as, you know, who can claim the bragging rights for the longest eclipse. And the line is, it doesn't really matter. It's so close. It's a blink of an eye's difference between both. So they're both great spots, weather permitting. Okay, so then the eclipse ends, of course, in South Carolina. Passes over several sizable cities, Greenville, Columbia, and of course Charleston, North Carolina. It also passes over, before it reaches South Carolina, it passes over the Great Smokies National Park. One interesting thing about the Great Smokies National Park is that there are some elevated areas in the park where you can catch a view of the moon's shadow rushing over the landscape. So that might be an interesting location as well, if it's not smoky. Okay, now here's a quick map showing the intersection of the two eclipses. As Fred said, it's a remarkable thing for the people here. You're very lucky for this circumstance. So now I'm going to take you on a quick tour of the 2024 eclipse. The 2024 eclipse is more properly called the Great North American Eclipse because it passes over Mexico, the United States, and Canada. It first touches Mexico near Mazatlan. Mazatlan is a fairly large city, beautiful city to visit. It's fairly safe to fly to Mazatlan and view the eclipse from Mazatlan. The only caution is while Mazatlan itself is fairly safe, I wouldn't advise jumping into a rental car and driving into the interior of Mexico because this is a narco-trafficking country. So there would be some personal risk to do so. After the eclipse passes northern Mexico, it touches Texas and first enters the United States around Del Rio and Eagle something, I forget the name. Eagle Pass, okay. And it grazes San Antonio, and goes over Dallas, Texas. This will be a prime location for many eclipse chasers because of fairly good weather prospects in this area. By the way, I should mention that the longest duration of the 2024 eclipse is in Mexico, not too far from Mazatlan. But this is a fairly longer eclipse than the 2017 eclipse. The longest duration is a bit over 4 minutes for that eclipse versus 2 minutes and 41 seconds for the American eclipse. And then it passes over Carbondale, of course. And one thing I should also say that these maps that I'm showing you have never been shown or published before. You can't find them on my website because I produced these at the request of Fred Espenak and his co-author Mark Littman. And these maps will be appearing in a soon coming book on both the 2017 and 2024 eclipses by them. So be sure to buy that book when it comes out, and you'll have these beautiful maps in there. And then the eclipse passes over Ohio. And Jay Ryan, you get a second eclipse right over Cleveland, in fact. So you're a lucky guy. It goes over the Niagara Falls. And then starts to enter, goes over Maine and enters the maritime provinces of Canada. And then finishes over Newfoundland. Okay, so a question that people have is, how many people live within the path, and how long does it take to get to the path? To help answer this question, I developed a series of maps. And I did some sophisticated GIS analysis, and I won't bore you with the details, but the result is 12.2 million Americans live within the path of totality, and that's about 3.8% of the nation. So automatically, that many people will see the eclipse if they care to go outside and look. Within 100 miles, which is a fairly easy drive, 47 million people can access the eclipse. Likewise, within 200 miles of the eclipse, there are approximately 88 million people, just over a quarter of the nation. Again, this is why we're calling it the Great American Eclipse, because it's so accessible to so many. Most of the eclipses that we travel to as eclipse chasers are in very remote locations, but this is such an easy eclipse for so many. Within 300 miles, it's 127 million. Within 400 miles, now it's over half of the nation. So within 400 miles, that's the range that you could drive to the eclipse path. You could either spend the night in a hotel or something, or you could bring a tent and sleeping bag. There's going to be many temporary camping spots set up. So even if you can't make reservations, go and see the eclipse. You won't regret it. So this is a relatively easy 2-day trip, a one-night stayover in the path. 222 million Americans within 500 miles of the path, 2/3 of the nation. So again, this is a doable trip. And now over 80% of the nation is within 600 miles of the eclipse. Now we're over 90% of the nation within 700 miles of the eclipse. And practically all of the nation is within 800 miles of the eclipse. And 324 million within 900 miles of the eclipse. This is a page from the book that I just published that Charles mentioned. And this page people often, one of the most frequently asked questions is, where is the best place to see the eclipse? And my answer is there's plenty of great places to see the eclipse. So on this page, I listed 10 great places to see the eclipse and list the reasons why. Of course, Carbondale is on the list, as well as our friends in Hopkinsville, but some other choice locations to the west. This is a map of Illinois that I produced. You can see it in the poster display. And here is a detail of the map. I've also produced a detail map showing the durations for the different locations in southern Illinois. If anyone would like a digital copy of this map, just drop me an email. My email is simple. It's greatamericaneclipse@gmail.com. And before I said that there's just an eye blink's difference between Hopkinsville and Carbondale, and to be specific, these are the numbers. Within a range of 41 miles, the duration is within 1/100th of a second centered around Carbondale. Within a range of 153 miles, you can experience within 1/10 of the maximum duration. And within a range of 435 miles, which span parts of Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and Tennessee, you can experience over 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So there's a very long stretch where you can experience a very long duration. But human beings like superlatives, so I understand the interest in the Spotlight Carbondale. So I'm sure that many people will come visit this area. Okay, I'm almost done here. Here is a quick map of coming total solar eclipses over North America. As Jay Ryan mentioned earlier, we've got 5 coming up in the next 35 years and some after that as well. And I'd like to thank you very much. And please visit the website, say hi, and thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Okay, before lunch break, we have time for some questions for Michael. Okay. Hold on one second. For the benefit of our worldwide viewing audience, just tell us.
My question, just in 2024, what time does it go over Carbondale area? Is it supposed to be here?
I don't know the precise time. It would be in the, it would be mid-afternoon. Is it 3 o'clock? He'll go on his website right now. It's mid-afternoon.
While we're looking that up, any other questions? Here we go.
Chris Midden, can you simply explain why there is a difference in the point of greatest eclipse and greatest duration?
Yes. Well, that's a question that's better addressed to Fred Espenak. I think that's a better question for Fred, but I can answer it partly in this way, and I'll explain what the point of greatest eclipse is. The point of greatest eclipse is defined as if you visualize the shadow cone of the eclipse, it has an axis that goes right down the middle of it. And essentially it's defined as the point where the axis most closely intersects the center of the Earth. So that's the definition of the point of greatest eclipse, and that's near Hopkinsville. And that's... Yeah, but it's just an eye blink's difference. blink your eye and you lost out. So, and the point of longest eclipse, I personally don't have a good explanation of that. Try and ask Fred that question.
Okay, we're still working on the calculations here. Did you want Fred to expound on that, or do you want to go on to another question?
Me?
Yeah, you mentioned Fred.
If Fred would like to expound, sure.
I mean, it's 100th of a second. Who cares? The best place, by the way, to see the eclipse is where it's clear.
Yeah.
It's the overriding effect, where it's clear. I wish I could say where that is. The reason why greatest duration is a little bit different from greatest eclipse folds into the angle that the eclipse is passing, the profile of the moon, 3 or 4 other little effects that change that offset it from greatest eclipse to greatest duration. They're very small effects. And we don't know perfectly the profile of the moon's limb, too, so there's some uncertainty in that as well. But it's down below, probably well below a 1/10 of a second.
And we have a time for you.
So it's going to be at 3 p.m. Maximum eclipse. Yeah.
3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Okay. Any other question?
I'm wondering how often, since the 2017 and the 2024 is going to be crisscrossing over Carbondale, how often does that occur where more than one total eclipse crosses the path of the same area?
Oh, it actually happens more frequently than you think it would. If you recall that map that I had on just a couple of minutes ago that showed the hemisphere with all the passes, there's many crossings of eclipses. So it's not that rare. But within a 7-year span, it's somewhat rare for it to happen within 7 years. That's uncommon, but it's not unheard of. I can't quantify it really, but for example, right where I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and about 4 years ago, there was an annular total solar eclipse that went right over my home in New Mexico. In 2023, my home where I live gets visited by another annular eclipse. I live at a crossing of 2 annular eclipses, but I wish they were totals.
Thanks, Mike. We have time for one more question.
Thanks. Are the durations between 24 and 17 related to lunar apogee and perigee? Is that what that's all about? Or
absolutely.
That's the whole deal.
Absolutely.
Since that was a quick question, one more.
Given the availability of GIS information that's out there today and the fact that this one's going to be probably one of the most popularized eclipses, certainly in America, and social media is going to drive all that, I'm hearing numbers of expectation for like Carbondale, like 50,000 people. But is anyone looking at modeling this to look at traffic and stuff? I'm guessing. I mean, I know you're looking at experience, but I don't think the experience is not the same as what we've got coming up. And I'm wondering if it's not going to be many more people than that.
I can't, it's an unknown precisely how many people will come, but I think it's prudent to plan for the high side. And it certainly is going to be very, very significant. It will certainly tax the resources of the communities within the path. And it is very prudent for communities. I think that communities in the path will certainly sell out all their hotel rooms and Airbnb type of things. And I think it would also be wise for communities to set up local camping areas, temporary camping sites, and also plan for things like porta potties because there's going to be a need for that. The 2017 eclipse is in August, a perfect time to take your tent and sleeping bags and take your whole family to go see the eclipse. So I hope that happens as well. Through my website, I'm certainly going to be encouraging people to come to the path no matter what. Okay. All right, thank you.
We here at Carbondale, we are getting ready. We have most everything with committees and different things in place to pull off what I think will be a super showing of the eclipse. And we're all going to pray for good weather. But short of that, we're going to be ready with different learning venues going on, with different things to the public. There'll be entertainment, educational, you name it. We'll be ready for it. We're thrilled to death to have our various distinguished guests here, along with the public, everywhere from NASA to educators to other distinguished societies. But you're not here for me. What I'm going to do is introduce our 4 speakers. And we'll start with Fred, but I'll introduce each of you. I will ask them to spell their name. If you want specific information from them afterwards, certainly feel free to do so. What we'll do, though, is we'll do 5 minutes for each of them. I'll do all 4 together. Then we'll open it up for all your questions. So if you don't mind holding your questions until the end for all of them. So with that, I want to officially welcome you, and I want to welcome our first speaker. Fred Espenak is a retired astrophysicist from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. He maintains NASA's official eclipse website. He will share some eclipse basics with you and discuss the uniqueness of the 2017 eclipse. Fred. Just be sure to say and spell your name.
So my name is Fred Espenak, E-S-P-E-N-A-K. First off, I want to say how difficult a task this is to ask each one of us to speak for only 5 minutes and without audio-visual aids. And I've got 3 topics I want to hit, so I'm going to jump right into it. And the first one is, what is a total solar eclipse? A total solar eclipse is a solar eclipse in which the moon completely covers the sun's disk and hides it from view. There's a total solar eclipse at least once every 12 to 24 months. So they're not that rare if you look at it from that point of view. The rareness comes in the fact that you can only see the total solar eclipse from a very narrow tract that's only about 50 or 100 miles wide that spans the globe. It only covers perhaps 0.5% of the Earth's surface. So every year or two, only 0.5% of the Earth gets to see a total eclipse. So to see a total eclipse from any one spot, you'd have to wait on average of about 375 years. That's what makes them rare from any one location on Earth. What's it like to see a total eclipse? From inside this narrow path of totality where the sun is completely blocked by the moon, you're plunged into a very eerie twilight that looks like the sky perhaps about a half hour after sunset, when you can start picking out the brightest stars and planets. You also looking around the horizon, you see sort of a sunrise-sunset effect, the colors of dawn, as you're looking out the edge of the moon's shadow into areas that are still sunlit. But the most important feature of the total solar eclipse is that it blocks the sun's bright disk, so it reveals the outer atmosphere of the sun, the solar corona, which normally cannot be visible any other time except during a total eclipse. That corona is about 1 to 2 million degrees. The local temperature during the totality can drop 5 to 10 degrees. You get a lot of reaction from animals. Flowers start closing up as if it was dusk. Birds start giving their morning songs or go back to roosting. I've seen cows heading back to the barn because they think it's sunset. So a lot of biological effects tied in with the solar eclipse. The uniqueness of next year's eclipse to Illinois and to the United States is that this is the first total solar eclipse that's been visible from the lower 48 states since 1979. That's a gap of 38 years. And yet here, right in Illinois, you have a second opportunity to see another total solar eclipse only 7 years from now in 2024. This is really unusual. You're very lucky. The last time a total solar eclipse was visible from the land of Lincoln was in 1869. So now you've got two of them in the span of 7 years. The next total solar eclipse after 2024 from Illinois will not be until 2153. So this is a really unique, wonderful opportunity for the U.S. as well as Illinois in particular. And I will stop right there and turn it over to the next speaker, to the next introduction. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shadia Habal. She has the privilege of being from Hawaii, so from Hawaii to Southern Illinois. That's an interesting trip, I'm sure. But she is an astronomer and faculty chair at the University of Hawaii, Hawaii's Institute of Astronomy. Dr. Habal will discuss the scientific value of an eclipse. Dr. Habal.
Thank you very much. I spell my last name H-A-B-B-A-L, and my first name is Shadia, S-H-A-D-I-A. So we have to think of the sun as our closest star. There is no other star in the universe that we can observe with these details. And we are fortunate that eclipses happen in such a way that we can actually discover that this star has an outer atmosphere that's just glorious. Now, you can say, well, what's the, other than beauty, what's the value? Well, think about it as it's really thanks to total solar eclipses that, one, we know there is a corona, and second, lots of discoveries about the universe were made from eclipses. One is the existence of the element of helium. The second, for example, is that there are elements that are highly ionized that have lost lots of their electrons. Iron is one of them. You can find nickel, you can find aluminum, you can find all the elements on Earth. So the value for the uniqueness for scientific endeavors in this day and age of space exploration is that it's the only observing opportunity that allows us to see the sun or the outer atmosphere of the sun from the solar surface all the way out to several radii above the surface. At the moment, there is nothing in space or on the ground that has these capabilities. So you can really tailor your observations. You can think of an idea, and then you have time to explore it with new technology. That you cannot do if you have an instrument in space that's already running. You can't change the configuration. So what we do is we try to observe the sun in different wavelengths, in different parts of the spectrum, and you can really probe into the physics of the corona, to understand how the ions are changing their identity, what the distribution of their temperature is, how they're distributed throughout these different structures, which are a combination of magnetic fields and plasma, highly charged particles. So these are opportunities that at the moment only exist with total solar eclipses. And whatever we learn from this inner corona also tells us something about how the sun is, and it's whatever and all the particles it's spewing into space in what we call the solar wind is going to impact all the planets, but most importantly our own planet. And it impacts it not just from the radiation, but also from the interaction of its magnetic fields with the magnetic fields of the Earth. And one of the important fields of research has been what we now call space weather, where we try to predict or understand how can the sun impact the magnetic environment of the Earth and sometimes have a significant impact on all telecommunication satellites and other satellites to the extent that they can be destroyed. So all this research, you can think about it as the source is really, we need to understand the source of all these events at the sun, and the total solar eclipses are really the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention one very important project, which is called the Citizen Kate project that MetPen is heading. And this will take place they're preparing for 2017, where they have groups across the whole United States with identical telescopes looking at the corona, and then they will coordinate all these observations. Now it takes 90 minutes for the eclipse to cross across the United States, so each person will have their own data, and then the data will be combined together. So it's a fantastic experiment and also endeavor to get all the people, amateurs, students, professors, engaged in taking part in this cosmic event.
Good, thank you.
And Carbondale is one of the central sites.
Good, thank you. Were you having difficulty hearing? Is the audio? We need to go up. All right, well, we'll do what we can here to help you. Next is Angela Speck. She's the Director of Astronomy and Professor of Astrophysics at the University of Missouri. She will talk about the eclipse in relation to Southern Illinois and Missouri. Is this better on the audio? All right, so if you'd be so kind to speak right into the microphone.
I'm really loud anyway. So my name is Angela Speck, that's S-P-E-C-K, as you might expect it to be. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on in Missouri and Southern Illinois. The path of the total eclipse crosses the whole of Missouri and then across the bottom of Illinois. And this is such a great opportunity to engage with people and have people see just how amazing science can be. Many people have odd conceptions of what it means to be a scientist. I'm betting many people watching this don't think I look like a scientist. And so it's really an opportunity for us to reach out, and we want to be having events all the way along. So we've already heard about how the path crosses over Carbondale here. It crosses a huge swath across Missouri, and we want to have everybody on the path engaged, looking, doing science, but also just taking in the awe of it, seeing the effects that Fred talked about of animals and things like that. There's so much we can do. And that involves us reaching out to the public and to governmental groups. So there's two pieces of this. One is that we want educators ready. A lot of schools are going to be in session when this happens. So making it so that this is really a great educational opportunity for all the children across Southern Illinois and Missouri. And all the people that will come here as well. At the same time, we saw a talk this morning about how many people there are at different distances. And I'll just remind you of those numbers. There are 12 million people live on the path of totality total, but there are nearly 100 million live within 200 miles. So when you start looking at that, places in Southern Illinois and in Missouri are going to see a lot of people coming here. And we need to be prepared. We need to have the traffic people prepared. We need to have businesses prepared. And we also need to be ready with making it safe for people to watch this eclipse. So there's a lot of outreach that needs to happen, and working with all of the local governments as well as state governments, working with Department of Natural Resources in both states, and really making it so that this is easy for everybody to enjoy and get the most out of.
And our final speaker is Lou Mayo. He's a planetary scientist and program manager working for ADNET Systems at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. He also is a professor of astronomy at Marymount University, and he will tell you about NASA's plans for the eclipse. Lou?
Thank you. Lou Mayo, L-O-U, M-A-Y-O. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today, in the very short time I have, about NASA's plans for the eclipse, and I'll talk a little bit about eclipse safety and how you can view the eclipse without concern. NASA has a long history of bringing the excitement of science discovery to the public. In fact, NASA is arguably the agency leader in bringing science information to all areas of the public and to all populations. Our goal for the 2017 eclipse, quite simply, is to make the eclipse accessible to everyone in the country and to as many people internationally as possible. NASA, in order to do this, we're going to use our extensive NASA assets, our scientists, our space assets, so that people can not just see the eclipse, but see it through the eyes of NASA. See it from space, see it from the connections that can be made to other planets, other stars, and other star systems. We're using the eclipse, as we have so many times, using celestial events as hooks to excite the public, to get them engaged in science, to provide educators with the information they need to teach these things in the classroom, to provide museums with the resources they need. And so we have a really impressive network of internal NASA partners, such as the Night Sky Network, the NASA Museum Alliance, Space Grant, and other groups, as well as external partners that represent networks of special populations, professional populations, and informal education groups. So NASA plans to bring the eclipse to you, for example, through the auspices of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which is orbiting the moon. And our hope is, as we refine the ephemeris for this spacecraft, that it will be able to see the eclipse, the lunar shadow, from the lunar orbit as it touches the west coast of the United States, and then as it comes around again, see it again on the east coast. The International Space Station may be able to photograph the eclipse from low-altitude Earth orbit, and we're hoping as time gets closer that we'll again be able to refine its orbit to know exactly where it is and whether it'll be able to do this. And also the Discover spacecraft with the NASA EPIC camera will be photographing the eclipse from space. We will have scientist interviews, scientists who study the sun, who study the moon, who study planets, scientists who study Mars and work with the Curiosity rover, which can take pictures of an eclipse on Mars from Phobos, one of its 2 moons, as well as astrophysicists who will be talking about how astronomers discover planets around other star systems by watching the planets eclipse their stars. So there's an enormous variety of information and activities that NASA will be hosting. Challenges, observing challenges, citizen science programs, and do-it-yourself science to do things like measure the speed of the umbral shadow or calculate the distance to the moon. And we'll be bringing you along with us to look at the eclipse, and we'll be here in Carbondale on the day of the eclipse with NASA Edge, webcasting this through our megacast to broadcast groups around the country and around the world. So our hope is, basically we're saying let's see if we can touch 1 billion people with this eclipse, and we have some history in doing exactly that kind of thing. I want to say a word about eclipse safety, because I know that's a concern for a lot of people. Looking at the sun with protection of solar filters, either on a telescope or these solar glasses that you'll see here at the conference, is quite safe. These filters are ISO standards, and they have the right properties for infrared and ultraviolet and visible filtering. But probably the safest way to look at an eclipse is through a projection method, where you might use a pinhole and a piece of cardboard to project an image of the sun onto a piece of paper, or might construct a cardboard box that has a pinhole in it, so that you're not looking directly at the sun, but you're looking at an image cast of the sun. And if you can't do any of those, join our NASA webcast at eclipse2017.nasa.gov. We'll be showing you the eclipse from live streaming along the path of totality, from off the path of totality. You can see the partial phases of the eclipse, and with interviews for people showing their experiences of the eclipse through all of rural America, from Portland, Oregon, all the way down to Charleston, South Carolina. So it's going to be a fun ride. Thank you.
Just a couple quick words on the role that the university and the city of Carbondale will be playing in relation to the eclipse. I briefly mentioned it, but let me just elaborate a bit to state that there have been various committees, kind of town and gown committees, who have been, as well as the state, working to make sure we have basic things such as sanitation, generators, you name it, parking, making sure everything related to safety is number one and paramount. We've been meeting for at least a year, and we're, what, 13, 14 months out now, and we're continuing to meet pretty much on a weekly basis, some of us, others on a daily basis, depending accordingly. I wanted to say just a couple things. I wanted to acknowledge Bob Baer. Bob, give everyone a quick wave of the hand there. Bob is SIU's Mr. Eclipse, so any questions that you and the media have in the future, you pretty much direct them to Bob, and he's got the answers, and he knows all these folks up here as well, so he's got the national credential as well to get you the information that you may need. We also have our Dean of the College of Science here, Dr. Laurie Achenbach, as well as, she's waving there, as well as her Associate Dean Scott Ishman, who's also Mr. Eclipse as well. And they're the ones who are taking the lead for Carbondale on basically making sure all the educational things happen. And we've also got a team of folks who are, like I said, working on some of the infrastructure things to make sure there's entertainment, food, tickets, sponsors, all that good stuff. So it's a multifaceted approach that we're taking. It will truly take a village plus. If you ask how many people will be here at any one time, it's a bit of a guessing game. I've heard as low as 30,000, upwards of 56, yeah, but it's all all weather dependent. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it happens, and we're going to have to be very flexible and prepared to do. Because if it's cloudy on the West Coast, then there's going to be a whole lot of folks coming east to try to get that glimpse that they need, and I guess same thing here. So if it's cloudy here, I guess others will adjust accordingly, especially the serious folks such as these folks, not so much the casual observer. But anyway, the other thing I want to say is, and it was kind of alluded to a little bit, was the economic impact that it's going to have on all the regions, but we can specifically talk about the sweet spot here in Carbondale. Hotel rooms, restaurants, food beverage providers, all the wineries, bed and breakfast, very aware of this and making appropriate accommodations. We're also working with the various Chamber of Commerce and tourism units out of not only Williamson County, but we're going as far north as Jefferson County, which is Mount Vernon, and we could go much farther than that, actually, but there's only so much that we can do in attempting to coordinate things, but we think coordination is going to be huge in making the kind of impression that we want to make on folks who are coming in, because for a lot of folks, you got one chance to make an impression. Even though they're coming to see the eclipse, they're going to be coming looking at our campus as well as the city of Carbondale, and we want to make sure it is the very best. So please note we're working very hard on that, and you'll be getting more information as we roll things out. With that, I'm going to ask the four of these speakers to come join behind me, and that way we won't have to kind of up and down, and just be right here at the microphone. What we'll do is any questions that you have for these folks, come on up, Shalia. Please direct them. I'll call on you. We'll direct them to the microphone. Please let them know from what news agency you're from, and it will go for as long as is reasonable. And when it naturally dies out, feel free to talk to any of these folks individually as well afterwards. Yes. Any problems there? Good. Yeah, because the one thing about these folks is they love sharing, so you're not going to hurt for a good quote. And actually, if when one of you get a chance to speak, for the media folks who might not have heard everything you said quickly and trying to write things down, is there a website I know there's multiple, obviously, but if you could have a website where they could go to get the kind of some basic definitions and some statistics that may be helpful in their stories, if you could share maybe one or two with them that you find particularly helpful, they may find that beneficial as well. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and get started. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I know that there's a lot of concern in the community, and you're familiar with it as well, that this is all happening when the university will be beginning its academic semester, and the hotels will be filled up with people moving in for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sort of plan to address that?
Yes. No. I know you're looking for elaboration. Yes, it is. Initially, there was a committee that met because we set academic calendars 3 and 4 years out, believe it or not. It was initially decided that school would go on at the time. The decision was made 3 or 4 years ago, but that was with the information that was available at that time. Since that time, we've obviously had much more information, and projections have been adjusted upward. And there are some procedures that I have to go through in consulting with faculty and different constituency groups, but we will be doing that fairly quickly to see if we would like to revisit that decision. And if I were to look at my crystal ball, I would suggest there's a strong possibility that some adjustments would be made to accommodate, but because you can't have 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 new students coming in, 30,000 guests minimally, and expect to do justice to both groups. But and that'll be the argument that I'll put forward. But yes, we are clearly looking at that, and the folks from the city, and as well as other venues, have made known their concern, and we're going to respond. All right, next. There's a question. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Shay. I'm with the Marion Daily Republican. Like you said, there's anywhere between 30,000 and possibly even 60,000 people are going to be coming to the Carbondale area and to surrounding counties as well. So I guess my question is, for those, say, in Williamson County who don't want to drive over to Carbondale amid the mob of people, how wide is the area of totality? Like, do people still be in Williamson County, say, be able to stay home to observe
How far?
the eclipse?
Okay, Fred, go ahead.
The eclipse path in Illinois is about 71 miles wide. So really the southern quarter of the state, I think, you'd have to consult a map, but it's a fairly large area. And you can readily find these maps online. As long as you're in the so-called path of totality, you'll see the total eclipse.
Are there varying degrees, or so if I'm in Marion, but I have the same vantage as Carbondale?
The duration is longest in the very middle of the path, but it drops off very slowly. It's only when you get towards the last 4 or 5 miles towards the edges of the path where the duration drops precipitously. If you're anywhere within, let's see, 20 miles of the center of the path, you're going to get most of totality. You're going to get 2 minutes or more of the total phase. It's only at the very edges where it starts dropping down to below a minute, 30 seconds, that sort of thing.
I just wanted to add something. So I'm doing a lot of the planning for Missouri, and because I'm with the big state university, we're planning for the whole state, not just the Columbia region. And one of the things that we're doing is, as much as you want to get business into Carbondale, you don't want it to be overwhelmed. And so actually you want to have as many sites as possible along that path. So the center line goes all the way from, the Missouri border across to Kentucky. There's lots of space that can be used. So you shouldn't be thinking about it as Carbondale is the only spot. Carbondale is going to be a great spot because NASA is here, because people are prepared, but there are going to be lots of opportunities. The state parks here at this meeting, they're going to be having sites, so you want to think about it in those terms. The other thing is, if you're from a surrounding town, I have no doubt that Bob Bayer can help you with issues of how you get things set up. So we're working with, the parks for individual cities to use the city parks and things like that. So there's lots of ways in which this you don't necessarily need to drive. And I think what you'll also find is that it's not just Carbondale that's going to get that influx of people. You're going to have people coming from all over, and it's where are they going to get to stay? And if Carbondale is full, then you're going to get other places. Carbondale is the biggest place in this bit of Illinois, and so you also want to be preparing the people around, in that larger area, that they might have a big influx of people too. In fact, I guarantee they will have a big influx of people.
Molly?
Molly, from Illinois. Can someone address how the weather can affect the viewing, any number of weather situations, and what that means?
Who wants to take a stab?
Sure.
All right.
Why not?
Angela, go ahead.
Okay, so obviously it's pretty hard to predict the weather at 15 months out. We do have good historical data on how the weather changes across the path. And so you can see on those sort of charts of what the cloud cover is, you can kind of see where it's good and where it's bad. So, unsurprisingly, the best place in the country is where it's high desert, right? And it gets, on average, worse as you go east, but then there are kind of, different places. If there is, low cloud, if there's really big cloud cover, then you're in trouble. And people are going to be looking at, the radar maps, what's going on to find where there are gaps. And this is why you need to worry about not just what's going on in Carbondale, but what's all around, because you're going to have people getting in their cars and driving. And I'm from a school that has a big athletics program, and when we have football games, traffic is crazy. It's going to be so much worse than that on this day, okay? So you're going to have people choosing spots according to the weather, and it'll be kind of adjusted as you get to a week out, and then a few days out, and so on. If there's sparse cover, then I think a lot of people will stay put. The true eclipse chasers are going to be chasing the gaps in the cloud. My feeling is, and I'm assuming that Carbondale has more or less the same sort of weather patterns as Missouri. You're not that far away. We're almost monsoony, and so although the cloud cover average for that day is not great because we tend to have storms in the evening, it's in August. We're generally pretty clear in August, right? If we do have storms, they happen late in the day. So I think for this bit of the country, we can be cautiously optimistic.
Anyone else want to weigh in on weather?
So we have access to these maps that Angela spoke about, and I think in the Carbondale area, historically, there's something on the order of a 30 to 40% chance of cloud cover. So not too bad, and that's more or less what it is generally along the eclipse line from coast to coast. Some places are a little bit better, but not much.
So for a couple of you TV stations out there, your weather people are going to be, we're counting on you. So the Jim Razors and everyone else of the world, we're going to got to get it right. So, all right, that's right. We're going to hold their feet to the fire. All right, who's next? All right, going once, twice. All right, thank you all very much. This will conclude this portion. Like I said, these four folks will be happy to stay up here and answer any other additional questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you again, Bob. So yes, I'm here to talk about the Citizen Continental America Telescopic Eclipse Experiment, or Citizen CATE experiment. We've got a huge group of people working on this, Bob and a cast of thousands, literally. It's a pleasure to work with each of these people, and this is an incomplete list, but we're spread out across the country, and if you don't see your name on this list, please join. Let me just give you a summary about what the idea is, and it's been reviewed by a lot of speakers already today. On the upper right, you can see a composite image, which shows two of the views that NASA can get of the solar corona. The first primary view is the solar corona on the disk of the sun at a particular temperature. We can measure this at several temperatures from 10,000 up to 2 million degrees Kelvin. But we can't really see the corona much beyond the limb of the sun, out to a radius of 1. Looking at the electrons in the solar corona, we can see all the plasma at all the temperatures down to about 2.2 solar radii. That's shown in the red image. And what a solar eclipse does is it opens up a window that allows us to see the middle part from about 1 to about 2 solar radii. And here a lot of interesting solar physics is happening. I'll try not to talk too much, but I have to mention that the solar wind accelerates from about 1 kilometer per second up to 100 kilometers per second at the boundary of this region. And the magnetic field goes from a complicated twisting, loopy structure at the base up to a purely radial structure at 2.2 solar radii. we don't know how these things happen, and so studying this area of the corona is really important. Now, from one spot on the path of a totality, you can see this area for about 2.5 or maybe 7 minutes if you're lucky. That's not really a lot to study the dynamics of the plasma or the magnetic fields. But what we're hoping to do in 2017 is to set up 60 sites along the path of totality, and as a lunar shadow crosses each site, take images of the solar corona, assemble them into a continuous movie that will span 90 minutes of time. This type of data has not been collected before, and there's a lot of solar physics that will just come screaming out of this data set. So that's my motivation here, is selfishly to do science. Our bumper sticker is down here, 2,500 miles, 60 telescopes, 90 minutes of totality. I think that says it all. So in trying to plan out how to do this, we've relied on the generosity of volunteers, and in particular Fred Isbener is in the audience. Fred was our first volunteer or guinea pig. In 2015, he agreed to use one of our prototype telescopes on his vacation in Europe to look at the Faroe Island eclipse in March of 2015. Now, Fred didn't know this, but we gave him crummy software to use, and the weather was not so good. But through all of this, Fred managed to get 30 seconds of images of the corona with this telescope after some minimal training on it. And so we looked at that as a proof of concept that we can use a volunteer to collect scientifically valuable data. And the idea is for Kate, for 2017, we're not going to be able to have solar physicists at each of these sites. We're going to rely on volunteers and citizen scientists to do this. Our next step was thankfully funded with a grant from NASA, where we're now looking at 4 groups of university students. Here's the path of the totality for 2017 again. We've got students from Wyoming, Carbondale, Western Kentucky, and South Carolina State University who are being trained on how to use the telescopes. And then the idea is for 2017, they will spread out along the path of totality and train the volunteers before the August eclipse. So it's a train the trainers program. So that's what I'll spend the bulk of my time talking about. What the first step was is that in January this year, we shipped the students to Tucson and made them put together their telescopes so they know the ins and outs of the assembly. We tested the software, and then the thing that they liked the most was a Skype session with Aviva Yamani, because she's in Jakarta in Indonesia, and that's where we're going to send them to get on-the-job training in March of 2016. We tried to observe the sun from Tucson, and believe it or not, it was cloudy that day. I don't know why. So then the students packed up the telescope and shipped them back to their universities. So just like in 2017, we plan to spread them out along the path of totality in the 2016 eclipse. We had a group in Tanjung Pandan here, Balikpapan, Palu, and Ternate. We had a 5th group. Again, Fred Isbener didn't learn the first time, but he volunteered to take more data with another prototype from the NSO on a cruise ship in the Makassar Strait. Let me just jump to the results. And again, I won't talk too much about science in this talk. I'll talk more about science tomorrow. But 4 out of the 5 sites got data. Our bookend sites at the beginning and the end of the sequence got the best data, although it was partly cloudy conditions in both locations. Very clear in the center, but unfortunately we had instrumentation problems, and if you look closely, the resolution is much reduced in these 2 sites. And then one site in particular near Balikpapan was clouded out completely. So there's a lot of good science, and the students, Sarah is one of the students, so she's not in Tucson right now, but the rest of the students are currently in Tucson doing the scientific calibration of the data, and we hope to get some publications out by the end of the summer by comparing the evolution of the corona as we go along the path of the 2016 eclipse. It's not continuous coverage, but there's new science here. So what I'll focus on instead of the science, though, is the story. So each site has a story, and heck, it's Indonesia, so we have to show some pictures, right? The SIU people, Bob and Sarah, went to the first site, Tanjung Pandan, on the western edge of the eclipse path. They did some outreach at some schools there. Sarah gave a wonderful talk about solar physics to Indonesian high school students. How exciting is that? And then they showed the sun to a bunch of students at that school. And here's a sample of their data. This, of course, is a really highly processed image. The equipment takes 7 individual exposures. Going ahead here. And we assemble them into one high dynamic range image because the intensity of the corona really drops off by a factor of 1,000 across this small distance. But here we can see some fascinating structures, as you've seen in some of the other images from this morning's talks. And we'll be doing some science to look at how these structures evolve during this eclipse. The next site was from the University of Wyoming, Mike Pierce and Logan Jensen traveled to Balikpapan and then actually drove closer to the center line to get a longer duration for totality. Unfortunately, as you can see from this image, the day of the eclipse wasn't so good, and they got clouded out. They observed from a helipad on top of a hospital. But then after the eclipse, they had another outreach program with a school in the local area and had a great turnout, showed people the sun. You've heard about the cruise already, and here's John Varsic, an observer from Big Bear, with David Young and again Fred. Again, they took some good data during clear conditions of the cruise, but unfortunately some of the instrumentation didn't quite work out right. We'll be looking at what we can get in terms of low-resolution coronal information from their data set in the coming weeks. In the location of Palu on Sulawesi, again, they had excellent weather, and the contingency from Western Kentucky University went there. Richard Gelderman and Honor Hare worked actually for several months leading up to the eclipse by Skyping with a group of students from Tadaluku University, which was sort of facilitated by Graham Jones from Japan. So when Richard and Honor arrived into Indonesia, they were greeted with students and faculty that they already knew via Skype. And the idea, I hear, is to have some of these Indonesian students travel to Bowling Green to Western Kentucky for the 2017 eclipse. The site that they observed from was a rooftop site at the university, and they had good conditions, but again, slightly defocused images. We'll be looking to see what we can do to process that. Then our final story is from the island of Ternate on the eastern edge of the Indonesian path. Here, South Carolina State University faculty Don Walter and Miles McKay took data. They took a more relaxed approach. They did some outreach with the local people at the hotel, the tourists there as well, because the best spot that they found to observe was from the hotel balcony. They had an excellent view of the eclipse. Again, partly cloudy conditions, but we've reassembled some of their data into a high dynamic range image, and this is what a sample looks like. So again, the idea here is to train students to spread out in the early part of 2017 to train the volunteers for the August 2017 eclipse. In that year, from 2015 to 2016, this might be an unfair image, but this is the type of progress that we've made, mostly in terms of data collection and software, between our first attempt in the Faroe Islands and our network of sites here in Indonesia. So we've got, only 434 days left? Oh my God. But basically another year. We're not going to make a huge improvement in the spatial resolution of the data in the next year, but what we need to do is to find a way to replicate this at 60 sites across the nation. So this involves people, way more people than me. We've got a sequence or a series of state coordinators spread out along the country in various states. Mike Connolly in Oregon, Lynn Powers is trying to coordinate the efforts in Idaho. We've got Mike Pierce in Wyoming, Mariana Lazarova in Nebraska. Joseph Wright and David Young are here from, they're the coordinators for the state of Missouri. Bob Baer for Illinois. Richard Gelderman, again, is here from coordinating the site in Kentucky. Jim Dickens for Tennessee and Don Walter for South Carolina. So these are the people who will actually verify that the sites that we've selected are good or move them around slightly if there's a school or some other location that's better. They'll also select the volunteers. We've got about 140 people who are interested in volunteering, so we have the luxury of choosing the best volunteers, the people who are most likely to get good data and be most reliable. Volunteers aren't the problem, but I've got this crazy idea that the best use for this instrumentation after the eclipse is that it goes home with the volunteers afterwards, that we just transfer ownership to the people who use it. So that's great, except now, well, that sort of rules out getting funding from NASA and NSF because we can't just give things away that way. So we're raising corporate and private funds to sponsor the equipment costs for the CATE experiment. We've got 4 wonderful sponsors. Daystar is providing telescopes. MathWorks is working on the software, both the acquisition and the analysis software. Celestron is providing mounts for us. ColorMaker, I don't know if anyone knows who ColorMaker is. They're a food dye manufacturer in Anaheim, California. So they read our Sky and Telescope article, and the CEO is an avid amateur astronomer, and he wanted to donate money to be involved in the project, so it's fantastic. We've got other donors who are sponsoring in smaller amounts, but the Research Corporation in particular is funding 2 sites in Nebraska. Here's a quick summary of the costs that we have. The equipment is modest. It's about $3.5K. Currently, we have an unfunded cost per site of about $2,100. And so the bottom line in red is that we need about $97K for continuous coverage in all 60 sites. If we had to field instruments tomorrow, here's our plan for 60 sites. The ones in green are the ones that we could fund. So we've got about 21 sites funded and sort of established. I'll be up here in Idaho. I'm sorry. But a site that I want to talk a little bit about is in Beatrice, Nebraska, because what we're doing there is the high school for Beatrice is really close to the center line. It's got about 650 students, and we've been in contact with the superintendent for the school district. And what we're planning to do is to have a partnership between Beatrice and a local Tucson high school, Cienega High School. Cienega is in the Vail School District, and Vail is a very much larger school district than the Beatrice School District. They've got enough students to actually have a physics and astronomy teacher, Jack Erickson, and he's involved with the project. Also importantly, they've agreed to fund the travel costs for their students to go to Nebraska for this experiment and come back. So that's really nice. And the Research Corporation has sponsored the equipment for their site. Because they're local in Tucson, we had a practice session during the Mercury Transit where we had the students who are going to be involved in the ECLIPSE program come out and take data of the Mercury Transit. Here's a really crummy time-lapse reconstruction of their data. We also have data from Wyoming and South Carolina, and so the idea is to develop a classroom activity where we can use parallax from these different sites to find the distance to Mercury. But perhaps more importantly, in terms of an outreach mission, what they did during the Mercury Transit is they had a webcast to 2 of their other schools as a test case, because what they're planning to do in 2017 is to web broadcast the Nebraska site back to all 17 of their schools and show the 12,000 students in Vail the total solar eclipse. They'll see a partial eclipse out the window with eclipse glasses, but then they'll be able to use the web broadcast to see their friends and colleagues in Nebraska in the path of totality. So this is just one of 60 stories, I hope, that are going to happen as part of this project. So what happens on the day after the eclipse, right? I've already said that I've got this crazy idea to just give the instrument away. Giving it away with sort of no manual or no instructions might not be the best thing to do. So what we're hoping to do is to have a menu of citizen science projects that the volunteers can use after the solar eclipse. We're developing a solar program that they can engage in to observe the sun, velocities on the sun, I hope. Variable stars and comets are well within the reach of this telescope. And using the idea of having a network of telescopes across the country and using parallax, we might be able to actually get some interesting survey work done where we can measure the distance to objects rather than just discovering new objects. These are just ideas off the top of my head. I'm sure you guys can come up with much better ideas for the use of these instruments. So in summary, in the past 2 years, we've gone from a proof of concept situation in the Faroe Islands to science quality data coming from a network of sites. We have challenges. The half of the data basically from Indonesia had focus problems, so we're working on that so that we get that right before the 2017 eclipse. But I think importantly, we've got 4 groups of undergraduate students across the country now studying the solar corona where they normally don't do solar physics, so I think that's an exciting thing. They'll be excellent trainers for the 2017 eclipse. We got a set of state coordinators and a long list of volunteers who are more than qualified. And finally, I still have that crazy idea to give the equipment away to volunteers after the eclipse. So I'll end with a plea. If you have $97,000 lying around your house, or your neighbor does, or you have ideas about how I can find $97,000, please send me an email or contact me during the meeting. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt? Here we go.
Jeremy Veltman, Memphis Astronomical Society. This is my colleague, Rick. We're planning logistics for next year. Of the 97,000, 2 questions. Number 1, is there a minimum donation that you'll accept? And number 2, if a company does donate, what do you do to acknowledge that company?
No minimum. But what we're doing now is we're establishing a what's called an unrestricted donation to the NSO, and there's an account number that we'll use to purchase the equipment in bulk. So we'll deposit that, and keep track. We'll have a letter of agreement with the donors, and keep track of that, and then purchase the equipment as a one massive purchase. So yeah, please contact me.
We had a question over here, I think. Mr. Zeller.
Hi, Matt. Obviously, along the path, there are going to be places where it's cloudy. And a couple of questions about that. Do you have contingencies where some of your observers can relocate in case of cloud? And the second part of that question is, how does that impact the science that you derive if you have gaps in your record?
Right. So some of the velocities that we're looking at won't really be affected too much by the velocity or by the gaps in records. So it'll be valuable science to come out even from a 21-site network. And in terms of clouds, I think Fred's case was pretty telling there. There was no chance of any view of the eclipse up until the time of the eclipse, and then there was 30 seconds. So I hate to say it in front of such a large audience, but we're actually hoping that some people miss the eclipse and that they stay at the spots that we've designated, just in case there's a chance that it clears up. If we do have more than 60 sites, 60 is sort of the minimum, assuming clear skies, and maybe I'm a fool for assuming that, but I'll go with that. If we do have more funding than we need for 60, we'll increase the density of sites, actually, ironically, where the cloud cover is probably going to be the heaviest.
Thanks, Matt. Oh, sorry. Quick.
We'll be selling them in the lobby after the talk, I think.
Thanks very much, Matt.
Good afternoon. I guess the music is still there. It's okay. Sorry for the technical glitch, and I guess for the many of you that I don't know here, I am an Eclipse Black Belter. Oh, how do I change it? Can you hear me now? Okay. In that, I have observed 9 eclipses, not all successfully. I have built instruments for eclipse. I have directed eclipse coordination and done all things possible with eclipse. And at NASA, we actually eclipse the sun every day, in fact every second, artificially, and behold the spectacle of the corona, not close to the surface of the sun, invisible. We do that in extreme ultraviolet, and as you see, this is solar dynamics observation from the first mission of Renewable Star Program, which is showing the first 3 years of this mission. So we, with our spacecraft, have actually surrounded the sun. So we see the sun from every viewpoint possible, stereo, SDO, so on. So how did I come into this particular workshop? I have supported this workshop for a while, but just very recently, earlier part of this year, I was assigned and assumed the responsibility of sort of leading Eclipse 2017 as a lead from the agency viewpoint. And you're going to hear from Lou and Alex, who are leading the big NASA consortium of the real stuff that's actually going on and working with all of you to make this eclipse a success. But I'm looking at it from an agency point of view, perhaps listening to the clarion call of some of the talks I heard this morning. Maybe someone at NASA actually heard your request. And this is a very daunting challenge, because much as I would like to own this eclipse, the eclipse is not a NASA event, it is a celestial event. So we have to figure out how to really utilize this momentous occasion and bring all NASA resources to bear so that it is a tremendous experience, perhaps for 1 billion people. It is a great pleasure to be here in Carbondale, and I have heard Carbondale being referred to as the sweet spot. Well, I'd like to give it another word, to actually witness 2 of the eclipses. The corona is hot, and I call it the hot spot. So, anyone who has ever seen a picture of Earth taken from deep space, and this is a picture actually taken by the EPIC camera from Discover, sort of 1 million miles away, the vantage point of, L1, very far away from Earth, could be forgiven for thinking of these 2 words, splendid isolation. And in some ways, surrounded by millions of miles, in this case 93 million miles, of uninterrupted black, the fragile blue globe seems profoundly alone, disconnected from anything else. At least that's what we think. Nothing could be further from that truth. Earth is profoundly connected to our star, and just this bright blue disk is just the most obvious evidence. And what you are seeing there is actually the connection of this star to our planet. And it's just not our planet, it's every planet, every object in the solar system. And a question was raised earlier, why do we really study the sun? Why is it important to observe the eclipse from the coronal perspective from ground? Well, because there is a deep connection. We live in the outer atmosphere of this star, and it actually affects the home of our planet. What you're looking there is the magnetosphere. It is this invisible sort of cocoon that protects us from the harmful particles of the sun, the solar wind that you have been hearing about. And you can see it actually sort of quivering like a cocoon under the pressure of solar radiation as well as particles. We are deeply connected, even though the star is 93 million miles away from us. So solar variability consequences to society is why we actually study this star at NASA with other agencies, of course, including NSF. And these are some of the examples of what the consequences are. Human radiation exposure. Believe it or not, we have been actually living with our astronauts on board space station, which is outside of the actual most of the protective layer of our planet. We have space exploration, and we have, there are GPS communication navigation systems that are affected. There are satellites that are affected. Terrestrial climate is affected, short-term, long-term. So there are a whole host of sort of terrestrial consequences of what the sun unleashes at us. And recently, as we are flying our spacecraft to different planets, MAVEN is an example of such a mission, looking at Mars or Pluto, New Horizon. We are figuring out how the solar wind actually interacts, solar wind and solar radiation, with each one of these different environments. So the societal consequence is really important, why we study the sun as we do. And not only Earth, but the entire solar system actually lives with its stars. And these are some of the images from our spacecraft Stereo. These are 2 spacecraft that actually, so not looking at the sun from the sun-Earth vantage point, but actually drifting sort of ahead and behind our planet to get a more 3-dimensional sometimes, and sometimes a very unique vantage point, really literally looking at the sun from all directions. And I'd like to share a couple of additional facts if you already haven't thought about it. As we are discovering, planetary systems with moons do not seem to be all that unique in the universe. However, Earth is relatively uncommon in that it has a moon of both the right size and distance to allow for the occurrence of total eclipses. Perhaps most importantly of all, this planet is the only one we know, at least so far, that possesses the life forms capable of witnessing the majesty of celestial mechanics. It's pretty amazing when you really think about it. And it's not going to be the case millions of years from now. as moon is losing its angular velocity, we are going to recede further away, and therefore moon will not be able to actually cover the full disk of the sun. And at some point in the distant future, when human species probably won't exist as it does today, but there will be only annular eclipses and not total solar eclipse. This is just showing sort of the next frontier in space weather, both sort of terrestrial and interplanetary space weather forecasting is going to be really viewing the sun and the solar storms and solar wind that it blows into the solar system. The 5 telescopes on stereo actually views the sun from the surface of the sun all the way past Earth. That's what you're seeing. And the lower picture is actually a special coordinate system in which you are viewing, as I was telling Shadia earlier, you are actually seeing the solar wind, something we measured with in situ sensors before, but now with stereo spacecraft, we are actually imaging the solar wind and a solar storm, and even able to identify magnetic topology inside some of these storms. It's pretty incredible what human ingenuity can do. So evolution of systems, I think the reason I put this up is kind of if you think about how our science started, it was first really looking at the poles of our planet, and gradually we moved forward and we wanted to understand the Earth system as a planet, which was the International Geophysical Year, and from there we cascaded into International Heliophysical Year, and the goal is that eventually, I think if we play our cards right, we can use this particular occasion, the eclipse, to really galvanize the US community, the international community, in a way we haven't done yet. So what is the big NASA perspective then in this case? And I'm just going to kind of identify the highlights, and I know Lou is going to talk about a lot of these, so I might skip some of the later chart, going to some of the ones he might not address. But the big ideas are safety, and you have already heard about it, science, and this is big picture science. It's not just solar physics, it's just not astrophysics, but much bigger than that. We have education, we have citizen science, and of course, public engagement. Safety, we have talked about, we need to discuss it more. There are 2 viewpoints, of course, safe viewing of the eclipse, but also camera equipment, telescopes, what kind of filters. I think we need to coordinate our efforts. I know AA's working group is already actively working on that. We'd like to work with you together. Science, I think the science strategy is an integrated campaign from ground to space to provide the complementary data needed to examine this uniquely important phenomenon. And so ground-based heliophysics science required to complement space-based observations that we already have. Our space-based assets will come from International Space Station, the fleet of NASA and NOAA spacecraft, and all of this is going to require tremendous amount of coordination. Education, this is an exciting event that has the potential to galvanize, hundreds of millions of people, and this is absolutely a unique teaching moment in a way that is unparalleled, I think. Let me not go into details. I know time is short. There is citizen science concept. You have heard some example of citizen science. What I want to bring to you is ionospheric scintillation through ground-based radio telescopes, transit phenomena by cell phone imagery continuous across the eclipse path, effects on ecosystem. This is going to be really important if you want to engage your young students. This is actually a movie that you will see also from Ernie Wright tomorrow. This is showing solar insolation. The reason I'm showing you this particular movie is to show that shadow that is Epic camera will see from Discover. But the shadow is important because you can do actually meteorological experiments under that shadow, and these are the things to keep in mind. you're standing here, so I have very little time. So what I'm going to do is leave this. This chart should be available to you. There are many important things that NASA can do, and I would say NASA and us, US, in that regard, that you can look at, and maybe you are already doing it, or maybe you want to think about things that you're not doing. This is an important chart that I want to show. I think NASA is actually planning to have a grant opportunity for the community. It's Heliophysics Science for Eclipse 2017. It is going to look at both science for science sake as well as citizen science kind of activity, and there'll be more information coming shortly. There are other cross-discipline potentials that you can look at. This is where I think I want your help, and I have one more chart after this. So as a singular event of national scale, I think this eclipse has the potential that we had sort of from the landing on the moon in 1969, and we really need to capitalize on that. And what I've tried to do in this picture is kind of really have a core idea, and the core idea is Eclipse Across America 2017. And then you can see the broader branding components: economic, scientific, political, cultural, intellectual, social. We need to fill this gap, basically. What are the various things we are going to do in this big picture domain? And then finally, I think this is my last slide. I want to end with this. You know, nature gives us very few occasions to study the sun or the corona. It is the human ingenuity that has given us the understanding of this universe, of the sun that as we know it today. And so in 2017 August, we are going to have nature's ingenuity of celestial mechanics and the eclipse. In August of 2018, NASA will send a probe to the sun, into the corona, within 10 solar radii. Essentially, the region of the coronal eclipse, the mission is called Solar Probe Plus, and you're seeing the spacecraft as it is being built, and you can see the path through which this mission will traverse through. And thank you very much, and sorry for some of the confusion.
Thanks, Vika. Any questions? Oh, yeah. Okay.
If nobody else is going to ask a question, I guess I will. So, I've heard from a source that there's a 100% probability of a Carrington-level event occurring sometime within the next century. I'm wondering, with your studies of space weather, and specifically the Citizen Kate project, what science you hope to gain by studying the corona for a period of 90 minutes that could help you further your predictions of space weather to predict and possibly prevent the catastrophic impacts of an event like this?
I think it's not, the coronal study will not allow us to extract the probability of a Carrington-type event. You have to look at the sun, the solar disk, the dynamo, the sunspots, in order to figure out, what is that region from which there will be that giant X-flare or coronal mass ejection. What the studies like Citizen Kane and other coronal studies can do is allow us better forecasting when such an event occurs. The forecasting alone gives us some amount of time in which people, like satellite operators, power grid operators, can take mitigating steps to prevent damage to their equipment.
Well, thank you. Well, we sound pretty good on paper, I think. Don't you think? So let's get this party started. I'm going to tell you about NASA's plans for the eclipse in a little more detail. Thanks to Lika for giving us the overview of NASA's position and how NASA studies the sun. And I'm going to tell you about what we're doing to leverage NASA's people and NASA's technology so that the world can see the eclipse through the eyes of NASA. NASA has a number of unique assets that we're going to bring to bear on this eclipse, as we have done for the last 2 decades for big events, big celestial events, big mission events. It doesn't hurt that NASA has worldwide name recognition. Go anywhere in the world and say that you work with NASA, and you can feel the heart rate go up a little, can't you? Just got a little bit. We have, as I said, 2 decades of developing big events. Some of you know of our Sun Earth Days event, which has touched over 1 billion people around the planet. We also have programs like International Observe the Moon Night and many others. We have tremendous science, technology, and visualization resources that I'm going to be showing you in this presentation. We have space and earth scientists that we're going to interview and allow you to see the eclipse, not just from the standpoint of our moon and our sun, although certainly focus on that, but other moons, other planets, other suns. We're going to present a cross-disciplinary science theme, so we'll be talking on our website, through our social media, through NASA Edge broadcasts, and so on, about planetary science, heliophysics, earth science, astrophysics, astrobiology, all of these themes that are connected in one way or another to this study of the Sun, Earth, Moon system. And NASA has the IT technology to make this work. We have very robust systems that we are certain at this point, from all these years of experience, won't go down. By the way, that's a concern I have for you guys. If you have a website, the world is going to be watching. And so we are very intent on having web programming and other programming that stays up and available to the world. And we have an experienced and very friendly staff. And may I just take a moment to ask everyone on this amazing NASA Eclipse team who's here with me today, would you just stand up so that we can see, give you a little recognition? These people truly perform miracles every day and have done it for a long time on shoestring budgets. So I'm very fortunate to get to work with every one of them. NASA, through our efforts in education and public outreach, as a leading agency, I would say, federal government agency in education and public outreach, has developed a number of networks that help us expand our reach and touch many more people. And so we use these networks to reach everyone in the country and many people around the world. We are coordinating now with 10 NASA field centers and having them develop education programs that are in concert with the eclipse. The Night Sky Network has something like 400 amateur astronomy clubs under their umbrella, and we use them as our ambassadors. We have visualization capabilities that I'll show you later. Solar system ambassadors that are teachers and amateur astronomers and others who train on NASA content and then bring that out to public venues. We have the NASA Museum Alliance, a network of museums that focuses on NASA content and NASA themes. So you can imagine how many people, say, a couple hundred museums reach every year. Space Grant is a program dominated by universities and allows us access to our undergraduate communities primarily, and many other groups. There are 27 groups within the NASA Science Mission Directorate that are focused on education and public outreach. We have infrastructure and many, many external partners that help us bring the eclipse to special populations and communities, rural, inner city, challenged communities all across the country. So I mentioned cross-discipline science themes. We are going to use this celestial event, as we have in the past, to emphasize NASA science mission discoveries all across the science, space and earth science spectrum. So it's kind of a hook. You know, we're not being truly honest with you, I guess, in a way. But we'll pull you in with the excitement and the wonder of the celestial event in the sky, and then we'll fool you by taking you off and teaching you about detection of extrasolar planets. So this is an opportunity for us to educate a nation. One of our best assets is our people, and we will be working with NASA scientists, engineers, and educators and others, interviewing them, putting them on our website, having them reach the public in a variety of ways through social media and other mechanisms to give kind of a unique perspective to the eclipse, a unique perspective that only NASA can provide. Isn't that great? Only NASA can. That's kind of our buzz line. It's kind of cute. In addition to our people, we have the technology that we've developed. We have many space missions that look at the universe through eyes that are unique and otherwise inaccessible. We believe that there are 3 space missions presently that will have a chance of seeing the eclipse from space. One is the International Space Station, and we are awaiting better ephemeris data to know exactly where the space station will be in over a year. It's not a done deal yet. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is orbiting the moon, and our hope is that we can have it take a picture of the umbral shadow on the Earth from the west coast, and then as it orbits around the moon, take a picture again when the shadow reaches the east coast. That's the plan, and we'll see if the geometry works. And then the EPIC camera, NASA camera on the Discovery mission, will be able to see the eclipse from a unique vantage point outside the moon. So how are we going to do this? You ask. I heard you ask. You should ask. Thank you, sir. Whenever I hear young people ask a question like that, I feel proud to be an American. NASA has an enormous suite of resources that it's going to bring to bear on this eclipse to bring the excitement and the wonder and the information and the science content to people all over the world. Here's one of them. This is NASA Wavelength, which is an amazing resource for educators. You can go to NASA Wavelength and find education products and programs that have been vetted for scientific accuracy and currency, as well as pedagogy, and find anything you want for your classroom. You can even build out your own list and have it available for you. So this is a tremendous resource for teachers. Eyes on the Solar System is an interactive 3D modeling simulator that uses real spacecraft data, as well as planetary and small body ephemeris to model the solar system. And they will be modeling the umbral shadow as it goes across the United States for this eclipse. And there are many others, so I just kind of list a few of them here. Solar System Ambassadors I've mentioned, Night Sky Network Amateur Astronomers, the Museum Alliance, and Space Grant. And there are many more that we exercise to reach into a variety of regions and communities otherwise that would possibly be inaccessible. Also, I want to mention libraries. Libraries are often a great resource for rural communities that have few resources. We have big events that we work with. I've mentioned Sun-Earth Days that many of you are familiar with, but there's also International Observe the Moon Night, which is going to be held in proximity to the eclipse in 2017. And so, I mean, we're all talking about the sun because the sun's going to be eclipsed, but guess what? The moon's eclipsing it. So we're going to emphasize lunar science from the ground and from spacecraft and get people doing hands-on observations, getting them out and looking at the moon. We have a wonderful program that is the brainchild of Carolyn Eng called Small Worlds Week. We pulled this together to emphasize NASA's investigation of comets and asteroids, but it's taken on a life of its own. So we're going to have a Small Worlds Week just prior to the eclipse. And so for 4 days, it takes place over 5 days. For 4 of those days, we're going to put information about the sun and the moon and transits and occultations and eclipses on Mars, eclipses on other planets. And then on the 5th day, we'll engage social media to let you ask us questions through Facebook, probably Twitter, I'm guessing, for 2017. And we've done this twice. It's been hugely successful. We are emphasizing history. You've heard a little bit today about history as reported in magazines and newspapers, and we are doing our own research into this at the Library of Congress, just indicating what eclipses have been like historically. Newspaper articles as well as music and other media that people have used to emphasize and try to describe their experience about eclipses in the past. We have a suite of activities that you can do, everything from look through the eyepiece of a telescope or just look up at the moon, to do some measurements, do a little math, figure out the distance to the moon, figure out how fast the emerald shadow is going across the surface of the Earth, all the way up to citizen science, where you can actually do publishable research in partnership with NASA scientists, and those will all be on our website. As well as a number of math challenges. I know you all are chomping at the bit to get at these math challenges. And so we have them. This is how science is done. This is how science is done, and we'll bring that to the world. We have amateur astronomer observing programs. We've been doing this for over a decade in partnership with the Astronomical League and now in partnership with the Night Sky Network, where amateur astronomers can take their telescopes, look at the moon and identify lunar features, photograph the eclipse, put them on our Flickr site, and download a certificate of participation. See more on citizen science. Here's some of the programs that we have collected on citizen science. Aurorasaurus has participation, people at higher latitudes looking at the aurora, which is a byproduct of solar activity. GLOBE, which is an earth science project where people will be taking measurements of temperature and light intensity during the eclipse, as well as a number of other programs. And Shadia Habel has one that I think she mentioned, and we have one at Goddard, Nate Gopalswamy, who will be measuring the temperature of the corona, and as well as zonal flow velocities. We're going to have an Ask the Astronomer section so that people can write in and say, hey, I want to know something about this eclipse or other eclipses, or how much money do you make as an astronomer, or what kind of car do you drive? One woman asked me at NSTA, I said, you got to ask a question or you don't get a button. She says, well, are you married? We take all questions. We don't answer all questions, but we take all questions. We have a STEM Innovation Lab, which is a unique resource within NASA that is directed by Troy Klein. And this lab is looking at new ways of applying cutting-edge technology to education through the venues of NASA space science. So we're playing around with 3D printing, 2 and 3D printing, virtual reality, remote observation, a whole variety of things that we will be applying to the eclipse. Here's a picture, by the way, of Troy in Indonesia, right? Indonesia, doing some eclipse science with a blind man, part of the indigenous population there. Pretty exciting. Very nice, Troy. We're going to be recording these events on a events map. People will be able to fill out a form, assuming they don't get caught up in the Paperwork Reduction Act, that's TBD. But fill out a form if you're going to do an observation, if you're going to have an eclipse party, if you're going to have an event at your house or at your museum, and then people will be able to find out what's going on and go to these locations. And I mentioned our science visualization capability. This is a visualization that our SVS lab, our science visualization lab put together. I'll just play it, it's very short. Okay, there's the promo, sorry. We have 3 visualizations that are similar to this, showing the eclipse from various vantage points in space, and these will be made available on our website for anyone to download. Let's see. So, coming soon is eclipse2017.nasa.gov. We hope to launch in the next month or two. It's going to have all of this information, science content, activities, and more. And what is left to be said is the amazing event we're going to be holding here at Carbondale through the wonderful skill and expertise of NASA EDGE. And so I introduce Chris Gersh to tell you about that, and we'll take questions after Chris is through.
So for those of you who have never heard of NASA EDGE, our website here is at the top. Write it down, because you're instructed to download all 137 shows that we have when you get back home. It's free, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We are the agency leading video podcast for NASA. We cover a wide range of topics. Every time I go out and talk to kids or talk to groups, I always say that we have the second best job at NASA, the first job being an astronaut. Because what we get to do is we get to travel to all 10 different NASA field centers, national, international, and we get to see all the cool technology, all the missions on a daily basis that a lot of the engineers and scientists don't realize that NASA even does, because they're so confined to their particular project. We get to see it all, and we get to actually showcase that to the public and tell it in a very funny and compelling way. So since 2007, we've covered a number of topics, covering multiple mission directorates, or we call MDs, from human exploration and operations mission directorate, HEOMD, to science mission directorate, to the space technology mission directorate, to aeronautics. So we cover it all, and we've done 137 video podcasts to date. We've done over 23 live webcasts, and that's what we're going to be doing next year, August 21st, right here in Carbondale, outside the football field, where we're going to be broadcasting live for the eclipse, which I'll talk about in a few seconds. And in terms of our metrics, we've gained in popularity year after year. Just our video podcasts alone have been downloaded or viewed over 60 million times since we started, so we're making pretty good progress. For those of you who are up with social media, which will be a big part of the show next year, we are in most of the majority of the social media sites that are out there, and so we'll be hitting those social media sites pretty hard over the next year. Okay, so what do we cover? Like I said, we cover a wide range of topics. Like I said, we've been everywhere. We cover the new space launch system, the Orion spacecraft. We do a lot of different competitions, one of them being the robotic mining competition down at Kennedy. We cover planetary science, heliophysics, earth science. From technology, we're looking at game-changing technology, technology demonstration missions. We cover the whole gamut here. And so, and that is the coolest thing about working at NASA, is that to see all the engineers, scientists, researchers. Lou had a slide that talked about the people. And you saw some of them stand up right over there a few minutes ago. And that is really where it's at, is the heart of the people at NASA. What they do on a daily basis and what they give to their job. Really exciting. And on top of all the different shows that we do cover some of the major agency missions. So we've done some major live events in the past. One being, of course, was back in 2012 with the Venus Transit. We were on top of Mauna Kea, 14,000 feet, for a 7-hour coverage, which was pretty challenging just being at altitude for 7 hours. We were working with Lou and his team, provided pretty cool coverage for the country, for the world. And then right after we got done with that, headquarters called us up and said, hey, look, can you do something for the Mars Science Laboratory landing, or Curiosity landing? We said, sure. They said, why don't you go to England? So we went to England. We had to develop another live show within less than 2 months to make that happen, and that was an exciting event in the UK, where not only did we cover Curiosity's landing, but then on the second half, we did a whole segment on ExoMars for the European Space Agency, which was pretty exciting. So we've covered a number of live events over the past 10 years. And going back to the transit of Venus, and this is really where we're sort of feeding off of this particular live show and getting ready for this next big event, which is going to be, of course, the total eclipse, because we learned so much, not only from a scientific perspective, for us from a technical perspective, and how to deliver a live webcast from a remote area to the world. So in this particular case for Venus Transit, we had a number of partners, University of Hawaii. We had Andy Lunt from Lunt Solar Systems providing the solar telescopes, working with the different NASA field centers to make this a reality. And I got to say, this is probably one of the highlights of my career working with NASA Edge was this event here, being on top of Mauna Kea for 7 hours. And we really did get lucky with the skies that day, because the night before, the forecast was for snow. And so we didn't have a backup plan at the time. But when we woke up the next morning, the skies were beautiful, and we had a great coverage. So getting now to the event next year, of course, we have a year to go. We have a lot of work we have to do. But this to kind of give you an idea of what we're going to provide the community. We're calling it the 2017 Total Solar Eclipse Megacast. So we want to provide path to totality coverage across multiple platforms. We have a lot of partners involved with, of course, being NASA TV. We're using NASA Ustream accounts. We're going to be using live stream accounts, YouTube, other mobile platforms. We want to make sure that we have maximum coverage of this great phenomenon. So that's our goal. We're going to be working with headquarters, NASA Marshall. NASA Marshall is sort of our spearhead for the video program, where we're going to be providing them our program feed. They're going to be sending it out to the world. NASA Guiders, our technical content with Lou and his team. And then, of course, the great Southern Illinois University. What a great experience being here this past week. Thank you so much, Bob, for sharing this great experience with us, giving us a chance to do some interviews with some of you, and getting some video footage throughout the week. Also, we're going to be in contact with Andy Lunt again. He's already agreed to help us out. He's going to be donating several telescopes for the event. And so we're going to be working on the technical end, looking at 4K, possibly 8K, in terms of delivering the highest quality program feed. Right now, we're looking at a 3-hour broadcast. So we want to have something at the beginning and at the tail end between the 90-minute path. We're going to be having subject matter experts. We'll have prepackaged interviews. We're going to have stacked pictures, live views, social media. We're going to be working with other webcasters along the path to totality and outside the path to see what their view is, starting in Oregon and going all the way down through Charleston. So we plan on having a lot of different game plans. Kind of think of this, since we're in a college campus, we're right by the football stadium. Think of College game day for football. So that's kind of a broadcast that we're envisioning. Being outside the football stadium, having a lot of different areas where we'll have subject matter experts doing demonstrations on the eclipse. So it's going to be a pretty good time. And before I end, I just want to show a quick 2-minute video, and then I'll wrap it up. So if you've never seen NASA Edge before, I have a quick 2-minute video that will kind of give you a flavor of what our show will be like. Hopefully there's audio. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Are you picking me up on the lapel mic? Okay. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm going to get right into talking about eclipse preparations here at SIU Carbondale. Let's see if this works. So, how many of you are visiting Southern Illinois for the first time? We've got quite a few people, and you might be like, where am I? Well, here's Carbondale right here in the center of the map. We've got St. Louis, Evansville, Indiana is over here, and Paducah, Kentucky is down to the south. So if you came here down Route 3 from St. Louis, and down this way, you were driving through the eclipse path for about 2 hours to get to Carbondale. And you could continue on across Illinois. You can go for about another hour and be in the eclipse path before you're out of Illinois. The other thing I want to point out here, this is a pretty wide state with a lot of public ground here. This green area over here, this is all, it's federal and state public ground, and we think of it as the Shawnee National Forest, but there's a lot of broken up pieces here. There's pieces that are owned by the state of Illinois and pieces that are federal ground. There's some great flat land here to view the eclipse from, and a long stretch of road from Chester down to Cape Girardeau, Missouri, that provides some pull-offs for people to actually view the eclipse at. Over here on the eastern side of the state, this is where people traditionally think of with Shawnee, and they think of images like this. So this is Garden of the Gods. It is over by Harrisburg, Illinois, and you have to search to find viewpoints like this. A lot of the area is heavily wooded, but you can get up above that canopy and actually see some great views of the sun. Make sure you do your homework, figure out where you're going for the eclipse. The next thing I want to show you a brief movie. And I want to point out a few things to look for. This is a video that I posted on YouTube, and I'm going to have the link at the end of this so you can take an image of the link and watch the whole video online. But this is from Tanjung Pandan, Indonesia. I went there as part of the Citizen Kate experiment with Sarah Kovac. Sarah's an undergraduate physics major here at SIU Carbondale. And we had a few cameras set up here taking images of what we were doing. I want you to look at the light levels on those cameras. They're two different cameras, and they adjust differently to the light levels. This is a GoPro that's on the sun. We're going to start at about 20 seconds or so before totality, and you will see some data coming in here from the telescope. So we'll go ahead and play it.
There it goes.
Let's see. Hit it.
It's going slow. There's diamond rings.
Okay, so I'm going to pause it there. If you want to see more, you'll have to go online. And I want to go ahead and talk about this for a moment. You see this image down here? That's about the closest that the camera can get to how dark it actually was. It wasn't pitch black there, and as you heard people mention, it's like 15 to 30 minutes after sundown. You do have a sunset effect behind us here. This is looking west out over an ocean that was just behind us. And then this camera went into low light mode at some point. We noticed, you might have seen it, it got brighter on that image. As it got darker, that image lightened up. So you can see this side by side that these cameras don't react the same way. And this one is greatly exaggerated to how light it was. Some of this light on us here is actually coming off of the computer screen. The other thing, this is a slightly older GoPro, and it didn't capture totality very well. You just saw the light from the sun kind of shrink down to the corona. And the sky here, the things that we noticed, the sky was a lot darker than this. We could actually see Venus and Mercury right away. You heard this amateur astronomer here called out Venus immediately. And We could have seen some other planets that day. You'll see them coming up in 2017, provided you don't have clouds blocking them. To us, to the west, pretty far behind us, we actually had clouds blocking the other planets that were visible. And then the data coming in here. Did anyone notice how that dropped in from the top? So that's because I got pretty excited here, and I bumped that telescope right before totality. So that's me getting the telescope back on target. And this is another thing that you might have heard people say today. If you're seeing an eclipse for the first time, don't mess with equipment during totality. Unless that's your job, if you're running one of the scopes for the Citizen Kate experiment, get it back on target, and then enjoy the eclipse. So here at SIU Carbondale, we've been developing a plan to accommodate the 30 to 50,000 people that we're expecting. And we're using our athletics facilities and the fields around them for the core part of the plan. This is the arena at SIU Carbondale, and this is the stadium. We did some tours there yesterday with the NASA EDGE group that's here, and Michelle Nichols from the Adler Planetarium as well. And we looked at the stadium here and the arena because those are the main areas that we're advertising right now, and we're going to be selling admission tickets for those. So those are the only two areas we're ticketing, whereas the rest of these green areas around here, they're going to be open to the public. We're trying to accommodate for a lot of overflow that day, and we have a lot of different things going on. I don't know if you can read these labels. We have an art and craft fair in this area. There will be food vendors set up just south of the arena. There will be tailgate areas set up here with some outdoor observation areas for amateur astronomers as well as general public to mix into. And we've heard about a few other things. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. We're looking at a larger view of the campus. SIU Carbondale is a very large campus, and this is just one small part of it. The slide we looked at before was just this area in here. So what I want to draw your attention to first on this, if you're an event planner, you think about, okay, where am I going to put all these people and where are their cars going to go? So we've set aside 27 acres here out at the SIU Farms for parking. This is right at the edge of campus, and this yellow pathway here, that's a shuttle route to bring people back into the main venues here. We also have some additional parking highlighted here. These are all tentative areas. We've identified parking spots for about an additional 25,000 people so far to campus that day, and which I'm very happy about at this point. We still have time to plan for additional spaces for people. We have overflow down here at some rec fields, and in addition to those spots, we have a carnival planned on campus for the students starting, I believe, Friday night and extending through the eclipse. And I heard the Southern Illinois Airport talking about a fly-in eclipse event, which you'll have to read more about that as it becomes available online. The other thing I want to point out here, this way over here, that is a citizen science area that we've defined with Citizen Kate is the core project that we have here so far. This is where the astronomy club here on campus does their dark site observations currently. And it's a relatively remote area. This is about a square mile to give you an idea of the size here. So it's about 2 miles from the main campus. And we've got parking here. There's a relatively large parking lot, and it's securable. That's the other reason why we've picked this. It's gated at the north and the south entrance. This is just a farm road going through it. So zooming in just a little bit on a few of the venues here. This is the stadium. And this image was taken by Dan McGlown about a year ago. Maybe it could have been 2 years. This was, it was in August 2015 because we went out there right around the time of the eclipse. This was taken just after 1:20 in the afternoon, if I remember right. It was just at the end of totality. We did this on purpose to see where the sun was. The only seats in this facility that are in the shade are the ones that are actually, they're off of the screen right now. There's about 3 rows right in front of the Stadium Club on the west side of this that are shaded. We're not selling those seats. So those seats will be roped off so nobody sits there because we want everyone who has a seat to be able to see it. This field here, we're planning on using this for large edutainment activities, we're calling them. So entertaining and educating activities. We're developing those in partnership with NASA and the Adler Planetarium and groups on campus. This berm right here, I want to talk about that. If there's any students in the room, I know there's very few because we're in summer session, but this is where students usually sit for a football game, lay back on the grass. That's facing the sun directly during totality. So that, in my opinion, is a prime location to watch this eclipse from. The other great thing about this facility is we have a Jumbotron in it, so we can actually watch images of the eclipse from across the country as they happen. We're planning on watching the NASA webcast from this location, as well as basing some people in this location to cover what's going on. So tickets for this go on sale about 1 year from the eclipse itself. And I want to point out, this is not the first event that we've done in this facility for astronomy. We've done 2 large ones, the last one being the lunar eclipse in September 2015. And we learned a few things there. The first one was that a lot of people show up for a free event that's got a movie going on. We showed Apollo 13 and Chasing Pluto and did the lunar observation here. We had pretty heavy rain the morning of and into the afternoon of this event. And still, I think the rain quit just a few hours before our setup. Still, we had at least a few thousand people show up initially, and I don't know how many throughout the whole night. It was pretty packed. The other thing that was kind of surprising, we took the lights down. I say we, athletics handles that part. We have an excellent athletics staff here to run these venues. They took the lights down. This is a little concession light. That's a really dim light, but it shows up very bright here, and the rest of the light's coming from the Jumbotron. And during this event, they offered to take the Jumbotron down for us and blacken this whole place, but it was good the way it was. But what we did learn is that this bowl here, that seating, that blocks light from the outside from getting in. So the cars going down Route 51 and coming into parking, we don't see lights from them at all. So that actually has a very positive effect on viewing from this location. It's something that we plan to take advantage of because during totality, we're not going to have events going on. We're going to be getting this as dark as we possibly can. The other thing is that we can do VIP events there in the Stadium Club. You see a few people up here on top of it, so there is some rooftop viewing access available. And it's a nice air-conditioned area. So that's going to take me into my next slide here. The SIU Arena, we're planning on using that for an Astronomy, Science, and Technology Expo. And that's basically like a STEM Expo is what most of this group knows that as. We have done the State Science Fair in this facility is what is the image that you see here. And this was one for the whole state. I'm not just talking a small regional one, but this was a major science fair. And what's good about this facility, you have the whole floor here that you can use. We're planning on using that for vendors. And I believe the website for vendor registration went live just this morning for this. It's off of eclipse.siu.edu. We also have a Jumbotron, and there are video monitors throughout all of this facility, the Stadium Club and the stadium. Those monitors can be tied together. So you can play the Eclipse webcast, the programming that's going on throughout all these facilities. And we are planning on doing that day. We have excellent AV services in these buildings. These are 2 very new facilities, and we can go ahead and actually use the athletics AV and the WSIU resources in combination with what NASA is doing to make this a very successful event. So with that, I'll say thank you. I don't know if we have time for questions. But
Raise your hand if you've been to the Adler Planetarium before. Awesome. Raise your hand. I know this was asked before, but I want to do this as a little experiment. Raise your hand if you have seen totality before. Raise your hand if you've seen a partial solar eclipse before. Notice most of the room has seen a partial solar eclipse. You are in the Adler Planetarium situation. We will see 85% of the sun covered, approximately, at the peak of the eclipse on August 21st. So we will never see totality there, at least not for this eclipse. The picture on the left-hand side of the screen is a screenshot from Starry Night, and so I went to the time of the major portion of the eclipse from us, and that's what it'll look like. And so notice the sky is still blue. We will not see darkness. If you have not been to the Adler before, we are located on Chicago's beautiful Lakefront Museum campus. We are the first planetarium in the entire Western Hemisphere. They did not exist in this entire hemisphere prior to us. We are very proud of that. Those of you who have not been to us, what are you waiting for? Come on. Come see us sometime. All right, we have hosted lots of sky observing events, transits, comets, all sorts of fun things. The goal for the eclipse is to be pretty straightforward. We want to be eclipse central for the Chicago area, but we do not want to be the place where absolutely everyone in the Chicago area comes to see the eclipse. We want to increase the capacity amongst the entire Chicago area to host their own eclipse viewing parties. We can have 10,000 people show up at Adler, and that would not be surprising to us if that happened. 10,000 people live within walking distance of the planetarium, pretty much. So we don't have to bring them all down to greatly increase our population for that day. But the goal, like I said, will be to increase the capacity. So I'll talk about that in a second. We're expecting a lot of media attention. This is what it looked like in front of the Adler for the 2012 Transit of Venus. So we had the TV trucks park out right in front and hoist up those antennas and start broadcasting live. It was a lot of fun. We are expecting really big crowds. This is for the Transit of Venus as well. So people just spill out everywhere pretty much outside for that. We're expecting enormous crowds. So this is what it looked like. So the balcony up top there, so next photo, this was taken from that balcony there. Looking out toward the city, the sun was setting over Chicago as the transit was happening. It was gorgeous. Yes, I will still call it the Sears Tower. The sun set pretty much right in between the building right next to the Sears Tower, which is that big tall one on the right-hand side if you haven't seen it before. It set pretty much right between that building and the next tall one next to it. So it was really neat to see the sun framed right in the middle between those two buildings as it was setting. But notice the crowds. That was somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 people. We may get double that amount for the eclipse in 2017. All right, so what are we going to do? Later, so this is a screenshot from our current website. Later in 2016, so we hope August 21st of this year, we will start our countdown website. So everybody's doing a countdown, we're going to do one too. And so we'll start putting information up there about what we're going to do, and if people want to know where to go, we'll point them toward other places where they might want to check out more information about coming to see totality. We want to have a map where people can submit their own eclipse viewing parties for the Chicagoland area, basically saying if you invite people to come, we'll tell people where you are. So we'll also have information about what we're going to do on Eclipse Day. So beginning in late winter or early spring of 2017, date yet to be decided, we are going to begin a round of community engagement. And so we're going to schedule an intense batch of training workshops for anyone who wants to get trained on how to do some very simple eclipse and sun and moon related activities. A little bit of advanced promotion. I've got the workshop around 4:30 about some of these same activities, so if you want to come see me, I'll show you what some of these might be. Think of it like an eclipse in a box. We will show up at your business, say it's a business, and we will show up with our box, and we will give you the box, and we will show you all the stuff you can do with all the stuff in the box, including a batch of eclipse glasses and some little hands-on things that you can do. Stuff that takes like 30 seconds to do. Nothing terribly mind-intensive, nothing that takes a long time. Like I said, we don't want tens of thousands of people to descend on the Adler Planetarium. Our local infrastructure can't totally handle that, mainly because, well, I take that back. The infrastructure can handle it because we share space on the museum campus with Soldier Field. So we can get people in and out for football games, but this is going to be people arriving by car, on foot, by train. So they're gonna show up. But we want to have people stay where they are, if possible, to see the eclipse. And so one of the things, of course, are those awesome solar shades that we all want to, that we're probably all going to end up with like 15 pairs of them after this is all finished. But our programming will start to ramp up about 10 days prior to the eclipse. So coinciding with the peak of the Perseid meteor shower, we host a star party every year. So that will peak on August 12th. And this is held at Cantini Park in Wheaton, Illinois. So those of you who know the Chicago area, it's west of Chicago, about 35 miles. And so we'll have an evening star party there. We always host it, rain or shine, no matter what. This is the kickoff. What we'll leave from here, so this is some of the activities that go on. We have face painters and telescope observing. Occasionally we're lucky and we get an ISS pass overhead. That happened a couple years ago. We had ISS pass overhead and I had everybody looking at that ISS and all of a sudden, boom, there goes a Perseid meteor. And about 95% of the field saw it. So that was pretty cool. Anyway, family-friendly activities, big wide open space, great viewing of the sky. And but what we'll leave from there is our regional outreach program. It's called Galaxy Ride. And so we will get in a van. We will zigzag our way down through Illinois, hitting rural areas in the week leading up to the eclipse. We'll stop off in a town, stop off maybe at their library, do a fun public event of some sort, and then move on to the next town the next day. We will end up in Carbondale either Friday or Saturday prior to the eclipse. We're not quite sure what that day will be. And so the Galaxy Ride will, like I said, end up in Carbondale. We're going to look forward to hanging out with the folks who are here. Oh, and these are pictures from Galaxy Ride from last year. Here's one of the cool activities that you can do. Of course, you can make a sundial. Why not? You want to tell the passage of time, right? So meanwhile, back in Chicago, we have a 20-inch telescope that we have in an observatory out back behind the Adler. We will not use that for the eclipse. It's not great for looking at the sun. The sun's already bright enough. We don't want to make it brighter by looking at it with a 20-inch telescope. So we have two telescopes that ride on the back of that. We will check those out to point them toward the sun. But we will likely, possibly, if we do this like we have done in past years, that will not be available to the public because what will people do? They will want to stand in line to look through the biggest telescope and they will miss the entire eclipse standing in line when they can just take their shades and look up and take a look at it. Telescopes won't make it any better, it'll just make it bigger. Who cares? So we will probably close that and just have the media go and take a look through those telescopes, get their B-roll and move on. All right. Like I said, we do not plan on having a large number of telescopes for people to look through. We plan on doing projections so people can gather around a large image of that eclipse, take a look at it, take pictures of it, share it with their friends and family. So we are not going to do what that lady is doing there. We're going to project that image. So, of course, if you haven't seen solar projection, there it is. All right. We're going to spread people out on the entire museum campus. So we don't want them to all go down the end of the peninsula at the Adler. We want them to spread them out. So as soon as they get onto the campus, be it by car, bus, walking, we'll get them that way. We want them to enjoy it because they don't have to go all the way down to the Adler to do that. We will have eyes to the skies that day. We look forward to helping out with the tailgating down here, helping out in the stadium however we can. Hopefully, as many people cheering on the Salukis in this picture will be cheering on the eclipse that day, and then some. But one final thing that we'd like to do is we'd like to launch a high-altitude balloon for that eclipse. Our goal, cross fingers, is live video of the eclipse itself and the shadow passage on the ground. 2 different cameras. And so that is what our goal will be. So, do you have time for a question?
The orchestra is going to start playing shortly, but not this time.
What's that?
No, this time for a couple questions.
Okay, a couple questions. Yes?
A quick question. I collect antique eclipse maps, and I know that you have several treasures in your collection. You have some of the early 1715 and 1724 eclipse maps by
Sure do.
Edmund Halley.
Yep.
So it would be an opportune chance for you to put that on exhibit in the weeks and months before the
Yeah,
eclipse.
they're already figuring out a history of astronomy. Thank you for mentioning that. I didn't put it in the presentation. We're planning to do a history of astronomy exhibit of some sort. We're trying to figure out exactly where in the building it'll go, and that'll determine how big it is. But yes, we've definitely got some stuff that we can show off for that. One thing you may also want to check to see if we might also have already put imagery of that material on our website. We're making more and more of it available. We have a searchable database on our website, and so I want to look to see what we have already of our history instruments and works on paper. I would highly recommend checking that out, and more will go up over the next. Yeah, there's already, the database is already up, and we're adding more to it as the years go on. So.
We have a question, Shadia.
So I think I understood you saying you were going to take a bus and go down and then give lectures to communities before. Now this is like you're talking about end of July, early August, and when children are not in school.
Right.
How will you, make sure that they will come? And
Libraries is who we hit. If they're not in school, then we love to hit public libraries, places where people already are. And so if there are opportunities, we can hit malls, we can hit libraries, we can hit parks, we can hit various places. And so that's been our experience in years past. So if it's a time when school is not in session, we won't hit schools. We'll hit places where the people actually are in the summer. Exact route yet to be determined. If you would like us to come to your town, let me know.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
That's great.
Thank you. Well, good to see everybody. And last year we were holding the workshop at OMSD, and so it's good to see a good turnout here. I want to compliment Southern Illinois University and Carbondale for putting on a great show this year. So let's give them a hand for a great run this year. So I want to talk about the OMSD preparation for 2017, and this is our logo that we'll be using. And I want to kind of skim through. Okay. And again, skim through, and we're going to talk about a little bit what's going on in the state of Oregon. History speaks for itself. We've had 2 total solar eclipses prior to 2017, and one of them was in 1918. And the only picture that we really have is this one right here that we find from an artist in the Oregon Historical Society. And then this one has been on display, I think, in a few websites. And then we had 2079, and most people recall that one. And unfortunately, the month of February means there's a good chance of clouds. So we're fortunate that the eclipse is going to happen in 2017, in August.
When it was approximately 75% of totality, and it was quite bright. Now Portland is getting dark. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's midnight in Portland. We're at the eclipse. Jules, can you can't see Portland from where you are, but I must tell you, it's a spectacular sight. It's midnight practically.
Frank,
now we can see. Now I believe we're back to your camera, and we see a sliver of the sun. Not quite total there yet.
Frank,
you notice how cloudy it is? Right, so what happened is most people scrambled out of town, and people panicked. So they were out running anywhere they could to find a clear sky. At that time, I was watching the eclipse, and we lost the picture. And I was in high school at that point, and my high school teacher said that we're going to watch the eclipse from the classroom. And I said, no way. So I told my parents I'm going to go out and find a spot. So I drove out to Goldendale and be able to see the totality. And that was one of the best decisions I ever made. because out in Goldendale it was clear, well, for the most part. And we're going to see a quick newscast of what went on.
This is the
at
CBS
Goldendale.
Evening News with Walter Cronkite.
Good evening. For parts of North America, the sun went out today. For a little under 3 minutes, the forces of darkness ruled in daylight as a great swath of shadow up to 190 miles wide cut across the continent from the coast of Oregon to Greenland. It was the last total eclipse of the sun for North America until the year 2017. Thousands of scientists and amateur viewers saw stars and the planets Mars, Venus, and Mercury briefly dominate the daytime skies. There's been a good deal said in recent days about the ways ancients responded to an eclipse, but as Eric Engberg and Terry Drinkwater report, modern man still hasn't lost his sense of wonder.
The moon's movement across our line of sight to the sun, just beginning here, gives the impression that a bite has been taken out of the solar disk. These pictures of the eclipse were taken from a specially equipped Air Force research plane carrying scientists and photo equipment. Cameras on board, fitted with extremely dense filters over their lenses, photographed the disappearance of the sun behind the moon from a point over North Dakota near the Canadian border.
From 40,000 feet above the cloud cover, scientists studying the eclipse had an unparalleled view.
Slowly, the moon blots out the entire sun as the moment of total eclipse arrives. Some final sparkles of sunlight filter toward Earth across the moon's mountains and valleys. Then darkness. With the filter removed from the camera lens, the corona of the sun can be clearly seen. Study of this solar atmosphere is one of the main scientific benefits from an eclipse. More is being learned about the corona all the time. Many experts believe it has a direct effect on the Earth's weather. The moon's movement brings forth a second sunrise, ending the mid-morning darkness which had stretched across the horizon.
Okay, now they're going to show Goldendale. And Goldendale is just
Eric Engberg,
east of
CBS
Portland.
News, airborne above North Dakota.
At the Goldendale Observatory in Washington State, astronomers, amateurs, and professionals alike cheered the moon as it started to move across the face of the sun. Nearby, at a replica of Stonehenge, Druids, neo-pagans, invoked their gods, Mother Nature and Father Time, to ensure cloudless skies. And generally, the heavens were clear for eclipse viewing, the last chance most Americans will have in this century. Because it's dangerous to look directly at the sun, or even at part of it, eclipse gazers had to be ingenious. Through peepholes, reverse images of the lunar solar spectacular captured inside shoeboxes, infants put safely inside paper bags, cardboard masks with special dark lenses. Many of the thousands here had prepared for months for these moments. As the totality of the eclipse approached, the Druids at Stonehenge seemed almost spellbound. And finally, at the moment the moon passes between the sun and this spot on Earth, total darkness. Fireworks, a Roman candle, Venus and the stars, the distant suns, the only light from the universe. And then, again, dawn, a second Monday morning. And the people were still in awe.
It was really a very incredible experience. I saw some corona and, you know...
Ooh, I'm scared to death. I was so scared.
Very spiritual experience, it is to me anyway.
As the warmth of the sun returned, those who watched knew that they had seen an event most mysterious and dazzling. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Goldendale, Washington.
This is a good video
Not
to just
everything.
show the emotion, the impact, the excitement, the crowd, and so on. And so this is where I was. This is the viewpoint, okay? And you can see that there's no way that I'm going to get up that road, okay? And so it was very crowded. Okay, this is the old Armsy at the Washington Park location. And they had all kinds of educational programs for the event at that time. And now we'll talk about 2017. With 2017, Oregon is going to get the first look of the totality. And everybody's going to be looking at us before it comes to you. And so there's a lot of excitement on that. What I like about this map is that it's kind of demonstrate 90 minutes. That's the length of a standard movie. And then Oregon is going to be right in the first contact. And I want to show you a real quick video from Eclipse 2017.org. And the first impact is going to be at the coast. It's a 60-mile path, traveling roughly about 2,000 miles per hour. And most of the totality is going to be just under 2 minutes. Okay? So we hit the coastline, and then we hit what's called the valley, which is going to be Salem. Salem is going to be the first capital that's going to be impacted by this. And then it moves over to the Cascades. And then once it goes over the Cascades, then it goes into Madras, and then Baker City, and then eventually to the Idaho border. So it will take 6 minutes to go from the coastline to the Idaho border. And Oregon has also been, as you've been hearing a lot of from Jay Anderson, it's one of the prime spots for clear skies. And Madras and Salem are one of the best candidates to have clear sky, but don't let that deceive you. Take a look at the red line, not the blue line. And the totality is going to be in the morning. So it's dicey. It's all the matter of the marine air that comes in. These are actual photographs from the last few years. If you look at the photographs, you can almost moan because there is some chance that we can have cloudy condition, but more importantly, we'll see in the photograph, Oregon has a lot of wildfires. Okay? And you can see in some of these photographs that the wildfires that occurred over Oregon, in particular this one. Okay? So there's the valley, there's Madras, and there's the coastline. So it's a good chance for clearing, but there's still the possibility. We're expecting 10 million visitors to come to the site, and not like Illinois or the Midwest, we don't have that kind of highway system that you would see here, where you can go from one spot to another. So it can be very, very challenging. Now, the coastline, the valley, known as the winery, Mount Jefferson expecting 5,000 people up on the mountain. Painted Hills, very little parking. And down to the Idaho border. You can see there's a lot of mountains out there. And then we have the partial eclipse. Okay? Oh, by the way, nobody has mentioned this. There's a partial lunar eclipse just before the totality. And that will be on August 7th, but the other side of the world will get to show, not us. I'm going to be focusing on educating the public how to view the eclipse. We've had about 30 years of experience in working with star parties. And we have a large crowd. Just like the Adler Planetarium, we offer star parties throughout the year. And for Salem, okay, we have a morning-long activity. And we have the usual setup, and we're going to see the night sky. What I call this the heart of Leo, because the eclipse will occur next to the star of Regulus. So it seems to be the theme will be the heart of Leo. And the Oregon Star State Fair is located in Salem. We're just about 2 seconds off the center line. And the key thing about this is that we're right off the freeway, so we have very easy access. And it's a very large facility. It can hold up to 10,000. They have campgrounds, they have security, they have restrooms, all the making for a really good infrastructure. And the eclipse itself, we're going to be on the amphitheater, okay? So we have plenty of stage, and we're going to be featuring the Portland Taiko Band. It shows the power of the eclipse. I've always wanted to do this. And I promise I will not be part of the band. And then we have the parking. And the main thing is that we have made a very good agreement between the two of us. And we're very, very pleased how it turned out to work with the State Fair. And we have wonderful partnership involved, including a few universities. And we'll be handing out solar viewing glasses and we're looking forward to a big turnout. Then we have the Oregon Star Party, which is also going to be hosting the eclipse viewing from Central Oregon. And these are all the activities that are going to be seen throughout the state, and I want to point out a few of them. Okay? We have the state parks. There are quite a few state parks here. I've been talking to the governor's office lately because they really want to step up their infrastructure of their agencies, the federal and the state, make sure they have plenty of patrol. So we have OMSI here, Western University, Oregon University going to be viewing from their football stadium. We have Oregon State University. We have a thing called Symbiosis, which is a strange name right here. They're expecting 10,000 people out in the middle of nowhere. Okay? It's kind of like a Burning Man. And then we have SolarFest in Madras and so on. So you can see there's a lot of activity throughout the state. Obviously, we cannot do this alone. We have to have as many locations as possible for the public to be able to see the eclipse. And so that's our part of our education, is to let the people know where they can go. And we've already got plenty of media. Last year, there was this article that came out was concerned about the fire that's going to occur near Madras. And then Madras, as Mike mentioned, that is the #1 spot. So that has gotten a lot of attention. So I'm expecting Madras to be in a gridlock on Highway 26. Okay? And then we have to wait a while for the next eclipse, 2077. It's an angular eclipse, but look at the length, almost 8 minutes long. And then, 154 years later, a totality. And it's going to be right over Mount St. Helens, Mount St. Helens. Okay, something to think about. Okay, in my 20-minute presentation, that a totality had happened 10 times. Okay, to give you an idea. All of this excitement just for a 2-minute totality. And you can boil water in 2 minutes. You can brush your teeth in 2 minutes. Kind of give that in perspective. Where will you be? Hey, thank you.
Howdy, how are y'all doing? What a great conference. Thanks to Shadia, and Leslie Brock, and Bob Bauer, and all the folks at SIU. This is great stuff. You are the 1%. Yes, you and me, we are the 1%. The 1% who have seen a total solar eclipse. Well, my name is John Jarrett, and I'm the founder and CEO of American Paper Optics, the world's leading manufacturer of paper 3D glasses, and of course, safe solar eclipse glasses. This is Paulo Auer, my business partner and COO of American Paper Optics. And our goal at American Paper Optics is to turn the country into not the 1%, but the 100%. The 100% who can safely experience this historic event. Now, we all know that we can't get everyone to the path of totality. What we can strive to do is to make sure that everyone has access to our ISO-approved safe solar glasses. At American Paper Optics, we've been producing eclipse glasses for 25 years, starting with the 1991 eclipse in Mexico, when we produced 1 million eclipse glasses for my still favorite corporate sponsor for any eclipse, Corona Beer. Since then, we've manufactured tens of millions of eclipse glasses for events all over the world. Now, in order to make all these glasses, you need a factory, like the one we have in Memphis, Tennessee. So here's a little snippet we're going to show you from a current TV program being broadcast all over the world about our company.
Today, anaglyph glasses are still made by American Paper Optics from their factory in Bartlett, Tennessee.
American Paper Optics is a 25-year-old company. We've got 40 employees. We manufacture all of our own paper 3D glasses in our own plant. In our 25-year history, we have sold over 2 billion 3D glasses. So basically, you can figure that I've put glasses on about a fourth of everybody in the world.
American Paper Optics receive orders for a vast array of styles of 3D glasses. Each client can have their glasses designed specifically for them, so the first step in the production process of the glasses is art design and graphics. Once the designs have been finalized, the glasses begin life as huge printed sheets of card that are produced off-site. The sheets of printed card are then moved into a die-cutting press machine. The printed sheets are die-cut one at a time in a flatbed press. On the first pass through the press, the eye holes for the glasses are cut and knocked out. These eye holes have to be precision cut because of the next phase, which is the gluing of the film to the paper. In addition, the back of the glasses have to be perfectly aligned with the front. Now that the sheets have been eye-holed, they are ready for the laminating process. This is where the glasses are fitted with their all-important coloured film, ready to create the 3D effect. The first step of the process is gluing the film to the front sheet of the glasses, covering the eye holes. Once completed, the sheet is automatically folded over and the back is glued to the front in order to trap the film between both sheets. The glasses are inspected for quality throughout this process.
The real key to manufacturing a pair of paper glasses is really the gluing of the lens technology. So with our automatic gluing equipment, one of our machines can actually glue 50,000 glasses an hour.
This company didn't just produce glasses with 3D lenses though. They've branched out to reach a whole range of markets and customer demand.
What makes our product unique is the high quality printing, the high quality paper and die cutting and assembly that my staff does. But what really makes American Paper Optics unique is our lenses. We've got specialty optics that nobody else in the world has. Glasses that are used to demonstrate everything from eye diseases to 3D effects to amazing effects that allow you to even look at the sun during a solar eclipse.
After waiting for the glue to dry, the freshly laminated sheets are sent back to the die cutting machine again. It is at this point that the glasses are cut into their final shape. As well as this, they're scored in order for the glasses to be able to be folded.
What we're known for at American Paper Optics is our speed. You could actually call us on a Monday and get 1,000 glasses, let's say branded for your wedding, and we would have those glasses the next day for you, branded and ready to ship.
The sheets are then counted into stacks of 50. The glasses are then stripped from the sheets in stacks, noses pulled out, rubber banded and packaged into cases ready to be shipped. In some cases, customers request that the glasses come folded. American Paper Optics have a custom-built folding machine that can quickly fold bundles of 50 glasses, ready to be packaged.
As you can see from our manufacturing process, we are poised and ready for the 2017 eclipse. And we're committed to manufacturing and distributing 100 million glasses for this eclipse. Yes, that's right, 100 million safe solar eclipse glasses. And how do we achieve this goal? Well, to do it, we need corporate sponsors to pay for the glasses. We don't care if we get one sponsor to give out 100 million glasses or if we get 10 to 20 sponsors giving out 5 to 10 million each. That doesn't matter. But what we do need is your help to continue to raise awareness for this event. Continue to let people know the significance of it as well. So the question is, how do you distribute 100 million glasses? We'll do it like we've done with other projects before. We can distribute via schools, museums, planetariums. We can distribute through major retailers as a premium to build foot traffic or create event awareness. We can mail them via direct mail, or as an on-pack or in-pack premium. We can also build the glasses into advertising inserts that can be bound into a publication or blown into a newspaper. For example, in 2000, we made 600,000 solar glass inserts that were blown into the Chicago Sun-Times for the Christmas Day partial eclipse. So why would a corporate sponsor want to take this on? Obviously, to build brand awareness through mass media. Paper glasses are also a low-cost, high-impact item or premium with a great return on investment. The glasses can be used to promote education, or they can be given away as a gesture of goodwill. And more importantly, this is a once-in-a-lifetime branding opportunity that is sure to create a media frenzy. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to John.
Well, thanks, Paulo, for setting that lofty sales goal. This guy wants me to sell 100 million eclipse glasses. You got to be kidding me. Well, maybe we can do it. You know what? We can do it. I believe it. You know why? Because in 2009, we produced 134 million glasses for the Super Bowl. How did we do that? Giant pair of scissors? Nope, it was corporate sponsors. We put together DreamWorks, Pepsi, Intel, and NBC to distribute the glasses for the event. The glasses were everywhere. It worked. Paulo, what are you doing? Newsflash, you're going to have to go a little faster than that. Make sure that guy from Rainbow Symphony gets some. He probably will need some too. All right, not everyone will have the Super Bowl for the backdrop for their marketing. But let me tell you what we did with Cheryl Cook in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. She followed our program beautifully using corporate sponsorships. She secured local banks, businesses, such as in vineyards and convenience stores, and even schools. We designed the glasses for her, and we showed her how she could gang run print them to get her best possible price. Doing this through her efforts, she sold 110,000 eclipse glasses. That's 110,000 glasses for a population of 30,000 people. Cheryl, that's super. At American Paper Optics, we have all the tools to design, manufacture, and distribute and achieve our goal to make sure eclipse glasses are available to everybody on Eclipse Day. We've been successfully getting corporate attention through the use of this simple video we're going to show you. And this shows corporate sponsors how they can build eclipse glasses with their own brand as an advertising premium.
On August 21st, 2017, one of the most amazing events in our lifetime is set to occur: a total solar eclipse. Sure, we've all heard of an eclipse, but chances are that you've never witnessed nature's grandest spectacle, a total solar eclipse. And that's okay. But blink, and it could be hundreds of years until the next one. So let's prepare accordingly for what astronomers are calling the largest sky event in history, or as we like to call it, the Super Bowl of the sky. The path of this total eclipse will begin in Oregon and end in Charleston, South Carolina, having crossed through a total of 12 states. Everyone lucky enough to be in this path will witness this once-in-a-lifetime total solar eclipse. So let's break this down. A total eclipse occurs when the moon positions itself just perfectly between the Earth and the Sun. This perfect alignment causes the moon to cast a shadow over the Earth, thus causing this extreme and rare darkness that is commonly referred to as totality. Just imagine daylight is replaced by total darkness. as several planets become visible. Flowers begin to suddenly close, and the temperature takes a dive. An amazing black hole appears in the sky as flames poke out of the sun's edge. Everything around you making you feel like you're in a dream. So why are we explaining this? Simply put, everyone observing this event will need to be wearing special lab-tested safe solar eclipse glasses. Whether you are lucky enough to experience a total eclipse in Nashville or a partial eclipse at 90% in Chicago, everyone will still need safe solar eclipse glasses. The demand for these eclipse glasses will be unprecedented, with a potential 300 million people taking in this historic event. We at American Paper Optics, the largest 3D glasses manufacturing company in the world, are offering up the only safe way to view the eclipse with our safe solar eclipse glasses. Out of the 2 billion 3D glasses we have produced, tens of millions of those have been for past eclipse events around the world. It's finally our turn to have one in the US, and it's our goal to make sure everyone is safely equipped and ready to go with our lab-certified, ISO-compliant Eclipse glasses. We are already in full production mode, poised to satisfy all the demands for the largest celestial event in history. So the big question is, are you prepared? With hundreds of millions of people taking part in this, can you imagine the astronomical marketing opportunity? Picture your brand or logo emblazoned on these safe solar glasses, as every single media outlet has a field day covering this historic moment. Not only are you slapping your logo onto millions of faces, but you are also providing the consumer with a safe and educational product to take in this historic moment. Now that's a marketing bonanza. The time is now. Let's discuss your marketing opportunity and how branded Eclipse glasses as a premium can take your campaign to the moon and back.
Just last December, I got shocked with a cancer diagnosis. Of course, as a 1%er, my first thoughts were not of my wife and my 4 small young children. Will they be taken care of if I don't make it? My first thought was naturally, will I make it to August 21st, 2017? Will I see the big eclipse before I see the big dirt sleep? Well, I'm happy to report that just a couple of weeks ago that I am cancer-free. So I'm poised and ready to sell that 100 million Eclipse glasses. So come on, everybody, let's get mooned.
Hi, my name is Sophie Margolis, and some of you who have called in the past might have heard me on the phone going, "Hi, Rainbow Symphony, this is Sophie. How may I help you?" Well, I am more than that voice. I am actually Mark Margolis, the owner of Rainbow Symphony's daughter. And since I am his daughter, I have been raised on eclipses. I remember my first eclipse in France in 1999. We took trains and cars and made our way to Centerline. It had to be Centerline. So we got there, and it was cloudy for most of the day. A few clouds moved, but not enough for a clear sky. And although I have some recollection of seeing something totally unbelievable through the clouds, what I remember was like it was yesterday was the excitement and eclipse fever that seemed to be all around us. We hopped on the train back to our hotel, got in the elevator, and my dad asked some people, "Did you see the eclipse? Did you have clear skies?" And they said, "Oh yes, it was beautiful, and we only had to go to the roof of the hotel to see the best view." I remember my dad laughing it off and saying, "Oh well, we still had quite the adventure." That kind of embodies exactly what an eclipse experience is. In some ways, they are predictable. We know the dates, where they'll take place, but chasing them and getting to what you think might be the best place on Centerline is a whole experience within itself. My dad loves the chase. He has gone all over the world to watch them, and with some of you. The experience of traveling, handing out our glasses to locals, hanging with his eclipse chaser friends, setting up for Eclipse Day, and finally the grand finale, watching the eclipse, is all a part of that adventure. For him, this is a passion. It's never been about the amount of glasses that we need to sell. It's been about being a part of something that is so much bigger than us. And for that reason, I decided I wanted to be a part of a business that wasn't about glasses, just glasses, but it was about being a part of that chase and having that passion. I am the next generation of eclipse chasers, and my dad's enthusiasm for his products is infectious. Rainbow Symphony is my dad. And for that, I'm excited to introduce him so you can hear exactly what I'm talking about and why Rainbow Symphony is a company I plan to stay with, hopefully for the rest of my life, so I can continue on with that very passion he has taught me to have. Mark Margolis.
Hello all, I'm Mark from Rainbow Symphony. I'm the owner and president of the company. We've been in business for 40 years. And I thought it would be appropriate to start off by talking a little bit about my what kind of got me into this and what led up to our enthusiasm and interest in solar eclipses. And so I want to start off by talking about my first solar eclipse in 1990. We were building and shipping just tons of eclipse glasses all over the U.S., Mexico, and Hawaii for the 1991 total solar eclipse. At that time, I didn't realize the scope of the event that the Baja eclipse was one of the longest durations of totality was happening right in my backyard. It was over 7 minutes of totality and the longest in the Saros cycle. That was a swing and a miss, but we did realize there was a significant need for eclipse glasses. In 1994, there was an annular eclipse in the southwest U.S. We flew down to El Paso, Texas, where we were hosted by Dan and Shirley Opplinger from Tropical Adventures. We experienced a beautiful annular eclipse with its perfectly concentric ring of fire. It was a great day, lots of people, really cool telescopes, and lots of excitement. By this time, we were sort of getting the idea of what was happening. Fast forward to 1998, the total solar eclipse in the Caribbean. Again, we were busy at Rainbow, just manufacturing, shipping just tons of glasses all over the Caribbean. Aruba, Curacao, to Central and South America, Venezuela, east to Puerto Rico, and the French West Indies. We decided for Eclipse 1998 to hook up again with Dan, who was the charter master for several Windjammer sailing vessels that were chartered for this eclipse. This was to be my first total solar eclipse. This is after making eclipse glasses for almost 10 years. We boarded the sailing ship Legacy, which, by the way, is at the bottom of the ocean right now. In Antigua, we boarded in Antigua for a 10-day sail around the Caribbean, many of the islands, and finally positioning us on centerline on Eclipse Day. On Eclipse Day, the preparations that were going on, the excitement and the anticipation was palpable. Everyone hoping for good weather and clear skies. Off to the west was the island of Montserrat. I think you can see it there, the island of Montserrat. And that's the Legacy, by the way, and the island of Montserrat. And you can see Montserrat is actually erupting. So it had been in a constant state of volcanic eruption with plumes of smoke and plumes of smoke and ash drifting through the sky. Armed with my eclipse glasses and 10x Fujinon binoculars filled with 2 Thousand Oaks optical solar filters, we waited, and finally, first contact. Slowly over the next couple of hours, the moon took bite after bite from the sun. There it was. The mythological dragon was eating the sun. As the visible part of the sun got smaller and smaller, the first thing you noticed was the drop in temperature and the change in lighting. The brightest day was vanishing into dusk. We were in a 3-dimensional dome of sunset, from horizon to horizon. The colors were glowing like a Maxfield Parrish painting. Purples, pinks, and oranges in the sky were reflecting off the clouds in the water below. Someone yells, "There's Venus and Mercury," now the 2 brightest objects in the sky. Shadow bands appeared on the deck, and another person yelled, "Diamond ring, Bailey's beads," then "Filters and glasses off." The sun, now only a sliver, disappeared behind the moon. We are in the shadow. What happened next was totally unanticipated. With filters off my binoculars, I had for the first time a close-up look at the solar corona. Luminous ribbons of translucent light were streaming from around the sun, dotted with beautiful bright pink prominences. What was unexpected were the tears that were rolling down my face. Not uncontrollable sobbing, but like something touched my heart with pure love. It was one of the most beautiful things I had ever experienced. It was a perfectly transcendent moment. This kind of sealed the deal for us. Many years ago, actually over 40 years ago, the business structure of Rainbow Symphony was set up as an incubator to facilitate and support the development of our creative ideas. The spark or the catalyst came from an introduction to the first embossed holographic diffraction gratings. We were truly given a gift, and that was the gift of light and color. The deal was to spread the light and bring positivity and beauty to people's lives. I mean, who doesn't like a rainbow? Our flagship product was our rainbow window. Just hang them in a sunny window and they'll fill your room with rainbows. It's a future classic and a very cool product. As the company evolved and as we introduced more processes, we developed our first paper-mounted products, rainbow glasses and fireworks glasses. This was the bridge from fun and entertainment to diffraction elements for the study of light and color. Our manufacturing capability was quickly expanded to include many different types of glasses. In 1989, Fred Marshak, then a professor at the University of Santa Barbara, California University of Santa Barbara, had asked us to make eclipse glasses from some silver mylar that he had provided. We did, and the rest was history. Since the 1991 total solar eclipse, Rainbow Symphony has participated in the majority of partial, annular, and total solar eclipses around the world, as well as several planetary transits. We currently sponsor several nonprofit educational and astronomical outreach programs like the Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project and Astronomers Without Borders. I want to touch on a few talking points. The first one being safe solar viewing. At the end of the day, for all our instructions and information and certifications, we're telling people to go look at the sun. I mean, we're telling people, all of us, we're telling people to go look at the sun. The first thing that needs to happen is being clear about the safest way to do this, when to use solar filters and when it's okay to take them off. In planning for an event, this should not be an afterthought. It needs to be the first thought along with detailed instructions. The impulse to look up when everyone in the crowd is looking up is irresistible. The most important thing is that you have the proper viewing device, hopefully a pair of our eclipse glasses. This is worth a visual of the do's and the don'ts. Let's see if we can get some do's and don'ts. These are the don'ts. And actually, when we were just down in Sulawesi, where we saw the eclipse in March in Indonesia, we saw just about every wrong way to look at the sun, through X-ray film, through CDs, exposed film, floppy disks, multiple sunglasses. I mean, every wrong way to do it.
Candy wrappers were a big one.
Candy wrappers were a big one. Our friend Jay Pasikoff has made a very good point about our glasses over the years. Jay would call these partial eclipse glasses. The point being that you're to wear the eclipse glasses to protect your eyes from harmful solar radiation anytime you look at the sun or the sun's reflection, no matter how small a part is visible. If you're in a location where the sun is not completely covered by the moon, you will wear your glasses 100% of the time to view the partial phases of the eclipse. The cool part is, if you're lucky enough to be in the path of totality or the full shadow of the moon, you can take your eclipse glasses off to witness the wonders of a total solar eclipse. The show starts when you're in the shadow of the shadow of a fully eclipsed sun. This is where you see Bailey's beads, the diamond ring effect, the solar corona, and its structure with streamers, polar brushes, and beautiful solar prominences. So if possible, and I think we can all agree on this, get to totality. It's worth it, it's worth the effort, and you will not be sorry. As you all know, Total Eclipse 2017 will be the most media-covered viewed eclipse in history. Hundreds of millions of people from the U.S., Canada, and Mexico will be in proximity to the path of totality, or partial phases of the eclipse. Our planning and production scaling started over 3 years ago. They say that you can only be as successful as your level of organization. To be able to produce and accommodate the demand for safe solar viewers, we have upgraded our accounting, order processing, and customer relations management systems, affiliate programs, and e-commerce for greater distribution and accessibility to our products. Production, printing, and die cutting has been upgraded and expanded. Our warehouse and shipping capabilities has been greatly expanded with available drop ship and fulfillment services for our customers via air or LTL common carrier. We have put a tremendous amount of time and resources into preparing for this event. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank certain individuals for their help. And I have to say, a lot of those individuals are up on up on the screen right now. But I really have to thank for their inspiration, teaching, and guidance of the path. First, a shout out to Ralph Chu, who's not here today, and Terry Cuddle, who is here today. I told you I was thinking about you, right? And that's basically for the testing and safety standards for our materials and the solar observing. Thank you for your guidance. These are the guys that keep us on track and keep us honest. We were recently asked by Mike Kentrianakis if we had one word of advice for customers, what would that be? The simple answer is this: order early. We're not early anymore. And order often. With as good as we are, and for as long as we've been doing this, the capability, production, staging, conversion of raw materials into product is finite. Nobody knows better than we do as to what is going to happen leading up to this eclipse. We have the ability to make this the safest and most life-changing event for a lot of people. If we're telling people to go look at the sun, they need to have a safe way to do this. As a community of eclipse chasers who understand the importance of eye safety, let's make eclipse glasses and safe solar viewing the first thought for preparing for Eclipse 2017. And thank you very much for your attention and for being here.
All right, well, thank you very much. We're from St. Louis. My name is Don Fick, and I've actually been the chair of the St. Louis Task Force since we formed back in basically 2014. By the way, I am the Donald, in case you noticed the front part of that Don Fick, and so the Donald. Joining me today will be Trish Ersfield, who's one of our task force members, and she's got a great story to tell, so we're going to kind of tag team. I'm going to take it kind of a very high level, and then she's going to give you one good example of what we're doing here in St. Louis. All right, first off, St. Louis has not had a total solar eclipse since the year 1442. So we've had a bit of a dry spell. We have a lot of opportunity. We have 2.3 million people in the greater St. Louis area, and that's just on the Missouri side. 1.6 million people in the path to totality. All they got to do is look out the door, and they're actually in the path, which is terrific opportunity. It's as big as Nashville, and I think I could probably squeeze that a little bit and make us the biggest city in the entire path. We have 4 counties that are 100% in the path, 2 large ones, Jefferson County and Franklin County, which creates a tremendous opportunity. They're just a very short distance drive from St. Louis. And we've got great roads, accommodations. By the way, all the Chicago people will be coming down to St. Louis, so I'm sorry about the Adler thing, but it'll work out really good for us there. And we are an easy drive from really the major cities. We are actually often overlooked because we are basically in the edge of totality. You can see it kind of splits the city straight down the center there. But still, in fact, some of the things like the Gateway Arch, the Cardinal Stadium, basically the zoo, heck, even the Science Center is not in the path itself. But still, we're at 1.6 million people. What we've done, it's really a massive area, and so what we've done is we formed this task force back in 2014. We built, we actually been meeting monthly faithfully. We've built a pretty good task force of over 16 people from cities, educators, whatever else. And we've been focusing our efforts, because the area is so vast, within 100 miles of the St. Louis Science Center, simply trying to keep our perspective of what we can actually do. We've done a lot of stuff. One of the first big things we did is in October of 2015, we did a workshop, which we had a bunch of folks, Michael and a few other folks who were here that are here today were actually there. It really started a lot of city planning for us, which is terrific. We've done, believe it or not, over 100 programs, face-to-face programs out in the community through schools, through planetarium, through whatever, libraries. And we're on track right now to get 100,000 eclipse glasses. I mean, we just started about a month ago, and we're well on the track to get that. And we've been getting some news coverage. We're starting to get people aware of what's really going on. And we've actually got something like over 20 viewing sites. And I'm not going to really go through this list because it's really, we're trying to go county by county because there's a lot of counties involved to make sure that we actually are getting a lot of things going on. Before I turn it over to Trish, who's going to really tell you one good example of what's going on, I want to say that we are planning to have a solar eclipse expo in St. Louis. We've rented a 20,000 square foot auditorium. It's got a 500-acre park outside. It's a terrific thing. So we encourage vendors, even Hopkinsville, whoever you guys want to come and just set up a display. We'd love to see you there. So I'm going to turn it over to Trish, who's going to tell you, I think, a terrific story, which I believe is a great model for really planning for the eclipse.
So Perry County, Missouri is located 80 miles south of St. Louis and roughly 150 miles north of Memphis, Tennessee. With a population of just over 19,000, our largest city, Perryville, is home to half of these people. We are mostly a rural agricultural county. Knowing very little about the eclipse myself, I was told that the major threat of an eclipse is the weather. So on August the 21st, for the past 10 years at approximately 1 p.m., since our totality is at 1:18, here is what you can expect from Perry County: no rain. We have 6 out of 10 clear skies with 3 scattered clouds and 1 misfit, mostly cloudy. Feeling pretty confident about our weather stats, we continued planning. So 8 months ago, I began rallying the troops and building my task force. Some were skeptical, and that was to be expected. Some were defensive, and that would be expected. If you are in charge of your eclipse destination, gather all the leaders of your community that you can. These are my experts in my county. Let them take care of their respected fields. I don't need to plan ingress and egress routes for my county. Team up with your 911 and your state highway department. They know their roads and can provide safety and directional signs where most needed. I don't need to try to figure out how many porta potties are needed at the soccer fields. Let your health department and your park recreation people help you with those numbers. They are familiar with larger crowds and sanitary needs. I could try to do all these tasks, but these are my professionals that I am depending on. And at the end of the day, it will be done more efficiently, more complete, and with better results, providing a better eclipse experience for everyone. Once I had my task force set, my next focus was on my working force, local businesses, companies, industries in my community. I presented solar eclipse PowerPoints on awareness and economic benefits to my local Coffee and Connections, Lunch and Learns, Business After Hours, Women's Networks, Bank Power Lunches, chamber meetings, and many others, and with varied attendances anywhere from 20 to 150 people. Now my focus was on school and educations. This is an undeniable educational opportunity for our kids, and I wanted our teachers and principals and administrations of all of our schools to know how important this extraordinary event was going to be and to allow them plenty of time to plan their eclipse in their curriculum. On August the 15th, 2016, Dr. Angela Speck will be addressing and educating 500 plus educators and faculty at our Perry County Back to School Conference. These 500 teachers and staff aides and school administrators will be going back to the classrooms to teach and inspire nearly 4,000 Perry County kids ranging from preschool to college level. Each teacher will create and customize an eclipse lesson to fit their classrooms and kids. The schools are planning all-day, on-campus field trips, utilizing their football fields, track fields, playgrounds, and bus parking lots. Every teacher, whether science, physics, math, or poetry, is brainstorming how they can bring the eclipse to life in their classrooms. My schools will stay in session, and I anticipate many parents going to school that day with younger children to make sure that they have a safe family eclipse experience. We are also implementing the Library Telescope program, which I pitched to the library board, and not only did they approve Perry County's library, but they want to incorporate the program in all 7 of their libraries. So we're not only promoting astronomy, science, and eclipse in Perry County, but throughout the Southeast Missouri region. Where do I go with 10 to 20,000 additional people and still give them an awareness, an awesome eclipse experience? And how do I know for sure that those numbers are realistic? We currently have 4 public viewing sites, a 35-acre soccer complex, a 168-acre city park, a 40-acre field, and a 12-acre field. Additionally, we have 2 wineries and 2 rural bed and breakfasts with acreage designated as viewing sites. We are also creating private viewing sites for groups of 50 to 150 at VIP area hosted by local residents. And we have our Perryville Regional Airport, which we are marketing as a sweet spot for those who have the resources to fly in, watch the eclipse, and then take back off. Our regional airport is also home to Sabreliner Aviations and has the unique ability to welcome a multitude of various size aircrafts, from crop dusters to private jets to governmental DC-10s. As we quickly approach the one-year out mark, Perry County has already committed to purchasing 25,000 solar eclipse glasses. We have already reserved 65 portable bathrooms. We have mailed out some invitations nationally and internationally. Our local water company will be donating bottled water for the event. Our local hospital will be setting up cooling stations at our public viewing sites. We will have monthly radio interviews in August with our local radio station, who will become our Eclipse Voice of the Day. We have wineries and breweries making special drinks. We have restaurants with special menus. We even have a florist that has a special petunia named the Night Sky in honor of the eclipse. And right now we're currently locking in details for the Perry County Solar Fest for the weekend prior to the eclipse, with music, a street dance carnival, 5K glow run, an educational mobile planetarium, vendor booths, and night stargazing locations, among others. It is very important to me, my city, and my county that everyone has a great eclipse experience, both local residents and our eclipse guests. We will be ready, we will welcome everyone, and we will have an unforgettable eclipse experience. Thank you.
You know, I know time is limited for this talk. You know how these talks never open? With a monologue. So let's try this. Sun and the moon walk into a bar. The moon says to the bartender, 2 Coronas, please. The sun says, yeah, but make mine a light. That killed back at the magazine. Okay, one more. I'm shortening this. The sun and the moon, already a little bit tipsy, walk into a bar, and the sun says, me and my friend would like a few libations. So what I'm really here to talk about is, you're lucky I didn't have more time, trust me, is what we're doing in St. Joseph, Missouri, eclipse preparations. And when I proposed this project to them, I basically had one thing to say, a question that I asked them. Do you know how lucky you are? Seriously. I mean, the 2017 eclipse, as you've heard by many people, will be the most viewed in history because of these reasons here in the United States. And St. Joseph is one of the prime locations anywhere. How prime? So the blue line is the center line of the eclipse, and this is the airport. That's the south end of the runway. Okay, it is perfect. The runway, ordinarily a city like St. Joseph wouldn't have a real large airport because it's only about 80,000 people, but the National Guard is based there. And so the runway is 8,100 feet long, and they fly C-130 transports out of there. But it's not especially the runway that we're talking about. And here's a view of the runway, and here are 6 C-130s way off in the distance. Okay, this view gives me the opportunity to talk about something that you can't see in this slide. So here's the runway, but off to the north here is an area the Guard calls the drop zone, where they practice dropping in emergency supplies. It's way bigger than the runway. And so we're looking for a fairly large crowd. Here are the statistics at the airport, and Xavier, I'm sorry that I have not included your calculation of the limb of the moon, because that does add more than a second to our duration of totality. And because we're talking about an airport, I always list that the shadow is moving at Mach 2. So that tends to impress people. St. Joseph is the largest city entirely in the path. And I know Don was talking about St. Louis, 1.7 million, absolutely. But as far as cities entirely in the path, St. Joe is the fifth largest. Now, this city is not in the path, but I wanted to tell you that the Vegas line on attendance to our eclipse, the under, is about 200,000 people. Okay, we can handle probably twice that many, but I'm really hoping twice that many don't show up because of many, many reasons. Now, St. Joe does offer one huge advantage. They've done this before, not eclipses. The last eclipse in St. Joe was 1806, so that's not why. Why is because it's an airport, it's a big airport, and they've done air shows there before. The last one in 2012, over 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, saw 140,000 people come to it. And just so happens that they're doing another one this year, which is a great practice run, literally, for the eclipse. So that will happen August 27th and 28th. And of course, I'll be there. So right now, I have some priorities. And the first one is creating what I like to call the idea squad to bring to the air show. Mike Reynolds, that all of you know, is going to be there, along with several other people that we're just going to walk around. We're going to look at parking. We're going to look at camping. We're going to look at the way the displays are set up and every aspect of the air show and what can we incorporate during the eclipse, what do we not want to use, and what can we make better. So that is one of the main priorities. Another one is right now, all of the talks that I'm giving are to astronomy clubs, approaching them for help. And I've got some clubs coming. Well, Kansas City, you might figure, only 40 miles down the road is a no-brainer. I mean, if I couldn't convince them, why do it? So the Astronomical Society of Kansas City is one of the clubs. The Northeastern Florida Club, Mike Reynolds, is bringing about 60 people. And they also have a sister club in England who's flying over, spending a week in Jacksonville, is that right? And then coming up and helping out with the eclipse. They'll all have telescopes. The Franklin Institute, I've got a very good friend who runs the planetarium there. He is coming. He is going to live broadcast from there, and he is talking to the astronomy clubs in the Delaware Valley, so I'm looking for great participation from them. And then I just spoke recently to the club in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and they are actually bringing a group of probably 50 to 60 people down to St. Joe. So that's one of my priorities right now as well. Another one is rooms, okay? I got an email from a guy a week ago that said every room in St. Joe is sold out. Well, that's not true, okay? Because only one of the hotels there and 2 B&Bs have even opened up rooms yet. As you know, because of software limitations mainly, most hotels don't sell their rooms until a year out. Luckily, in addition to the rooms in St. Joseph, we also have many, many more rooms just down the highway in Kansas City. So that's a priority. Setting up early. Every club that I talk to, well, can we get in the day before, or can we get in that Saturday? So that's one of the things that we have to iron out between now and, really between now and the day after the air show. Can people get in early? And finally, getting the word out. And how am I getting the word out? Many ways. Website totally dedicated to the St. Joseph eclipse that I used to call by my little company named Front Page Science. And I was with a friend, and he said, what does Front Page Science have to do with the eclipse? And I said, oh, it's my company. He said, no, what does it have to do with the eclipse? So the next day I changed the name to stjosepheclipse.com. Facebook page, I mean, everybody's using Facebook these days. Also, podcast. This morning, I posted my 69th podcast in the series. That's 69 weeks. That's well over a year. It's still the only 2017 Eclipse-related podcast on iTunes, and it's been fairly popular, so that's good. Print media is another thing that we're doing. We've already had 2 major stories in the Kansas City Star, which is a fairly large newspaper, one of which I wrote and one of which a reporter wrote. We have TV coverage guaranteed because one of my good friends when I worked in Kansas City is the chief meteorologist of the ABC affiliate there. This is Brian Busby. And we made the big time because Tyler did a poster for our event. And I didn't put poster over here because I didn't want to mess up Tyler's great artwork. And if you think I don't want to cover that up, here's my new book. And so I wasn't going to put book over the cover. Finally, I'll just mention, we talk about weather, St. Joe, okay? Let's talk about the last 4 years. 2012, at eclipse time, the red box, clear. 2013, 2014, and 2015, all clear at eclipse time. Now, as they say in the stock market, past performance is no guarantee of future performance, but if I had a superpower that allowed me to create a total solar eclipse in St. Joseph every August 21st, and we look back at the last 20 years, we would have seen 19 of those eclipses. So odds are, I'm not making promises, I'm not guaranteeing anything, odds are that we will see the eclipse. If you're not with a group, if you don't have a scheduled activity, or if you're not planning to do one, come to St. Joseph. I can certainly use the help. Thank you very much.
Okay, for this session, I'm going to have about 4 slides in the beginning, but then I want to open it up to some participation and discussion and some brainstorming on how we can leverage and magnify our efforts through social media. So first of all, you've all gotten the memo that the official hashtag for this conference is Eclipse 2017 Workshop. And I haven't been able to go online and check how it's doing, but I'm sure that a number of people have become either aware of this conference or are becoming aware of or are learning about this through this hashtag. Okay, in my earlier presentation, when I mentioned why this is properly called the Great American Eclipse, you'll recall that one of my bullet points was it's the first major total solar eclipse in the social media era. And I'd also like to say that if you're doing outreach about the eclipse, and if you're not on social media, then you're not doing it right. The importance of social media is severalfold. One key point about social media is that it is the best way to reach young people in underprivileged communities. I have 2 young adult children, and I frequently, take their pulse of how they get their information. And I know this, they never read a newspaper, and they almost never watch television. Although they did when they were young, but now they don't even watch television. So they're not going to get their information from a broadcast on TV. But particularly with my son, I noticed that he was fairly knowledgeable about current affairs. And so I asked him, how does he get his news? How does he get his information? And he told me YouTube and some of the other social media outlets. So it's a reality today that social media is how young people get their information, and people, from underprivileged communities. So this is an important way for us to reach a very broad audience. And the primary outlets, I probably not listed every single one, but there's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, and so forth. You can read the list. Of this list, I think that probably the most important ones are Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And if you're going to dip your toes into the social media, and if you only choose one, I would say Facebook is the 800-pound gorilla of social media today. The thing about Facebook is I have two living parents who are quite elderly, and I'm very lucky to still have them. But both of my parents who are in their 80s, they're on Facebook. And the reason they're on Facebook is they're lurkers. They're on there because they want to see pictures, and they want to see what their children and their grandchildren, and now their great-grandchildren, fortunately they have great-grandchildren, are doing. So a very broad part of the American population is on Facebook. I'd also like to suggest that social media has a bigger impact than the web, which has a greater impact on broadcast media, which also has a greater impact on than print media. This is a progression of media, and social has become more and more popular to the point where for large segments of our population, it's eclipsed all the other forms of media. And why is this true? Because it's the most democratic media that we have. It's the only platform that content really can go viral. And it's a proactive media. That's a wonderful aspect about it. And I've heard in several conversations that people are frustrated that television stations aren't promoting the eclipse yet. It's not happening. But we can do something about that. We can put quality content out there on social media, and we can be proactive in spreading the information about the eclipse. And social now drives broadcast media to an increasing extent. For example, about a week or two, you may have seen on television a short video of a lady in a Chewbacca magazine, and she's laughing hysterically. Okay, you may have seen that on television, but the only reason that video showed up on television was because it went viral on social media first. So viral content on social media is driving broadcast media now. And the final key point about social media is that the public, we are the curators of content. It's not Google searches, it's not news outlets, it's not journalists, it's not other authorities, but the public decides what goes viral and spreads like wildfire. So we can really multiply our influence through social. Okay, so about getting started with social, hashtags are crucial for discovery. Hashtags are how people can identify content that's going viral. Hashtags are used by the social platforms to define what goes on the trending list. So it's important to use common hashtags. The other thing about getting started is the eclipse is now 14 months away. It's time for us to get started right now if you're not already active. Pick one or two platforms and get started. Be consistent. You're not going to instantly get a large audience, but you can grow it over some time. That's what I've done. I've been consistent, and now I have a fairly good following on social media. And it'll start slow but pick up. Okay, about magnifying our message, use common hashtags. These are the hashtags that I've been using: Eclipse 2017, Solar Eclipse, Great American Eclipse, and I think towards the very end, just simply Eclipse. These will be the really common hashtags, so that if you're making a post, use a hashtag, because that's how people can discover your content the best way. I'd like to suggest that all of us, and I know that a good fraction of people here are already active on social, follow each other, do a courtesy, let's help each other out, follow each other, like each other's content, retweet, share. That's an important way for us to magnify our influence and really help each other out. And one thing is, I think that we need, let's see, cut out. Okay. I think we need to have a directory of those of us who are active on social, so that we know who to follow and to share and grow each other. Okay, so that's the part of my presentation. But now I would like to open it up for people to make their comments, their ideas, their suggestions about how we can help each other and magnify our message through social media. Okay, Karen? Or I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the AAS Facebook page is /Eclipse 2017. And if you're looking for pictures from the meeting today, they're all posted already. So I keep that up, and I'm the person that tries to repost everything that all you guys are posting. So I'm so thankful that you're talking, Mike. Thank you so much.
Sure. And Karen, would you and the Eclipse 2017 take on the task of creating some form of listing or directory of all of the people? Okay, great. She'll post the results on the web page, the AAS web page, as well as. Okay. Repeat the URL. Okay, I believe the AAS URL, I'm trying to remember what it is offhand.
It's AAS.org/eclipse-2017.
AAS.org/eclipse-2017. Okay. All right. Other comments? Other suggestions?
I'm holding the mic. So, what you said about clicking like, I don't frankly understand whatever arcane formula Facebook uses. It's beyond me, because I'll have things which will just go nuts, and I'll look at the numbers, and there'll be I've had content which has been it's the exposure is like 60,000, and it's been shared as many as a couple of thousand times. But what you say about clicking like is so key, because if you can click like as your own profile, and if you have a page, click like is that page too. And if we can all agree to just follow everybody and then click like on everybody, everything that we see, because I have personally been negligent of that. I'll see your content, for example, but I won't click like. But it occurs to me what you said. It's so important because that increases Facebook's exposure overall, which then snowballs, and that's how things begin to go viral. Because if something falls through the cracks and does not get a bunch of likes, then it'll just get 200 looks, and that's the end of it, and it'll just die there.
Yeah.
You've grown your page tremendously in a short time, and I got to commend you for what you're doing, because it's a great page, and you're getting some great exposure.
Thank you.
Over here.
And to Jay's point, clicking, there's two forms of likes on Facebook. There's a like of a page, but there's also likes on individual posts, and both are important.
Michael, in my most recent job, I was the operations director of a statewide radio network in Kentucky. Mm-hmm. And Richard will know about this. We had a guy. This is how to generate excitement in this. We had a guy there named Matt, who started something called Kentucky Sports Radio, University of Kentucky Sports. He started this out on a local cable TV access channel. Then he came to our radio station. We put it up on the network. He's now got 40 radio affiliates. He's been a regular host and guest on ESPN. And we saw him at the I sat down and talked with him at the Kentucky Broadcasters Association conference, and I asked him, what do you attribute this to? And the thing that really, really worked for him was he was on Facebook, on all the social media every day, but he was doing a lot of inside baseball stuff. He was talking about, how did we get this interview with the player? Foibles. Yeah. They made a trip when UK was out in Los Angeles playing at UCLA. They traveled all the way across the country, and one of his posts was about, they were sitting in a Waffle House someplace in Nevada, and they were having a discussion about who was going to go up and take a bath first. Okay, it's this kind of stuff about, the inside, like I say, inside baseball stuff. How are you putting it together? What are you doing with your event? What happened last night? Did the telescope break? So on and so on and so forth. People love this kind of stuff. Okay, just some ideas.
Yeah, it's all about telling a story, and all of us have stories to tell. So the key to success on social is telling a compelling story.
Michael, two things I'd like to bring up. One is that we've been talking about this with the governor's office, using social media as an advantage to work with the emergency response team, the weather, all the agencies that could be communicated in some form. And so we've been talking about that a little bit. Not sure how we're going to do it, but that was discussed. And number two, then when I started bringing up the Facebook discussion with my museum, they immediately responded and said, well, we need a full-time person to monitor the Facebook on the eclipse, especially when it gets closer and closer. That it becomes a very demanding thing, that we respond to everything. Be friends, it becomes another communication thing that becomes complicated, that have to be kind of streamlined a little bit.
Okay. Mike Reynolds, who has a video that just went viral.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention, Michael, that last Sunday, Scott Roberts at the Middle States Regional Astronomical League Conference in Columbia shot a very short 1-minute video of me talking about the eclipse, posted it Monday on Facebook, has over 5,000 views and reposts as of today, less than 5 days later. So it's a very powerful way to get a message out there. Unfortunately, I didn't have a Chewbacca mask I could use, but that'll be my next post.
Yeah, but in that short video, you showed such passion about people coming to the eclipse. That was infectious, and that's why that content went viral. And we need more of that.
Hi. So from what I've realized, going off of what a lot of people are saying, it's really humanizing the experience, because a lot of this can really get mixed up in science and things that a lot of people don't understand. And I do social media, and Michael has been so great at sharing our stuff, and I think that also attributes a lot to likes and views too, because I know that we share on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram what other people post. And I think humanizing it by taking everyday people's pictures and reposting and sharing what people have to say around, it really humanizes and gets people excited for the experience. Mm-hmm. And another thing we were just talking about was that Twitter, we've come to realize as millennials, is something that we use like the day of the event or something that's happening live. Like if it's the Oscars or if it's the Super Bowl, that's when people are really, really active on Twitter. We've had the most success on Facebook, I would say, at the moment. But do not disregard Snapchat, because for us, it's a huge deal right now. It's how we get our news. They just put up new news, like posts every day, live news. And so we get our news from BuzzFeed, from Snapchat, and they're really rising in the ranks in terms of the social media you want to be on for sure. So
I'll have to check out Snapchat.
Yeah,
I haven't used it.
I'm happy to show anyone. I follow a ton of people.
Yeah, and another super important point about social is, you know, like when you go to the astronomy clubs or star parties, who do you see? You see middle-aged white men predominantly. You know, and the readership of the astronomy magazines, that's who it is. But on social media, you're reaching everybody. You're reaching every type of community that's out there. And that's so important that we broaden our message to the entire population, not just the people who are already predisposed to this interest.
Newspaper, what's a newspaper? Okay, we're going to move on to, is that it? All the questions? Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Sure.
So much.
His mouth is moving and he's not talking. Eclipse chasers are kind of like people who fish. They love a good story. And we've just heard what those stories can accomplish. And I am Dan McGlon. I run eclipse2017.org. And I'm going to tell you a story about the 2016 eclipse. It is a wonderful story. I'm going to give you a very quick overview of how it came to happen, the wonderful things that happened to us, what made it so special for us, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mike Kentrianakis, who is going to show you a video that you're not going to believe. In 2015, Joe Rayo, his name has been mentioned before, he's a meteorologist with News 12 in New York. He found, after the 2015 eclipse, he went online to look for something very special. A flight, an eclipse flight. Well, that's not very special. Every eclipse has eclipse flights. But he was looking for a commercial plane whose regularly scheduled path might cause it to be able to be in the shadow of the moon during an eclipse. And why does he do this? Well, in 1990, he convinced American Transair to delay their Flight 402 by 41 minutes from Honolulu to San Francisco so that everyone on board could be treated to a total eclipse. The first time in history that had ever been done from a regularly scheduled commercial plane. No small feat that, to have a major airline delay one of their planes so that people on board could see an eclipse. Most people are happy with a movie. This is the crew, and look at, right here is this eclipse flag that's going to play into the story just a little bit. I will not bore you with the details, but I can tell you that Joe started in March of 2015. It took him 6 months to even get an audience, to get the higher-ups at Alaska Airlines convinced that their flight 870 from Anchorage to Honolulu would be able to intercept the path, and all they would have to do is delay it 25 minutes. He enlisted the aid of Glenn Schneider. Glenn is not here, neither is Joe, but Glenn Schneider is known to most of you as someone who does a lot of eclipse calculations, who is a master at E-flights, at programming airplanes and coming up with flight plans so that airplanes can be in the path of totality. Now, Glenn came through. He was extremely busy, but by October 26th, he came through with a flight plan. The very next day, Joe got an email, hey, this is really great. We're on board. It was a 17-page flight plan with contingencies for altitudes and winds aloft and takeoff times and mid-eclipse intercept times of different. He had every contingency covered, and he had written it like a real NASA proposal, and it got accepted. Joe announced it on the SEML. The next day I bought a ticket because I was not going to pass up a chance to be on a commercial plane that was just going to happen to intercept the eclipse. Alaska Airlines went a little bit radio silent, but then on March 3rd, they issued a press release. They said, yes, we are going to do this, and it was on from that point. I'm not going to show the plan. I don't have time. This is the night before the eclipse. Joe is on the left, and our captain, Hal Anderson, is on the right, seated, going over the plans. This is the chief pilot for Alaska Airlines. The chief 737 pilot was on board. Training pilots were on board. Flight attendants had drawn straws to be on this flight. It was really a big deal. And when I saw the level of detail that was going on with this flight planning, I thought, well, maybe the weather's going to be bad. I mean, it's Anchorage in March. Maybe we're going to get there and, we can't have our passengers looking at the sun. Are you crazy? We're not going to do that. We didn't know what was going to happen, but when I saw this the night before, I was convinced. In fact, Glenn was in Indonesia. He was going to watch the eclipse from there, and the night before, using the latest altitude or winds aloft and flight plans that were there, he had issued, even from Indonesia, the last plans that were ultimately used. This is great. We should be right on target at 0336 UT. And keep that in mind because I'm going to show you something that is so. We all converged at about 10:30 in the morning. Plane's going to take off at 2. We're at gate C5 at Ted Stevens Airport in Anchorage. And every news team known to me, there was at least 4 news crews there doing interviews. People were walking into the gate who had just bought a ticket to go to Honolulu like, what are all these people, uniformed police officers and people with cameras and Craig Small in the background putting up the eclipse flag. That is the same eclipse flag, by the way, that you saw in the picture before. That eclipse flag, there we are. And here we are in front of the eclipse flag. That eclipse flag, and Michael, those are your shirts. I promised you I'd give you a plug there. Buy Michael's shirts. That eclipse flag has been to every total eclipse since the early 1970s, has not been clouded out, and in fact, Craig Small, who is the keeper of the eclipse flag, has seen 32 total solar eclipses, has never been clouded out. Never once. Yeah, dibs for where he's going to be in 2017. Our aircraft was parked at gate C5. We taxied Golf to Romeo de Kilo. We held short of runway 33 right there, and what I want to show you, there's a picture of our plane, our exact plane. And here, I had asked Alaska Airlines to give me all the GPS readouts of our entire flight. But I had a backup, my phone, with the latest GPS app, and I had synced to the atomic clock. I was only 1 second off of the atomic clock when I landed. We took off and landed. So I know my GPS readings were pretty good. And what I did when I got back was, you'll notice our airplane holding short of that runway, and I had someone actually mock up our airplane in Google Earth so that I would be able to take a view of the actual airplane that we had and the GPS coordinates that I had and do something special in Google Earth with them. This is me giving the pre-flight announcement, or not the pre-flight, we're in flight already, and I had always wanted to do this. And Charles, I included this slide because I wanted to use Charles's great Facebook quote. When he saw this, he said, Your eclipse glasses may be used as flotation devices. Thanks, Charles, for that quote. Appreciate it. Normally, you will see Google Earth or you will see animations, and we've seen the one by Andrew Sinclair earlier that look kind of like this, and I do my calculations in Excel with a spreadsheet using Fred's Elements. And that's the end of the path of totality of 2016, where the eclipse lifts off of the Earth at the terminator. Here you can barely see these little white, this is our airplane in Google Earth using timestamps, and I'm going to zoom in on that and show you what I was able to do. This is, if you can see the shadow, oh, you can't see it at all, can you? That's not showing at all. Maybe the next slide will show. It shows perfectly on my screen. Okay, here we go. What I'm doing in Google Earth is I'm calculating not only the position on the Earth, but the position up at 7 million meters or whatever it is. And I'm also using an extended technique that I want to say I invented, but I'm not. I did all the math. I'm projecting that shadow off into space at the tip, or where the tip is out in space, and that's harder to do than you think. You have to use the Besselian method and then translate those coordinates to latitude, longitude, altitude, and it's not terribly straightforward. This will show you are inside the shadow looking east, and that green that you see on the ground is now you're inside the shadow, there's the outline on the Earth, and the shadow is lifting up and then going off into space, and you're actually seeing the entire shadow. Now, why did I do that? Was because when we were flying, the shadow of the Earth, or of the moon, was actually lifting off of the Earth. So if I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do, which was to superimpose these. So here, using my GPS data, is our airplane flying on its totality run. And I wanted to show this because this picture is from Jordan Sutton. This is, and you'll see this in Mike's video, this is the shadow of the moon that's actually coming toward you from the west. And because it's so low in the sky, it's actually almost tangent to the surface of the Earth. So in Google Earth, what that looks like when I combine our plane and the actual movement of the shadow is this. And this is what I wanted to show everybody. There comes the shadow at you. There comes the plane. And hopefully we're going to intersect according to Glenn's flight plan. Bam, there's the plane going into the shadow. Now we're in the shadow with it. The trailing edge of the shadow comes, and totality's over for us. I thought that was cool. Now, how close is that? I'm not going to take too much more time. Suffice it to say, we hit the flight plan to within 2 seconds, to within 2 kilometers, and this proves it. This is the red is the axis of the shadow, and I'm moving around to show you our plane at exactly 3:36, when we should have been in the middle of the eclipse. There it is, right there. We were treated to the shadow. We were treated to Mai Tais that were free. I asked them for 2, and they gave me 2. We paraded the eclipse flag, me and Craig. We celebrated in Honolulu. We had the chocolate egg creams. Who's ever had a chocolate egg cream to celebrate an eclipse? Who would rather have a Mai Tai? Who would rather have 2 Mai Tais? And that's the story of our flight.